Hi guys, my name is iPhong and welcome back to Katawa Shoujo the visual novels. In the previous episode, I downloaded the adult contents patch from itch.io and put the adult contents patch into the game folders, the Katawa Shoujo folders. And as you can see in the option, there's a checkbox that giving the readers a choice to disable or enable the adult contents. I'm going to leave it enables because I played Amy's routes again in the previous episode and I realized that I do miss content if I read the visual novels with adult contents disabled. And yeah, I totally understand why people on Reddit or on Steam communities are very upset when Steam decide to have the censorship policy. It's not good. Let the original creators do whatever they want, okay? And yeah, as you can also see in the extra, yeah, I do have very good scenes. And also some scene actually change as well. So this is not a bad. This at least I can show you. This is not a bad. This is at least that I can show you. But I still want to reread Rinse Route because I just want to see if the text history, the dialogues being modified or not. Because as you can see, with adult contents for Amy's route, we had very nice language, you know. And yeah, I don't know if there's any things that I missed for Rinse Route, so we're going to find out. So we're gonna go back to all the way from the beginning of Act 2. I also yeah, totally makes sense. Amy's route has 4 acts and so is Rin. Rin has 4 acts as well. And yeah, I know like in Act 1 there's a censorship, but that's gonna take way too long. And I know it still follows Rin's route and it's gonna get the animation, but I just want to go to the beginning of the Act 2 and all the way to the end of the Act 4. Because yeah, the previous episode is over 4 hours long. I think maybe it's going to be the same this episode, but I don't know. We'll see. But before I click to the beginning of Act 2 and reread the Rinse route, remember that Katawa Shoujo is a work of fiction. It's just a piece of papers. It's the visual novels. Okay? Please separate fiction away from reality. And also if you have a weak heart condition or having bad mental health like depression or not living thoughts, then please be prepared before watching this episode, alright? Be fully mentally prepared, alright? Alright, we're gonna go to the beginning of Act 2. It's already 8:30, but this morning's class has not yet begun. We were supposed to have physics, but the teacher is nowhere to be seen. Had I known this beforehand, I would have slept in too. Suddenly, the classroom door slams open and Muto grunts his morning greeting to us from the doorway. Good morning, everyone. Muto looks like he has not slept at all. The stubble, his messier than normal hair, and the stained dress shirts create a lesser than favorable impression. I'm not gonna lie, like by the time I was recording this episode, yes, I am currently very busy, and that's the reason why I feel lazy on turning the lights on. I'm just gonna leave the lights off during the recording of this episode. So yeah, I'm trying my best, alright, to reread Rinse Route, and later edit with the censorship if necessary. It pains me to say it, I am anti-censorship, but this is YouTube, so you have to follow the community guidelines there. If this is like they show the private body part, I try my best to like gain the background pictures, like the background illustration to cover it. Or if it's like completely different scene, then use a black box. And if it's like the private part shown at the back of the dialogue box, then what I do is to censor it with showing the text history. And it's actually complicated because it's not easy to get the text history to like scroll down slowly but still match what I read. So that's the reason why like I try not to say too much while reading the text history, while at the background has something going on. Anyway, the stubble the messier did his messier than normal hair, and the state dress shirt created a less than favorable impression. I guess he had fun last night at the festival too. Excuse my being late, I ran into unexpected problems. I'm usually not one up for a festival like this, but I hope you had a good time. Although these sorts of events are important for you, since they give you a short reprieve from schoolworks. The class replies with various degrees of enthusiasm, and Mutos proceeds to take roles and get started. Right then, today's subject is photon particle physics, or science club. It's just me and you, just his sound and the teachers. And before long, I have descended into a comfortable common-like state along with the rest of the class, letting Muto's rambling speeches pass through one ear and exit the others without leaving a trace. Now, who could tell us the solution to these problems? He's written a rather easy equation on the blackboard. Desperately, he's trying to get the class to participate. Nobody, come on guys, Nakai, how about you? A fairly single out and corner, I gave him an answer. It causes his shaky features to twist into a genuine smile that would scare little children senseless. Precisely, good word, Nakai. Nakai Hisao. I'm both disturbed and honored by the fact that he can remember my name only 1 week after I changed for here. From what I see, Muto has serious trouble remembering the names of anybody else in the class, and most of them have been here since the first year. The room settles into a dreary mood. Students and teachers alike trying to get back on track after the festival. I think the last week must have been frantic for everyone. Now a minute too soon, the lunch bell rings. Make way, important business. I turn my head just in time to see other people scatter out of the way as someone changes from the far end of the corridor towards the stairwell. It's too late to realize that I'm standing in the middle of the corridor, directly in the way of the oncoming human projectiles. I try to skip back towards the doorway. Unfortunately, the person running towards me dodges in the same direction. In the following fraction of the second, several things comes to mind in sequence, yet almost simultaneously. First, I recognize that the girl who is on the collision course with me is Amy. Second, I realize that it feels somehow very natural to be tackled by Amy once again. I could feel almost comfortable if it not for the reflexive panic and terrors. Third, Amy seems to be carrying a foot-tall stack of papers while running in the hallway. She crashes into me, but at least the impact was a grazing one on my arms this time. Owie, why does this always happen to me. Geez, I wonder, could it possibly have anything to do with you running through the corridor like you were on fire? She whimpers regretfully, looking like a herb puppy. The size makes me regret my snappish comment the very instant it emerged from my lips. But I was in a hurry. I can tell. Sorry. Don't worry about it. Amy waves weakly one last time and rubs her forehead as if to expel the ache while her gaze sweeps her over the hallway floor. As she notices her neat stack of papers spread all over the floor in one big mess, she lets out a horrified yelp. The printouts? Oh no, what am I going to do? Teachers will give me a haircut if they get dirty. They're probably fine. Let's gather them back up, it won't be a problem. We quickly round up the papers and Amy tries to sort the scattered piles in her hands back into the orderly stack it was. Where are you going? Nowhere in particular, I guess. Didn't want to be left alone with Muto in the classroom. I think he has a hangover. Have you eaten lunch? Not yet, but I'm not feeling very hungry anyway. And she looks at me incredulously as if doubting my sanity for letting such a thing out of my mouth. You should go to the room. I promised Rin I would eat lunch with her. I bet she liked company. My lunches with Rin have been remarkably unsuccessful. I know where this conversation is going and it's hard to not get drawn along. So I have not a little choice but to play ball. Okay, I go pick up some bread or something first. Amy smiles brightly before I say anything further. No, I go and deliver this super quick and then go buy lunch for us and Rin too. Of course, what kind of bread do you like? It's fine, you really don't have to. You really don't need to. Don't worry, it's alright, consider it an apology. I'll be back before you know it. That's what I'm worried about, don't get into another accident. Don't run in the hall! Amy starts walking down the hall, but since she's still talking to me, she isn't watching where she's going. I won't. Famous last word, she already jogging down the stairs as she shouts that not so reassuring promise back to me. Sighing quietly, I start plodding along in her wake, but instead of taking the stairs down, I climb upwards. The stairway up to the roof is unlit and just as quickly as it was before. The door squeaks quickly in protest as I push it open. Rin is there too, like Amy said, lying on her back at the other ends of the pebbles covered rooftop for some reason. Predicting something unnecessarily strange again, I walk to her as slowly as possible. Hello? She sounds very drowsy as she says that, stretching the end of the word with a slurred voice. Despite that, her eyes are wide open. I look down at her, my shadow overlapping her face. What are you doing? Rin raises an eyebrow. I thought you had a heart problem, not an eye problem. She answers, challenging the rationale of my perfectly valid question without even tilting her head to look at me. Rin smart, but comments are infuriating. The worst thing is that I'm not sure if she's doing it on purpose or not. Alright then, let me rephrase. Why are you lying on your back on the rooftop? She gives her a lazy shrug and sniffs dismissively. I'm trying to experience. People probably don't do this enough. What exactly are you trying to experience here? I can't really tell, but there's probably a reason people don't do whatever. She plays dodgeball with me again, answering my attempt at small talk with riddles I don't want to puzzle out. But I don't want to ignore her either. Yeah, but the reason is that everyone is too busy with their lives to pay attention to the really important things, like watching the sky. She tears her gaze away from the sky and finally looks straight at me. The penetrating deepness of her eyes once she focuses them on something startling. If you were a girl, I would be able to see your panties. If I was a girl, I wouldn't come this close to anyone who tried to sneak a peek at my panties. I have that much common sense. I wouldn't either, but sometimes it can be avoided, like now for example. To tell you the truth, I don't even really want to pick at your panties though. Underpants are the sort of the girls you shouldn't pick at someone else's souls, even if you're not a girl. As a guy, I guess I can understand that. To us, there's some sort of half mythical object that we can't quite comprehend. Yeah, that's exactly how I think about them too. What a coincidence. It really is. So did you have a world history in the morning class? I skipped class to do this. Well, I'm not actually doing what it looks like I'm doing, or at least I think that what I'm doing doesn't look like what I look like. But from your perspective, probably, yeah, I skipped class to do this. I guess why your reason is as good as any. Giving in to the tight feeling in my legs, I sit down on the roof next to Rin. The pebbles are not the most comfortable bed in the world, but if she can stand it, then I should be able to as well. What are you waiting for? Try it. I bend my neck backwards to take a look at where she is looking. And the silvery blue skies dotted by herds of cloud sheep fills my field of vision entirely. While it's pretty, the view is nothing special even though the weather is fair. I give a shrug, trying my best to imitate the nonchalant manners which Rin seems to have evolved to perfection, and lie down on my back. The stones poke at my back through my thin shirts whenever I shift my weight even a little, forcing me to keep it as still as possible. I try to ignore the discomfort in myself, instead concentrating on the vastness over us. Far above, the summer clouds drips soundlessly across the dome of the sky. Neither of us has anything more to say. Thus silence covers the rooftop. The subdued noises of students on their lunch break, cicadas in the tree, and traffic buzzing past the school or humming pleasantly somewhere in the background. Listen, I had a great time yesterday. Did you? Well, to be honest, no, but it was alright. It was probably the longest time I ever sat in one place without doing anything, which is kinda impressive. I try to make it sound as convincing as possible. Is that impressive? I think it is. I'm usually too restless to do anything like that. I think I had a good time too. A cloud passes above us. Casting its shadows on school. A chill stretches through me from the sudden change of sudden light to shade. I realize that summer is not in its full bloom quite yet. The only measure of time passing is the slow pace of the clouds moving toward the town. The straight beams of golden sunlight leaks through the gaps, blinding me for a moment whenever they hit me directly in the eye. The blue of the sky looks so unreachable. This reminds me of the time I spent in the hospital, where I was bored out of my mind on a daily basis. Somehow it didn't matter. After a while, I learned to appreciate the other things besides watching TV and gossiping with people I didn't even like. A comprehensive sensation of calmness spread from my side to my other senses, finally hitting my brain. An airplane zoomed by, leaving two thin contrails in its wake like a pair of chalk lines drawn from one end of the skies to the others. I wonder where it is heading. The loading of its engines carries all the way down to my ears, although it's barely audible over the racket from the quad. It's nice, but I don't understand why this is more important than going to class. Isn't it good to do something you like every once in a while? Of course, but what are you doing? Amy has snuck up on us without either noticing, and is only a step away from me, holding several packages wrapped in plastic film in her arms. She leans forward and picks over me, overshadowing my face almost exactly the same way I overshadowed Reese before. I wonder how weird this look, the two of us lying on our back on the rooftop, while Amy's with her prosthetic legs, or wearing skirts. And I look up. That's why I asked too. I would be more concerned about what you're doing. If I were you, I wouldn't come that close to people who could see your panties. Rin! Amy's voice is scandalized, but she quickly takes a step backwards, pressing her hands against the front of her skirt so abruptly that the parcels of bread she was carrying fall. I quickly avert my eyes. I glance angrily at Rin. She pretends not to see me. His side isn't like that, right? Right. Amy scowls at Rin and scratches down to pick up the package. She wipes the dust off them and skips literally around me to Rin other sides as she sets herself down. Anyway, here's the bread. Sorry it took a while. That's alright, thanks for treating me. I pull myself up into a sitting position and gratefully accept the bread Amy is offering. All three of us ravenously dig into a simple meal. The bread is surprisingly decent and readily fills my stomach. I followed from the corner of my eye with the scales I follow from the corner of my eye the scale with which Rin handles her bread between her feet. I haven't seen you on the track in a few days. Alright, I figure it was too heavy a routine for me to start with. So you have been doing something else? I've been considering my option. She frowns but doesn't pursue the issue further, for which I'm thankful. Amy seems pretty headstrong, and I wouldn't really want to get pestered by her about this on a daily basis. I have enough burden to bear with the Susan and Misha already. We barely finished the lunch before the bell rings, calling us back to our classroom. Hee-chan. Oh, Misha, hi. Misha waves at me as soon as I enter and start talking before I even make my way across the classroom. How was your festival? Did you have fun? I'm still somewhat undecided on that. I'd say probably. Why? Just asking. Her eyes glint in a way that tell me she's not just asking. I can't even start to guess her motives though. I still don't see her around in the library. What's going on here? She deserves around. As the wait time entrance of the English teachers prevent us from talking further, Misha goes back to plan B. I was there all day with Shi-chan. We had a lot of fun. Okay. Weren't you supposed to be doing work? Don't worry, everything went really well. I don't reply to that, and she leaves me alone after Shizune demands her attention. My own attention, on the other hand, is directed out the windows. Now that I look at it from here, through the windows and the foliage just outside, the sky seems smaller. I catch only a small glimpse of blue. Everything else is a clutter of noise right in the middle of my field of visions. What experience did Rin want out of staring at the sky? Surely she done it before. Everyone has. It's no use trying to guess her mind, but if I don't do that, then I have no excuse for not concentrating on the teacher's words. I look at the scribbles appearing on the blackboard, trying to figure out their meaning with little success. English really is not my favorite subject. We have a strong mutual dislike for each other's. Take a hot afternoon like invades the corridor, making the air feels heavy and lazy. My body feels weighed down by it as I drag it two doors down the hallway to the art classroom. Maybe this is probably the reason why I didn't join any clubs before. Afternoon just aren't suited for activities. I knock on the door of the other room and open it. A girl who was possibly doing something important with the scroll of papers. She's carrying turns to look at me and smiles in the sweet, a bit confused manners. Hello. Oh, hi. This is an art club, right? Yep, you're interested in joining? Yes, yeah, in fact, I might already have done so, but we'll see. I give her a weak smile and her own widens a notch, making me feel less nervous. Great, have a seat then. We start when the teacher gets here. Without even scouting the room for a good spot, I walk quickly to the back of the room and settle myself on a free seat apart from everyone else. A few other members are lounging in their seats, waiting for the teachers. Rin sits alone in a window seat, looking outside. She's the only person here that I know, although the guy I never really gotten along with from my own class is here too. Nobody else comes to greet me, maybe introduction or left for later, so I just set for silent observation as well. One boy has sunglasses on the side indoors. Were we not at Yamaku? I bet he's the blind student Rin was talking about. The wait proves to be extremely short. And we meet Nomiya. Nomiya walks over the stand behind his desk in 3 long strides, then gives her a smile and flamboyant greetings. Good afternoon, everyone. First thing first, he said there is a new members, so everyone get along with him. He winks at me unsettlingly. All 8 members of the clubs, including myself, answer his greeting with considerably less enthusiasm. Still, people finally straighten up in their seat and begin to pay attention. I think some of you still have projects to work on, so please continue with those if you like. As for the rest, I was thinking that today we could do some rough studies. How does that sound? Nobody answered except with some unintelligible murmurs, which Nomiya apparently interprets as unanimous approval. Alright then, everyone not working on the other projects, choose a partner and draw a sketch of one another's. You should be able to complete this today, but if not, we can continue it next time or even do it again if you find it interesting. Remember to pay attention to lighting and shadow and give it your best. Pairing up, I feel pretty awkward about it, hardly knowing anyone here. I wish someone would ask me to be their partners. People stand up and move their chairs closer together, but nobody comes to me. Pretty soon, everyone else has paired up, friends team up with each other, but I'm left alone. Well, there's Rin. She's sitting in the first corner of the classroom, still staring out all the windows and seemingly uninterested in taking part in the exercise. Since she's the only other one without partners, I walk to her seat. I can't see her face because her hair is covering most of it and she's looking away from me. Rin, I go out for her. I go out to her, but no response. Hey, want to partner up? You're the only one I know here. She seems to finally acknowledge my presence, head turning like a robot as she looks to see who is addressing her. Rin doesn't answer. I don't want to repeat the question either, but I'm sure she heard it the first time. Why doesn't she say anything? It can't be such an awful fate to be paired up with me, can it? She doesn't look at my face and instead stares directly at my chest and stomach. Oh, okay, why not? Okay, good, great, I'll get the stuff for us. Looking at the equipment Nomiya has prepared for today's meeting confusing me. Instead of graphite or pencil, we apparently are supposed to do ink sketches. I never done anything like that before. The teachers, however, seems confident in my abilities to adapt to this medium. Simple. First you do the outline in ink. And you let them dry, and then you shade with the diluted ink. This is called India ink. It works like watercolors. If you're uncomfortable with it, use a pen instead of a brush for the outlines. Got it? I pick up the papers, watercolors at 1 pen for me, 1 brush for Rin, and ink for both of us. Then return to Rin. Grabbing a vacated chair from nearby, I see myself directly opposite her. Do you want me to do it with my foot or my mouth? What did you say? I mean, don't forget, Rin have no arms, and Amy have no legs. She has prosthetic legs. Yeah, Amy has no legs. She has prosthetic legs instead, and Rin has no arm. She tilts her head, her brow also forming a questioning arches, as if she doesn't understand that I didn't understand the question. I don't mind drawing either ways. You look better if I do it with my foot though. With your foot then, it is all the same to you. Nodding in answer, Rin gets up from her seat and gets up her sandals. In true fluid emotion, she picks up the paper sheets and drops it on the floor. Then snatches the brush between her toes before sitting on the floor in a weird half-crossed legs position. Although I see her doing everything with her feet already, from eating to painting, this display of dexterity is so prodigious that I just stare at her stunned. Rin contemplates her blank paper intently. The sharp tips of her brush hovers over the papers in anticipation. When she raises her head to see if I'm ready, I quickly turn my face away. I'll go first, make a pose. What kind of pose? It doesn't matter, that's the point. You have to make the sketch of the impression you get, not decide beforehand. I end up just sitting in my chair, my hands hanging limply between my knees. I look at her and she looks at me for a moment before beginning. Her ring stare is piercing but impassive, as if she were trying to absorb a part of me into her own self. I feel like I'm physically shrinking under the pressure of her gaze. I get the feeling that for the first time since we met, Rin is actually looking at me instead of in my general direction. She sketches with confidence, both sweeps of the delicate brush, not caring about the potentially destructive consequences of an accidentally misplaced stroke. After she's happy with the outlines, she stands up to pose for me, stretching her back and legs. This time she doesn't look at me, instead Rin lets her gaze wander around the room. I'm relieved. It's easier to stare at someone when they aren't staring back at you. Even so, I find it harder to get the sketch going. I'm not especially artistically talented, so I'm scared when my portrait returning to something disfigured, especially when compared to my partner's skills. I don't want to embarrass myself too badly on the first try. Rin is not helping the process either. She doesn't stand still for even 10 seconds, tilting her head from side to side to judge her drawings, biting at her lower lips, looking unsatisfied and constantly shuffling around like she was on hard course. I finally managed to make some headway on my sketch, and with my outlines done, we both start inking in the shadow and lights. Nomiya passes by and remarks on the beginning of our sketches. Very good, standing figure is easier for a beginner to get a grasp of, but I didn't choose the pose. I look at him and then at Rin in confusion, but he's already moving onto the next pair, and Rin seems unresponsive. Just like when she was painting the mural, Rin has become so engrossed with her work that it seems she has shut me. The classroom and the entire world is set out from her own little sphere of existence. Every now and then she leans backward, seemingly to get some perspective. Sometimes she bends forward, leaning down until her nose almost touches the papers. This rocking back and forth looks silly. Suddenly, Rin proves that she hasn't completely drifted off into a world of her own and speaks. Are you having fun already? She doesn't raise her eyes from the drawings, which is a good thing. The breaking up the silence sends a jolt of surprise through me, as if I'd been electrocuted. I don't know yet. It's hard to say. I can hear how she replies to my answer because it seems she's suddenly having a private, whispered conversation with her sketch. I don't understand how she can draw so well when she has an attention span of a butterfly. As it just seems she lost her interest, I go back to work on my drawing as well. I try to add texture to Rain's hair to somehow grasp her the way the golden afternoon sunlight her bright red torso aflame and transfer it to my paper in shades of black and grey. Somehow this pen and the bottles of ink seems like such a lousy inadequate tools for the task. Minutes pass, but the sketch doesn't magically look any more like Rin than it did before. Her voice wakes me up from my despair. What about now? Excuse me? Are you having fun already? Why do you keep asking that? Because it's a club, right? Clubs are meant to be fun. You join here to have fun. Are you having fun? Is it important that I'm having fun? Yes. Okay, I'm having fun. Good. I wonder if I said that just to please her or if I really meant it. I can't really decide which it was. I don't hate this though. I can honestly say that much. It's good enough for now. As the allotted time to finish the study quickly ticks away, I desperately try to improve my awful sketch, but it doesn't seem to get any better. I want to start again from scratch, but what would be the point? There's no time for that either. Okay everyone, that's it for today. Please turn in the drawing on my desk, and I'll see you all next Monday. I glance at my portraits. It doesn't exactly look like Rin. I guess you could say that. Say it portrays her, but that might be a bit generous. The nose and the jaw looks hideous and the shading is terrible. Granted, it's my first attempt at drawing with inks, but it's just pretty bad. That's not bad. She sneaked up behind me while I was lost in thought. Dang it, I was hoping I could smoke the portraits to the teacher without you seeing it. Why? I'm not really happy with it. I wish I could draw better. You just need some practice. Could you take my drawing to the teachers too? Curious myself about how the sketch turned out, I picked out the pictures from the way Rin was drawing. It looked like she was really into it. It's excellent. Somehow the seemingly arbitrary strokes come together to form an image of my face, from the shapes of my chin to the messy hair to a somewhat gloomy expression. Her sketch blew my mind. I feel like I saying I wish I was as good as you is kind of a way of flirting. And it make a better choice, so that's the reason why when I played Rin's route before, I choose I wish I was good as you. But I want to see what happens if I choose the other routes because there's no checkbox here. I want to see what happens. It's still compliment, right? Wow, you're amazing. It's not that amazing, but thanks. I take a closer look at the whole work. It's still glistening with the slowly drying ink. You know, I look kind of grim here. You do look like kind of grim, man. I mean, I agree, but it's also true otherwise too. Like this you, not the you I made. I do. I think so at least. Her simple statement makes me suddenly feel incredibly self-conscious. I feel like I need a mirror right now to confirm or debunk Rin. It's a nasty feeling. Maybe it's just her. I hope it's just her and that I don't look like that sketch to everyone. It's a good sketch. It's a good sketch, but somehow I get a really opposite feeling from it. I see. Anyway, it looks really good. You really are amazing. Thanks. I'm glad that I could draw you. You're an interesting person. You're an interesting person too, but that didn't help me much. And my self-deprecation has no limits today, but Rin's ignored all. I knew that I could never compare, but to see the difference with my own eyes is quite humbling. See, I try to make you look like you think a lot, since you did a lot of thinking. And yeah, I might have overdone the fed up with life expression, but the cynics are like that, right? I want to retort something snappy, but Nomiya gives me no time to think, ushering us to the doors. Hurry up, you two. While we have been chatting, the rest of the club has taken their leaves. I quickly pick up our drawings and take them to the teacher's desk before hurrying after Rin, who has already left the classroom. She is not in the hallway. To my surprise, I wonder where she managed to run up to in just a few seconds. Would it have been nicer to talk more? Well, not that I have much to say, except maybe get back at her for calling me a cynic. It's surprisingly late. I already got used to school ending at the same time every day, so I can feel the extra hours in my head and my guts. My growing stomach reminds me that I'm absolutely ravenous. I'm so hungry that I dare to try anything the cafeteria staff has edible. Even when I see today's delicacy, fried mystery lumps, my steely resolve doesn't fade. I stuff the dinner down without tasting it at all, which is probably for the best. I don't have much homework to do, but what little I have won't get done by itself, so I stroll towards the dormitories. Preparing for the post-homework slow, I knock on... Oh god. Can I skip Kenchi's, please? I know there's a skip option, but I'm lazy. I knock on Kenchi's doors. Her response from the other side, although I can't make out what he said. I try the door, but it's locked. After several seconds, the lock clicks open and he opens the door. I know there's the skip in the option menu, but I feel like I'm just gonna keep the option defaults for now. Because I'm lazy and I don't want to change things up. I don't want to mess up the experience, you know. Hi, hey, could I borrow the book? The library was already closed after I go away from my club meetings. He is squinting even more than usual, and his eyebrows are twitching nervously. Club, that's dangerous, man. Indoctrination, group thing, brainwashing, you name it. High school clubs sound the seeds of conspiracy. Do you know how many secret societies have grown from high school clubs? Watch your back and don't get too deep in. You might not get. Watch your back and don't get too deep in. You might not come back. Okay, Kenshi. So how about that book? Sure, but return them and don't spoil any of my books. No drinks, no food stains, no bodily fluids. Capiche? Sure, thanks. Instead of letting me in, he retreats from the door, closing it again. After a few seconds, he returns with a stack of three thick books and hands them over to me, opening the topmost ones, a familiar emblems stamped on the copyright page. He greets me. Your books. These are from the school library. They are now mine. You stole these? What are you talking about, man? I've been liberating these from the oppressive feminist movement that control the library. Please say oppressive feminist movements doesn't mean that the poor librarian girls, you girls, she couldn't even oppress the wet towel. Kenshi turns away, mumbling something I can't make out, and closes the door behind him. Before going to my own room, I enter the bathroom washing my hands. My eyes catch my reflection from the mirrors above the sink. I try to look for the grimness Rin saw in me, but it's just the usual me inside the mirror that stares back. I can see myself in the mirrors. I attempt to tell myself that this is what I always looks like, but I realize I don't remember what I looked like half a year ago. I wake up all sweaty as if I had run a half marathon in my sleep. I don't recall sleeping badly. It sends a little pang of worry through me. I wouldn't want to have my heart acting up without being able to notice it. Still, apart from this utter exhaustion right after waking up, I feel only just fine. My mouth is like sandpaper and I have nothing to drink, so I have to go all the way to the bathroom to take my meds. On impulse, I decide to take a shower while I'm at it. While I'm in the shower, I make up my mind that this counts as morning exercise. If I probably compensate with the nice half hours walk after school. Obviously, I wouldn't want to risk a possible complication by running now. Besides, Amy will never know, and I think she's giving up on me. In any case, walking could be nice anyway, just to get to know the areas. There's a big forest in the hills behind school, or I could go down to the convenience stores. While still dabbing the moisture of my skin, I set out to find my uniform. I quickly button up my shirt and put on my pants before going outside. Normally during this time of the year, I'll be eagerly awaiting summer vacation, having only been at school for a little over a week. I don't really have that kind of feeling. Still savoring the school life and considering the sharp and awkward turns my life has taken, I haven't had the time to become preoccupied with getting free of it. Besides, once vacation hits, it will be a nice surprise for me if I'm not expecting it, especially with the end of term exams looming ahead. At least I don't have any catching up to do with my studies. My diligence has finally paid off. I push myself past the boys gathered in the doorway and flop into my seat. From the corner of my eye, I can see Suzune and Misha pause their unavoidably animated conversation and turns almost simultaneously in my direction. They clearly want something from me. I can tell from the way Suzune smiles. It's too obnoxiously bright to be sincere and too calculated to be spontaneous. Good morning. Her greeting is made up of 100% cheer and bursting energy. Morning. I failed to put either of those into my response. You don't look very energetic. No wonder. I don't feel very energetic either. I think I didn't sleep well, but I'm not sure. She slaps me in the back and grins. Cheer up a little bit. Cheer up a bit. It's a great day. I catch Suzune's eyes. She has a strange, focused expression on her face, but she furrows her brow a little at direct eye contact and look away. For a moment, I think that Suzune got a glimpse of my worries somehow and is pondering how to respond, but then she quickly straightened her glasses and with them her expression. Anyway, we were wondering if you're still interested in that student's concert position because we are going to make an offer that you can't decline. Wait, what? I wasn't really interested in the first place. You're putting words in my mouth. Not as much. Not as such, but wouldn't it be nice to hang out with us every day while also being useful to your school? Well, to tell you the truth, I kinda joined the club, so it actually be sort of hard for me to join the concert too, even if I wanted to, which I don't, as I said. Is that so? Which club is it, Hichan? The art club? Shizune, why you making that face like that? Why are you mad? Shizune eyes glint in a sinister way as she scowls at me. With the way she looks, I'll be expecting the art club to lose its funding before lunch breaks, or art teachers to mysteriously disappear from the face of the earth. So if I place Emmy's route, I'm in the science club with the teachers. If I place the Rin's route, I join the art clubs. That makes sense. And before she managed to comment, the teachers finally enters the classroom, getting Shizune and Misha off my back and sending everyone rummaging in their bags for books and pens. I did join the art clubs, but the first meeting didn't really boost my confidence. I'm not really sure what I'm doing this for. I wish I could draw like Rin, but I don't know what I would do if I could. To what end would I use such a skills? I don't really know. Ignoring the teacher's sleep-inducing voice, I open my notebook to an empty page and press the needle's sharp graphite tips of the pencils onto it. What to draw? I can't really think of anything good to draw. As I hesitate and raise my hand, a big black mark left on the previously blank paper seems aggravating. I can't even seem to get to the starting line, let alone get started. It's almost a physical feeling of being held back. Annoyingly, it reminds me of my failed attempt at chocolate with Amy. I look out up the window in desperation. Right then, a small bird takes flight from one of the cherry trees that grow everywhere on the school grounds. I can't really see clearly, and it's not like I could tell one tiny bird from another, but I picked it as my subject anyway. Conjuring up the image of the birds in my mind's eyes, I turned my gaze back to the notebook and deliberately draw a thick line across the paper to get started. It seems to be mocking me as I can't follow or up right away. Still, it's a start. Getting started is good. I slowly sketch the picture on the notebook page, the image in my brain becoming clearer as the drawing takes shape. It's really nothing, just that the nameless nothing bird on papers, but that's not important. And my hesitation fades into the background along with the teacher's voice as I continue my short course. The features form a simple patterns in my mind, but on paper it's a mess of too many rough lines despite my best efforts. I realize that I don't really know what the bird's wings look like, even if I try to think about it. I even put the pencil down and close my eyes for a moment, trying to chase the shapes of a wing in my mind. Being this serious about it all of a sudden makes me a little frustrated. Art class in middle school was the easy class in between exhausting subjects like math or Japanese, but there's this other side to art, the one that you see when you don't just fool around. It's almost like a completely different thing. Hichan? I look up to see two girls standing back at me. Misha and Shizune have carried their chairs to my desk and are now standing by my side, looking at my drawing. How long have you been there? I think you need more practice. Shizune draws a few sharp signs in the air between herself and Misha. She-chan agrees. Rin said the exact same thing yesterday, but why it sound less condescending? You shouldn't judge her before I'm finished. Besides, don't you know it's bad luck to see an unfinished piece of work? Misha cracks in exuberant laughter. What? Don't be silly, there's no way that could be true. Whatever. Shizune's eyebrows furrow dangerously and the movements of her hands becomes abrupt, like the slashing of the knife. You should learn to take constructive criticism better. I would if you'd actually offer some. I know I'm getting too defensive and that Shizune is taking advantage of it, but I can't help it. What are you two doing here anyway? Misha whacks her fingers admonishingly at my nose. Hichan, were you not listening to the teacher at all? Yeah, I slack off. Sorry. We have a group assignment now. I nod obliquely and let them take the leads. So what do you think of the lesson for today? Not much of anything, I didn't listen to a word of it. Sorry. Misha slaps her forehead and shakes her head tragically. What are we going to do with you, Hichan? Luckily, Shizune and Misha together are more effective than 3 or 4 normal people, so I can mostly slack on the assignment. I try my best to offer at least some assistance, but I end up being mostly useless. The teacher skips us in class 5 minutes past the lunch bells, but eventually lets us off the hook. I quickly stuff my books into my bag while Shizune and Misha carry their chairs back to their own seat. The failures of the bird drawing ends up crumpled and stuck in my pockets as I hurry outside. Yeah, sorry for slacking off. Misha, Shizune, you're right. I should stay focused in class. I mean, yeah, need to practice drawing, but still, it's class time. You had to listen to the teacher's lectures, you know. After that morning class and throughout all the week, I keep bumping into Rin. Hello. This is somewhat natural as our classroom are adjacent, but rather than just cross paths in the hallway like people regularly do, we seem to pause at the side of each other's. We invariably end up talking a little bit or just suddenly hanging out together. I think I'm getting used to being quiet in Rin's company as it doesn't feel as awkward anymore. I am by nature somewhat introverted like her, so we fit together well. I think it's actually an anomaly for someone in this school to be so quiet. Most people here seems to love socializing. It's something that I've noticed already, even though I haven't been here for very long. People here talk a lot and they talk all the time. It's a rare case when I see people sing alone, just spacing out or whatever. Obviously, there are people like that here too. The Hanako girl and myself, just to name 2 from my own class, but overall, they are a minority. At any rate, I wouldn't exactly call what Rin and I do socializing either, but it's something at least. These occurrences themselves don't bother me, but the fact that they happen at all does. I hesitate to say that we are drawn together by some things, but we certainly act as if we were. However, this sense of budding friendships is completely wrecked every time Rin opens her mouth. Okay, I listen to your heartbeat. She says this or something else about as outrageous, and I head to a fan of whatever nonsense her mind has cooked up during the preceding class of the subjects that she is not interested in. It seems Rin has taken a shine to my heart condition as some kind of an extension of her interest in the orders disability that people have here have, and the consequence of the said afflictions. As I stand in front of her for a second for too long, looking as flummoxed as I am, she concludes that it is necessary to further clarify her request. I know I can, but I mean, regular me? Why? Do I need a reason? I'm usually pretty bad with reason. Not per se, but if you want to do it, you probably do have reason. That kind of clever, you're smarter than you look. Also, I'd rather you not. I think these things should be private. I get. I can tell you something though. If it amuses you, I'm pretty sure it will. My heartbeat sounds very weird because of the condition, and I hear it all the time. So you're paranoid. It's not a question, it's a statement. No, I'm not paranoid. The doctor said that normal attention to the heartbeat is a common symptom of my condition. Don't forget that his spouse has a weak heart condition. So for you, it's not what to be paranoid. It's not a question either. One could also say that me being like this in the first place isn't normal either, but what the heck. Paranoia fits me fine. I don't think it's something that actually can fit anyone or anywhere. I ate an orange today for breakfast. How was it? I'm greatly proud of myself managing to give up with Rin. A sudden change of topic. Excellent. I don't remember when I last ate an orange because it's annoying to peel one. It's on the list of things I want to learn properly. How come you ate one then? Amy has some, so she peeled one for me. Good for you. Rin stretches her back and yawns and says nothing further. She throws me a glance up from the corner of her eyes while she's watching people pass by, but I couldn't say why. I realized though that this is the first time I talk naturally about my condition with anyone in the way. A group of boys walk past us to Rin's classroom, but she doesn't pay them any mind. They pay none to her either. My mind wanders off, spurred by the silence. Maybe I should let her listen to my heart. It's not like it matters. Nothing really matters that much at the end of the day. I start feeling depressed for no reason again. It's like the tidal wave out of nowhere, rolling over my consciousness, submerged me under the waters. I feel a sight coming out of my mouth, and I turn away from Rin, pretending to read a poster on the wall. It's an advertisement for a school festival promoting an event almost past week. A week past. The difference between me and Rin is that I'll be more likely than not pass away before turning 30, while she can't eat the orange without help. I can't decide which one of us is worse off. I try to grasp the passing of time, but it seems hard. I'm still used to the rhythm of the hospitals, whereas trivialities such as the day of the week or times of days didn't really matter. Everything was the same no matter what. Rediscovering the significance of time is an oddly disorienting experience, and I find myself enjoying the fact that I can categorize events in this fashion. The relevancy of the ticking clock is surprisingly delightful, and I decide to start wearing an analog wristwatch, something I didn't used to do before. I finally asked Rin on Thursday about something that's been bothering me for the entire week. It's already lunchtime. The time is somewhere between 11:08, 11:06 and 11:07. Thank you, number 11. The time is somewhere between 11:06 and 11:07. As my watch doesn't have that hand to show seconds. It's an old-fashioned kind with black letters, strapped and titanium casing. It doesn't look flashy, but a wristwatch doesn't need to. Hey, remember that sketch you made of me? How you said I look grim and gloomy or something? I'd like to know what you meant by that. She gives me a weird look and tilts her head a few degrees to the left, but doesn't say anything for a while. Well, you see, we've known each other for 2 weeks and I haven't seen you smile even once. Her striking observation gives me pause. Have I stopped smiling? I have to take what she said as truth. She has no reason to lie. Something about the way she puts it annoys me. I run at Rin and try to correct my expression to look less depressed. I haven't been in the cheeriest of moods during the past few months or so. This is true. Does it show so much that someone like Rin can tell after so little contact with me? Should I try to smile more at Rin? Maybe she could appreciate it. Having such a neutral face herself almost all the time. Have I really stopped smiling? I see. Should I smile more? I don't mind either way, being as you are. You can't help being his side anyway, but it bothers you. I just noticed it, that's all. Amy skips along the hallways, jumps to a shop stop when she reaches us, and likely past Rin's shoulders. Ready for lunch? Depends on what lunch is today. Remember that still from March. Never again that. Let's go anyway, I'm starving. As they are about to depart, Amy turns on from her friend to me, seemingly as an afterthought, and smiles charmingly. By the way, Hisao, her tone is way too sweet and soft to be sincere. I can sense the trap about to be sprung upon me by this miniature hell devil. I know what she's about to say even before she continues, because I've been trying to avoid her all week. I still haven't seen you at the track this entire week. Maybe I've been there when you haven't. That's impossible. I'm there all the time. But you sleep and go to class. I do those at the same time as you do. Yeah, I know. I haven't been able to pick myself up. Don't write me out or the nurse, okay? Running isn't my thing, and I haven't come up with a good alternative. Why don't you come to the track meet this weekend? Maybe you can inspire. Track meet? Yeah, people from a few other schools comes here for some friendly track and field action. It's on Sunday afternoon. I can't think of any reason not to go. Sure, I'll come and cheer for you. I guess you'll be running? Of course, you get there to see me beat them all. But bye now. If I don't get something to eat, I'll pass away. See you later. Bye, Rin. I promise I'll smile next time. I go after as a bit of the afterthought afterward. I feel embarrassed about it, and I wonder why I say anything at all. Then when I'm doubly certain that Kenji will be watching in the bathroom, I look in the mirror and smile at my reflection. And the me in the mirror smiling at the me in the bathroom looks awfully fake. Yeah, you're not smiling, but yes, I can understand how you feel. It feels fake, but at least you're trying to practice smiling. And when you look in the mirrors, having exhausted the book Kenji's lent me in just a few nights, I go back now to the library, deeming it is a safer alternative for getting my reading fix. I return the books he has stolen while I'm at it, to Yuko's delight. I don't tell her where I got them though. Wow, you sure read a lot, don't you? Yeah, I guess I do. I mean, I do. Even I think it's weird. I think I might have a reading problem. Maybe I'm chunky. No, I didn't mean it that way. It's not weird at all. And being addicted to reading is a lot better than being addicted to something else. Yeah, I know, it was a joke. I smile at her reassuringly and drop the books on the counter so Yuko can check them out. I feel tired, so I sit down in the vacant chair in front of her desk. While Yuko goes through the modest piles of reading material I found, I let my gaze wander around the library. At the tables, a pair of girls is chattering in hushed tones rather than working on their homeworks. The short-haired one noticed me looking in their direction and waits at me. When I raise my hands back, they glance at each other and giggles in unison. I'm not sure how I should feel about that, so I decide it's a good thing the one who waved at me has a horrible case of epilepsy. I saw her having an attack a few days ago. It was one of the most disturbing and scary things I've seen in a very long time. Yet there she is, happily jumping away from about whatever, as if she doesn't have a care in the world. You know, this school is really something else. Yuko raises her eyes from the books she was going through, slightly startled. She adjusts her glasses and puts on a nervous, confused smile. What do you mean? I don't really know how to explain it. It's just that everyone's so active, or how should I put it? It's not just the festival thing, I think. Even though I haven't been here that long, but it's everything. People talk more, work harder, and just more than in any other school I've seen before. I'm struggling for words, but it feels like I'm speaking honestly. This school feels so alive. God, I have to say bad things. It's refreshing, it's a nice thing to say, but I want to see what happens if I say bad thing. It's making me feel like I'm stuck. I feel like I need to start moving in some direction too. That's how this course makes me feel. I don't think that's a bad thing. Yeah, me neither. Suddenly I realized that I've been babbling up my thoughts to Yuko's out of the blue. She's a bit of a jumpy person, so I feel I might made a bad impression. She's looking at me with what I hope is curiosity rather than horror, so I figure she's alright. Sorry for suddenly talking about weird stuff like this. I didn't mean to trouble you. Oh no, it's not troubling. I'm happy to listen if you feel like talking. It makes me feel a little reliable too. Yuko smiles sweetly and a little bit ironically at that. I respond with a thankful smile on my own. As she pushes the neat stack of books across the counter, I stand up and gather them in my arms. Here you are. Thank you. I guess we'll be meeting each other again. Please come here anytime. Yuko kindness is heartwarming. You can count on it. See you later. Ironically. I really hope that those choices are not going to affect what happened between Hisao's and Rin's. Because it's a choice talking to teachers, right? The morning of the chunk meet greets me with a brilliant sunshine from a crystal blue sky. While I leisurely stroll towards the tracks, I decide that this is a good sign of what. I'm not sure this event isn't as exciting for me as it seems to be for a large portion of the student bodies. I'm even less interested in watching sports than I am in participating, but cheering for Amy is a good cause. I'm not expecting this to be any sort of amazing and spectacular experience, but it can't hurt. I'll probably be spending the time reading while cooped up in my room otherwise. When I approach the bleachers, I spot Rin emerging from the crowd right before she spot me. You came. Of course I said I would, didn't I? That doesn't necessarily imply that you had to follow truth. Lots of people say things that and don't mean them. Well, I don't. Rin shrugs, seemingly bored with our conversation. She turns on her heels and heads back toward the stand. So, are you excited about this? Not really. Me neither. Then why did you get? Why did you come? Why did you? She doesn't reply at all, so I decide not to either. We enter the bleachers and Rin nods upwards. Up there. And Rin leads away, and soon we settle down on an almost empty bench. Oh, we're going to watch Amy's running track competition. There's an older woman sitting next to Rin, someone's mother, I assume. She got rather long hair done in a braid. On seeing Rin, she gives her an oddly familiar seeming grin. Well, this is surprising. I thought you went to get a snack now, boy. Huh. This is no good. The woman laughs at Rina and shakes her head, apparently unable to find a comeback for that. I know that feeling. Well, I suppose you've always been one to go out for me one thing and bring back another. But I'm being rude. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Ibarasaki Meiko. I'm sure that if you know this girl, you at least met my daughter too. Pleased to meet you. Well, that explains it. She's like a taller, older, more moderate Amy. Apart from her hair being somewhat darker than her daughter's, there's really no mistaking the resemblance. Sorry, I'm Hisao. Naka Hisao. Nice to meet you. I'm Tezuka Rin. Mrs. Ibarasaki laughs again. She really does resemble her offspring, and then leans back a little on her seat and raises an eyebrow. So now that we all know each other, how long have you and Rin been dating? My response consists of silence as my brain suddenly rushes into gears, but just before I can begin to utter a hastily Pablo explanation, Amy's mother bursts into laughter again. You're a blusher, aren't you? I don't know if there's any way to keep my dignity in this situation, so I settle for a mumbled response. We're not. I know, but it's funny to watch you squirm. I'm sorry, forgive an old woman her amusements. She chuckled against herself. Old woman? She sure doesn't look that old to me. I suppose I can let it go. Now, how kind of you? It's starting. I direct my attention to the track where they are preparing for the first sprint. It looks like a 400-meter dash. My eyes scan the runner before finding Amy. She rides front, but in the 4 circles. She's smiling with an almost cocky look on her face. The starter raises his pistol. Amy explodes off the blocks, disappearing from the starting line in a blur. It's amazing, even as the other sprinters converge on the lanes closest to the inside lanes. Amy searches to the front up the pack. By the time she runs the final turns, a few the other runners have caught up with her, but she puts her on a final burst of speed that leaves them at least half second behind. Mrs. Ibarasaki pumps and shouts, applauding wildly and generally looking like any other parents cheering on the chows. Amy bounces up the track, looking pleased with herself. She rides along with the rest of them. The announcer, sounding suspiciously like Misha's, playfully gives her the response. I think she's gotten faster since the last time. That sounds incredible. Mrs. Ibarasaki grins proudly. Amy's ahead of the runners. Before Sally as the next event prepares to start, I'm surprised to see Amy striding out onto the track again. Wait, didn't she just run? Amy models not. Yes, but she runs multiple events for the team, especially the sprints. It's a lot of running, but Amy can handle it. From the looks of things, she's right. Amy doesn't appear to be tired, as if she hadn't run the previous event at all. If not for the sweat visible on her shirt, you never know. Which event is this? It's a 200 meters dash. She do this one, the 100 meters, and the relay. I see. Once again the pistol sound, and once again Amy flies up the block. The thumping sound draws my attention away from the race. It's Prince's foot. She seems completely absorbed in the race. Amy's mother cheers again, and I assume that the race is over. Sprints don't seem to me like they take very long to complete. Your foot. Your foot was bouncing on the bleachers. Oh, you seem pretty into this stuff. I'm surprised. I thought you said that this wouldn't be exciting. I suppose you're right. It's not that interesting. But I'm watching Amy, not a sport. I don't know. Amy the most Amy when she's run. You don't get to see Amy at her Amy's very often. But here you can see. She directs my attention towards the track again, where the 100 meters dash is about to start. I watch Amy closely. As she gets onto the starter blocks, her whole body seems to relax, but it's a forced relaxation. I can see that she is actually like a coiled spring. As the starter tells everyone to get set, her head snaps up and her eyes narrow slightly. Her mouth scrolls upward in what could be a grin and could be a growl. When the pistol goes off, it's as if she'd been unleashed from the cage, like she was always moving at this blinding speed. But we couldn't see it happening until the starter's pistol dispelled the illusion of motionlessness. As soon as she crosses the finish line, the fierce look was replaced by her normal grins. The conquering general returning to his form. Amazing. She's really amazing. I never seen someone move that fast. Well, don't look at me. I'm far too relaxed to run that fast. No, I think Amy's proud was all came from her father's side. At the mention of Amy's father, Mrs. Ibarasaki looks wistful, almost sad. He got her into running, you know. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I leave it at that and don't say anything for a little while. I get the feeling this is something personal I shouldn't ask about. Yeah, very personal. A beeping noise suddenly emanated from Mrs. Ibarasaki's pocket. Reaching into it, she pulls out a cell phone and looks at it. Honestly, text message? Where is he? 16? Oh, nothing. I got to go meet up with a friend of mine. Will you tell Amy I'm very proud of her that I call her later tonight? Of course. While waiting for the relay to start, I at Green. She seems uninterested in her surroundings, myself included. The remarks she made before is still stuck in my head. Amy's the most Amy when she runs. It does make sense now that I think about it. After seeing her run now, I can't believe that Amy gives her all on the track. Sport are more than a hobby or even a competition to her. They are defining aspect of her life. What about Rin then? Does she feel the same way about art? Considering the persistence she displays before the festival, I could easily believe it. Did I see Rin at her most Rin? When she was painting the mural. The relay is about to begin, but I don't see Amy anywhere. I thought Amy ran the relay. She runs anchors. So she won't be running for a while yet. Did you see it? Huh? Amy at her MES. Maybe. Maybe this time. The race begins and I cheer Amy's teammates along as I cheer Amy's teammates along as they pass the baton. Finally, I see Amy sprinting onto the track to take the final hands off. Once again, I'm taken aback by how graceful she looks when she runs. It really is beautiful. The look of determination and fearlessness on her face only adds to the pictures. Amy had her MES, I suppose. Amy flies across the finish line with a great leap, just barely ahead of the next runners but still in first. Well, let's go down. Gotta ground the victors. See if you can find the lower branch. See if you can find a lower branch. That's not going to be easy. Green strokes. At least we tried. Amy is surrounded by her teammates, all of them congratulating her on the run. Rin seems to be waiting for Amy to notice that she's arrived. It doesn't seem her style to draw attention to herself or to emote beyond struggling. Being more impatient than Rin, I wait to Amy in her stead. She looks up and grins happily at us. What the heck? The crowd go crazy. Hey, you showed up. We would have brought you a crowd of laurels, but this didn't find one. And neither did you. It wasn't my job to look. When did we assign job? And when I said see if you can find a laurel branch, try to keep up. I shrugged. I guess the rain's rubbing up on me. Sim is my phone after all, Amy. Amy laughs at the rain and me. It's okay, I'm sure you'll make it up to me somehow. Sure. Good, so how I look? Very impressive. Amy seems pleased with this assessment. I don't mention how much more impressive her performance is given her lack of legs. I figure she knows that already. Besides, it seems like it would take away from her effort somehow. Great to hear. I was worried that I look a little slow on the relay, but I guess I did fine, huh? Amy giggles and then seems to remember something. Oh, before I forget, Rin and I are going to do something next Sunday as a post-track meet celebration. You should come along. Normally we do it the day after, but since today is Sunday, I got homework and class and all that stuff to take care of. Oh sure, I'd love to. Great, it's a promise then. Alright, your mom's wanted to say she's proud of you. She called you later tonight. I thought that I saw her in the set. I'm glad she made it. Hey Amy, you're going to miss the medal ceremony. Oh yeah, thanks. She turns to Rin and myself. You don't have to stick around for this part, it takes forever. And besides, you should get cracking on your homework now if you don't want to be up late, he sound. Amy skip back now to her teammates, leaving me and Rin by ourselves. Neither of us has a slightest interest in the poster competition ceremony, so we suddenly get away and back to the squad. Rin yawns without even trying to restrain herself and shuffle her feet around restlessly. I feel awkward, but less so than if I was with someone else. Still, I'm left hanging, not knowing what I should say next. Amy was great, wasn't she? She was great. I'm very jealous of her. Why? Like I said, don't you think it's great to be able to really be yourself? It sounds weird coming from Rin. I don't think you, of all people, should have trouble finding a way to express yourself. Don't you have your painting? She turns to look at me. For the first time, I see in her eyes this strange, hello expression that I think must be unique to her. No, you see, the problem is that I'm not really sure who I am. Oh. Okay. Today, our club's meeting is currently on hold while everyone waits for Nomiya to show up. I take this time to try and explain my theory about Yamaku to Rin. I try to figure out what exactly about the school feels so special to me. That concept I unsuccessfully tried to explain to Yuko the other day. It's still difficult, but the track meter and the time I spent observing my fellow students have helped my ideas mature a little. Have you noticed that people talk all the time? I can't really explain it, but once again, as I try to explain my observation, I'm struggling for words. The student body is heavily clique, and I'm only now beginning to make sense of the intricate grouping and popularity networks. And yet, the feeling of being part of the group is stronger here than I remember it being in my old schools. I'm trying to say that this school isn't like other school, or at least the students aren't, even after discounting the obvious. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what you mean. Oh wait, whatever then. I want to pursue this issue, but at that point, Nomiya's arrived. Nomiya's is arrived. And the teacher is wiping sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and breathing rather heavily. He quickly glances over the room, then settles down a bit. Hello, apologize for being late. Is everyone present? Good. I must confess, I haven't really planned out anything for today as I have been extremely busy lately, but I'm sure we can come up with something entertaining. Anyone have any suggestion? I was thinking we could have a discussion circle since we haven't had one in a while. I at least found that last one magnificently enjoyable. There are some murmurs here and there, but nobody raises their voice in support of or against Nomiya. We could delve into various moments of art, or does someone have a good topic in mind? Come on, throw it out there. It doesn't matter if it's silly or art. We can always cook up something interesting. Nobody seems to be brave enough to make such a suggestion. As an awkward silence refuses to be broken, I lift my hand in the air. Our newest friend seems to have something on his mind. Speak up, my boy, speak up. Oh, well, I don't know about anyone else, but I always wonder why art exists in the first place. My words trace off, a silence sets in the room, and nobody makes a follow up on my meek suggestion. Then the teachers burst in laughter. Excellence. Very good indeed. Right out of the gate with big one, huh? Fabulous. Chuckling, he shifts some paper around his desk for a few moments. When he's done, he appears to have made some sort of decision. Very well then, let's just run with this and see where it takes us, shall we? Oh my, even a forgies like me gets excited when such a delicious enthusiasm is present. Oh my, indeed. Let me gather my thoughts a moment so I can figure out a good starting point for everyone. For some reason, the teacher seems to be almost literally bursting with excitement. He scribbles a few things down on a loose sheets of papers, then cleans his glasses with a handkerchief. He strikes a pose, then freezes for an overtly dramatic, artistic pause that spans what must be a half a minute. It's so quiet I could hear a pin drop. First, let's come up with a few questions that we want answers, such as what is art and why does art exist? Anyone here? Anyone have any question that might be related? The boy with sunglasses pipes up almost immediately. His voice is soft and quiet, and I have a hard time making out what he says. What defines an artist? After him, another question comes up. If I fill a cardboard box with water and going on, is it art? Everyone laughs at that, even the teachers. Very wonderful, all of this. Let me start by saying that this is not a clear-cut issue by any means, and as such, I'm not going to give any answer to you. I'm only going to speak from my own perspective. Scholars have argued about these sort of questions since times immemorial, and there has never really been a broadly applicable consensus reached. There are, however, some qualities that most tend to generally agree upon. Hopefully, you all should find these acceptable as well. In short, art defines itself. It simply cannot be contained to a definition from the outside, since the boundary of art expand and contract from force within. Every day, someone somewhere comes up with something completely outrageous that challenge any and all preconceptions. The core reason for this is that rather than the rational side of the mind, art appeals to the intuitions, the instincts, the primal. You would find it very hard to explain why exactly is it that you enjoy some particular style or piece. No, he doesn't wait for a response before continuing. This is exactly why. So art is this sort of wild, uncontrollable thing that lurks somewhere deep in our subconscious. Now, why does it exist? Nomiya apparently expects someone to pile up with a guess, but as nobody dared to interrupt his inspired speech, he continues. It was a trick question. You see, art also validates itself. Generally speaking, you might say that art exists for no other purpose than itself. It's something that exists merely to leave a mark in history. It's the defiance of a mortal against the face of darkness. As I was once said, art is truly a proof of our existence. You should all You all should know that human culture and civilization are tightly tied to the existence of art. Then what about artists? What drives a man to dedicate his life to things so fickle and mysterious that it even defies definitions? There are as many answers for this as there are artists, but if I had to put it into words, an artist doesn't make art because he can, but because he must. Namiya takes a pause, and his gaze sweeps over his audience, eyes flaring with passion. It's obvious that the art touches the way souls of each and every human being in one way or another. So if you were given a chance to connect with your fellow man in such a fundamental way, how could you not? There is a poem I'm very much fond of, and I shall recite the most well-known part of it to you now. I feel that, for me personally, of all possible things, it captures best the essence of what it means to be an artist. Namiya leans against the desk as he clears his throat in preparation. Looking at some distant place, he utters the words in the heavy afternoon air with his soft basso voice. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in the wildflowers, how infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hours. There's a solemn and unbelievably awkward silence after he finishes reciting the short fragments. Nobody dares speak a word. Namiya places his throat again. To be an artist is to see the world in a grain of sand. To be an artist is to see the world in a grain of sand. You see, dear children, without art, there would not be much to live for in this world. It's a most profound thing. He is clearly touched by this notion. I almost expect to see lone tears rolling down his rough cheeks, but it never comes. I turn to Rin and whisper to her, "So how is this discussion circles?" She shrugs nonchalantly back at me. The previous ones wrote the same. To his credit, Namiya does try to get some debate going, but the club seems to be reluctant to comply. I feel a bit guilty about opening my mouth. Maybe we would have been spared from this. As the meeting comes to a close, I realize we haven't one touch any pen or pens today. I feel somewhat disappointed. Namiya suddenly appears next to us. He seems to be still fired up from the speech he delivers. His cologne smells musky and saccharine at the same time, giving me an instant headache. Even though I'm not sensitive to perfume, he is looking at Rin like a hungry wolf. Tezuka, do you remember Mrs. Senji, who visited us at the festival? I think so. I'm going to tell you something amazing. The thing is, she is a very well-known galleries around here. It turns out I might be able to get her to consider having some of your work to put on display. He has his sentence with dramatic gestures. It seems he's expecting Rin to show some sort of joyous and shocked reaction at such great news, but she's just staring at him blankly. Magnificent, isn't it? This could be a real chance for us to get ahead, girl. But now, I know that what you're about to say. Yes, it wouldn't be a simple affair, but I think this is absolutely a fantastic opportunity. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we even make it big. That this could be the first step, and then when the word is out, we strike while the iron is hot. Right, Nakai? Yeah, it does sound pretty great if you're into that kind of thing. See, we should definitely not let this one pass, am I right? I don't really. Rin seems to be troubled for some reason. I can't figure out why. What Namiya is saying does indeed sound like possibly a great thing. She looks pretty down though, and confused. I've never seen her like this. So what do you think? Rin looked up to the teacher's glowing face, then back down at her desk. I think about it. Namiya is at last taken slightly aback by Rin's lack of superlative delight. Then he smiles widely at her and gently past her head. Good girl. The club meeting is finally over, and as I lazily collect my things and help clean up, I start feeling exhausted. For some reason, there isn't much to do, however, so it's over quickly. I catch up to Rin, who left the club room just a moment earlier, so we are walking down the stairs to the ground floor while I try to go over Nomiya's passionate speech about art, and Rin seems to be lost in thought. Not an unusual state of her. Not an unusual state for her, I learned, but something about her expression makes me feel uneasy. Penny, for your thoughts? That not be too cheap. You're just overpricing your thoughts. I wouldn't be able to sell them anyway. I'm not sure what I'm thinking yet. That would be fraud too, like stealing a candy from baby. That's type not fraud. I'd have to think about what I think. Is this about what the teacher said, getting your work put on display and all that? She doesn't answer but stops in her tracker as we reach the lobbies. We are the only people around, so it's very quiet. Footsteps echo from a few floors up as someone hurries along the hallway. I think I'm going to go somewhere elsewhere here. I think she really troubles one company. I can't promise much help with the thinking, but it's not like I have much else to do, and I'm supposed to do some light exercise. If you like. Rin leads me outside to the walls behind the dormitories. There is a small back gate there, made from the same wrought iron as the main gate. It leads to the shadowy woodland parks behind the school. The gate there is rusty, as if it hasn't been. The gate is rusty, as if it hasn't seen much use. However, it sits open, so we pass through. It's not forbidden for students to leave the ground, but somehow I feel a little uneasy. A path leads deeper into the forest. Zelkova. A path leads deeper into the forest. Zelkova and maple trees rustle in the winds. The canopies creating patches of chill air hanging in the places where the shadows fall. The forest smells strongly of earth. I almost feel cold, even though the midsummer's day is as hot as ever. Rin's judged ahead like a sleepwalker, sure-footed, but with no apparent destination in her mind. Her thought seemed to be somewhere else. I followed a few steps behind, taking more care to watch where my feet land. The path follows the land uphill at low angles, sometimes making little detours downhill before climbing back upwards. The muted brown and gray chunks line the path on both sides, peppered with ferns and other undergrowth. After a little while, I start getting worried. The path is still wide and clear, so there's no chance of getting lost. But it doesn't look like we have any particular destination. There's nothing wrong with a bit of aimless wandering around, but I don't want to go so far that I get too tired to walk back. I'm starting to get a little winded up and my legs feels heavy. I want to stop and get a chance to catch my breath and rest my legs, but Rins keeps on going. Where are we going, or are we going anywhere at all? Worry tree. I see. So what exactly is the worry tree? It's just a tree like this. She stopped in front of the particularly large maple that might or might not be the worry tree. Its lush green leaves sway lightly in the breeze blowing through the small clearing we entered. I guess as much. There are people who believe that you must come here to wallow in misery. If you are miserable, only by people, I mean me, and the tree isn't really called anything. So if you are miserable, you talk to a tree about it. No what? You can't talk to a tree. What do you think I am crazy? No, I didn't mean like that. Or maybe you talk to trees. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that you are crazy, even though you probably are. You talk to trees. I wouldn't recommend it in either case. People will think you're a weird person. No, just forget it. She looks mildly confused, for which I don't blame her at all. She tilts her head a little to the side, expression melting back to her usual one. Alright, I'm good at forgetting things. So why are we here? Are you miserable then? I can read the expression she makes. I hate how bad I am at interpreting Rin's mood. She doesn't answer right away, as if she herself isn't quite certain of her own mood. The blank stare changes into a more difficult expression as she shuffles her weight around. Finally coming to a conclusion, Rin shrugs her shoulders. I've grown to seriously dislike that gestures. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe I just feel kind of like I'm sinking underwater. I don't know what I should do. I don't know where I should go, that's all. Maybe it's not a big deal, but I thought walking might help. Kind of like, if I go somewhere, I wouldn't know where I should go. I don't really know how it did. It really would make sense if walking had helped to decide where to go. So you don't want to try to get an exhibition, or rather you don't know if you do can decide. Rin doesn't say anything for a while, arranging her thoughts in silence. The quiet is broken by bird songs from somewhere in the treetops, followed by rustling leaves as the bird takes flight. Maybe I'm not sure if I can have the thing like that. So far, I've only painted for myself. I don't think I could have my things on display the way I am now. This me couldn't do it. Her reason sounds like weak excuse. I make my chipmunk fronts, but she doesn't notice it. I don't get. The teacher suddenly thinks that you could. I don't think he suggested otherwise. Sounds like he's calling in favors from his friends too. I know he's really done a lot for me, but this might be too much. Becoming someone who can do it might be pretty hard. Maybe I couldn't do it at all. He can't do it for me. And if I let him try, I just sink deeper and deeper. Rin stands in front of the larger maples and turns away from me. I want to close the few feet of distance between us, and I don't know. My irritation is suddenly gone, and I start feeling sympathetic to her. I know exactly how you feel. Well, maybe I don't, but still, I think I haven't feel like I was actually in control of my own life this whole year. I'm just helplessly going along with the flow. Like coming here to this school, I didn't really choose it myself, and I certainly didn't choose this time of my life to learn that I have this condition. I still can't casually say the word out loud. It's like, yeah, it's exactly like being underwater, like I can't even breathe. Rin turns to face me again, a sad expression on her face. Is that why you look so sad all the time? I don't want to look sad like you. Do I look to you like you look to me? I don't look sad all the time. I just don't know what I should be feeling. What kind of face should I making? Me neither. Do I look sad now? Not really. You look like you always do, I think. But I'm thinking I should try to float up like a rubber duck, quack quack, or yellow and creepy. I have to think for a few seconds about which direction I should pursue in this conversation, and I realize it doesn't matters. You think rubber ducks are creepy? You don't. I think they look very creepy. Everything that has eyes but isn't alive is very disturbing, like the rubber ducks and reflection in mirrors. She plops down on the forest bed, leaning on the maple she named the worry trees. After wondering what to do for a minute, I sit down too, 3 feet apart from her. The forest envelopes us in its embrace, and its stillness falls upon the two of us. We sit there without speaking for a long while. I can literally feel the time passing. Patches of sunlight litter the small clearing in the patterns that echoes the maple canopies. One of them falls directly on me, warming me all the way to the bone. I wonder what I could do for myself, and maybe for Rin. For now, I just keep watching her from this distance. Sometimes she cranes her neck or the way back so much that it looks almost painful, and stares up at the small patch of skies visible past the canopies of the worry tree. And sometimes she just stares blankly ahead, as if seeing something just beyond her reach. She keeps whispering to herself, but so quietly that I can't hear her, even though I'm sitting right next to her. I only see her lips moving, like she was in the middle of the distant screams. I realize that right now I no longer feel any of the intense loneliness I feel at night just before falling asleep. I might be more like a Rin than I thought. I can either give up or stay submerged under the weight of all the crap in my life, or try to change myself for the better. Her decision is different yet the same, and unlike her, I know for sure that I can't stay like this forever. I have to change. And wow. I hope that is not affect the route. You know. I hope it's not affect the route. Let's see what happens if I want to be more like Amy, more like Rin. I'm gonna feel so angry if this affect the route. You know, it's gonna lead to a bad ending. I'm gonna be so angry if this leads to a bad ending. I want to see what happens. Let's see what happens if I choose I want to be more like Amy than to be more like Rin. I have a bad feeling about this, but we'll see. It's a choice I haven't picked. Amy probably has done it, and she's so happy and energetic, running girls without legs. If anyone has been the disability, it must be her. It makes me feel a little bit better too, and I lean back against the trees, breathing out deeply as if for the first time in a long time. We stay that way in a small clearing until the angle of the sun changes and the chilly shadows deepens. No longer warm where we sit, we leave the forest, returning along the same path we took coming in. It doesn't seem like Rin has come to a decision. I wonder if it's a bad idea for me to come along. It's alright, I don't mind. I'm sure the trees and dirt and rocks won't mind either. Do you mind? No, not at all. I think it helped me too. While we walk back towards the dormitory, the skies is changing to deep ultramarine. The first summer stars twinkle softly from between spots in the canopy, barely visible like tiny fireflies. I become very self-conscious about Rin's presence. Yeah, I haven't thought much about girls since things fell apart with Ivanako. This is kind of the same situation as then, but to be honest, I don't think it really counts for much, not with Rin. And yet it feels good walking next to her, even if it isn't anything more than this. At first, I think Rin agitated me quite a bit with her unpredictable behavior, but recently, I feel I haven't had to be on my toes so much. I managed to let myself go a little. It makes me feel satisfied, even though ultimately I think it's more thanks to Rin than myself. She seems to be interested in a huge numbers of things, but something in her makes me try harder than I normally would. It's not that I want to impress her. I think that truly impressing Rin would take near superhuman effort just because of how she is. Instead, it's because there is this relentless feeling inside me that I shouldn't let Rin down. It's really weird. I wonder why I started thinking like that. I don't even know what sort of expectation she has about pretty much anything. So how could I let her down? Rin has this assuming air around her, and she doesn't really talk about stuff very often. Even today, a confession of her self-doubt caught me a little bit off guard. I feel like I want to talk more with her. The realization suddenly dawns on me that Rin is basically the only person I talk to nowadays. A partner from wherever I happen to endorse, from Shidone, Misha, or Genchi. I feel slightly depressed. In front of the dormitory, as if summoned by my dark thoughts, we run into Genchi himself. It feels very odd seeing him outside, breathing in fresh outdoor air. At least it already does. I partially expect Genchi would disintegrate upon a direct exposure to the sun. Genchi himself seems very insecure as well, standing around looking like he is waiting for something, but doesn't know himself what it might be. Hey Genchi, what are you doing? Hello. Who are you? It's me, Hisao. I'm not sure you know Tezuka from class 3-4. From his face, I can see that not only he doesn't know Rin, he also can see her from this short distance. Oh, sup, dude. Genchi sticks his hand enthusiastically forwards, almost straight into Rin's stomach. Rin looks at his outstretched hand in confusion until Genchi clears his throat and retracts the hand. There is something almost cool that he managed to do with social awareness. It's not like I'm the most suave man on the planet, but I don't think I'll ever be able to even approach Kenchi's levels. I think I respect Kenchi's a little bit more. No, I'm not. Okay, no. I'm still not, okay? No. Kenchi's reading me out. So you're waiting for someone? He leans closer and lowers his voice to an agitated whisper. I see his facial muscles twitching. Come on, man. You know I can talk about stuff here in public. They might be listening. I'm going to have to go pick up some stuff from somewhere. I don't want those snooping students constant hacks to get on my case. Also, I don't trust your friends. Nothing personal. Are you sure he's trustworthy? I really consider telling Kenshi about ring genders, but as it might end up badly for one or both of them, I decide against it. Yeah, I'm sure. He turns from me to Rin, and I immediately get the feeling that I had to prevent them from talking to each other with whatever means necessary. However, there is a little I can do now, apart from physical violence. In that case, would you be interested in knowing what about the worst threat to mankind since they invented vegetarianism? He sounds like a vacuum cleaner salesman. I thought it was Sunday. I see you're not in the know. Yeah, man, I'm talking about man eating cows here. Very few people know what I know, so I'm not surprised. We can talk here, but if you like a privilege, come to my room after curfew on Monday or Wednesdays. He suddenly reaches to his pocket and draws out a ballpoint pen and what looks like a convenience store receipt. Kenshi furiously scribbles on the scrap of papers and then throws it towards Rin. Here's the password, memorize it and then eradicate any trace of this document. Eat it, burn it, dissolve in acid or whatever. I think the receipt from Kenshi Serena is unable to do so and criticise it. It's indeed a receipt, apparently for 2 rice bowls and 5 boxes of matches. I hope that he's not planning to burn anything down. On the other side, it's written in just one word. Honey Muffin. I tried to read too, but she showed no reaction. Thank you. Yo, he's usually in that club, the club of dark arts. Fine arts. Anyway, yeah, actually I just had a meeting today. Still got your visa about you. No shitty tricks going on. Nothing personal, man. But I have to be on top of things. Can't get caught with my pants down. Speaking of which, you should take a shower a bit later. Gotta respect that personal space, nothing personal. Kenji looks around as if he heard something and then shaken his jacket. Okay, I got a scooter now before it gets too late. Later, dudes, good luck. Kenji takes off rapidly towards the main gate. Rin looks after him, frowning. We watch after Kenji's diminishing figure in silence. What's wrong with him? Technically speaking, I think he's legally blind. Oh, I see. Yeah, Kenji is weirding me out. I just... Honestly... I really want to skip Kenji, but I'm very lazy. I just don't want to change anything in the option menu for now. I can immediately tell from the envelopes that it's not about official matter of any sort. Someone actually wrote me an old-fashioned handwritten paper letters. Who bothers doing something like that in this day and age anyway? Yet, as unlikely as the prospect of receiving one sound, there is definitely a letter lying on my desk. The classes for the day are over. Still feeling pretty full from the big lunch that I had unexpectedly eaten at the cafeteria. I returned to my dorm, planning on finishing my homework and probably skipping dinners, or at least just eating light. I feel like I need to eat less than I used to. Maybe I don't use that much energy now that I don't do much beyond reading. However, the letter on my desk has naturally caught my interest. It's the first piece of mail I received here at Yamaku, so it feels special even if it wasn't something as rare as handwritten letters. What causes me even more trepidation is the name of the centers, written neatly on the back of the envelopes. Ivanako. I have no idea why she wrote right there to me. I haven't been in contact with anyone from my old school since I transferred, and Ivanako is the last person I expect to want to write me a letter. The last time I saw Ivanaka was terribly awkward, embarrassingly so. She came to my hospital room, peeled me an apple out of courtesy, and then we practically sat in silence for half an hour. She said goodbye and didn't look me in the eye when she closed the door. It might be a natural end to the series of visits that were probably pretty painful for both of us. Every time she visited me in the hospital, I wanted to talk to her, but something stopped me every time. Every time that I didn't speak, make that the next time even harder. Even Nako always had this aura of fragilities around her, as if she shatters into pieces at the slightest disturbance. Initially, I think it might have been that delicacy that attracted me to her, but after what happened back then, it felt as if she really had shudders. She looked so sad that I didn't want to say anything that might upset her, and I never could figure out the right word to say. I thought that it was her phone. She nodded, and I really think she understood that if it hadn't been that she know later something else would have made my heart give out. Yet she looked so hopelessly sad every time she opened that door and entered my room. So I never managed to say things I wanted to say. In the end, that might hurt her even more. Carefully, I opened the envelope and draw out the folded letter from within. Dear Hisa, how are you? I hope you are well and happy at your new school. Everyone here misses you. Almost our second year class got put together in class 3-1 for the final year, so we are pretty comfortable right from the beginning of the year. I'm sure you would have been assigned to this class as well. The mood among the third years seems to be very anxious about the final exams, even though they are so far away. The teachers are badgering us about it all the time. Even Mr. Tachibana, who is, by the way, our homeroom teachers this year. Would you believe it? I was sure that he'd retire after our second year, but here he is. Here he is, nagging everyone about studying for exams. I think things like that are the main reason why the mood among the third year is so nervous. I must admit that I'm somehow losing confidence in myself as well, even though I always fare reasonably well in exams. It's so weird to think we are already senior, isn't it? Time has really flown past. I wonder where it went. The new first year seems so young and somehow really innocent. I keep wondering if I was like them in the first year. in my first year. I've been feeling nostalgic like this for the whole first trimesters. There are other things I want to say. I'm writing to you because I feel that there are things I should have said after the incident back in winters. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and I had no excuse for it. The truth is that the truth is, the time when I visited you at the hospital made me worry about you. I'm not talking about your health. You seem to become more distant and disheartened. And it was natural or after something like that happened, I'm sure, but somehow I got the feeling that you had given up on something back then. Happiness, maybe? I wanted to somehow express my feelings, but the right words didn't come to me. I couldn't say anything to comfort you. I'm really sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most. Even though I like you so much, at least now, finally I can be more honest. If I could go back to those quiet days in February and March, I tell you not to not give up on yourself. I tell you to not give up on yourself. That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have drifted so far away if I had just said something. I hope you managed to get back on your feet on your own. Now that the distance between us is also physical, it also feels more final somehow. I wonder if we will meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't. Still, if you would like to correspond with me, by all means write me back. I pretty much like to hear about your new school and how you're doing. I wish you all the best. Sincerely, Ivanako. After finishing reading the letter, I folded it like it was and placed it on my desk. I don't know what to think of this. I feel empty and confused. And why now after all this time? Just yesterday I decided that I can let myself stay like this, that I try to get on top of my own life. Reading this letter just reminds me of what could have been. Of course, I wish that I didn't have to be here. I want to be in the same class with Ivanako again. And maybe we would talk every day now and go on dates. My life didn't go like that. I didn't really need to be reminded of this. Ivanako needed to write this letter for her own sake, and I'm glad for her that she could. But it would have been better if I hadn't read it. Of course, she is right. I thought of the same thing yesterday. I had fallen into a pit of depression, and now I have to try to climb out. I read our picture from my notebook, and after a moment of thinking how to frame my words, I write a short replies to Ivanako. I find it difficult to be really honest to her, but at least I tried to appear somewhat convincing. I don't write her about Yamako at all. I thought she would write me again, but I don't feel at all sad about it. I found my old letter to her, and as I have no envelope, set it next to Ivanako's, emailed it to her later. Then I lie back on my bed, looking at the monotone gray ceiling. A bird sings outside of my windows, and a sudden gust of wind flutter my sudden gust of wind flutter my curtains. Curtains. The summer afternoon feels still, as if time had stopped for a brief moment. I think about all the things I lost and we never regain. We never regain. That's the language day of my midterm passed by. I mailed my letter to Ivanako. I received no replies. Having decided to ditch the old me, I started observing my fellow students even closer than I did before, hoping to understand how other people cope with their own issues. I started seeing things that I didn't before, and it makes me wonder if I've been wrong twice. Superficially, everyone is abnormal, yet so strikingly normal that it shocks me at first. I admire the way my new school mates turns my prejudices around just like that, simply by being themselves. That I got used to it, I begin noticing other kinds of tones in the people surrounding me every day. There's this soft, numb sadness all around me. I can see the efforts everyone has to make just to get through the days, and how it weighs on their shoulders like it weighs on mine. Even the brightest smile is just slightly subdued. Every outburst of annoyance just slightly dampened. It's subtle, but it's definitely there. I try to think what it means, what I can learn from others. I wonder if deep down everyone is as lost as I am. Is there even one person in here who has truly found peace? I start to feel doubtful about myself once again. I can't decide whether these people are happy, unhappy, or if they just learn to cope and now live in an unfeeling limbo like I did all spring. I escaped from these feelings into the towering piles of book and I carry to my room from Yuko's sanctuary. After realizing that it This will shut me down even more. I start going to the art club's room more often, usually whenever I can. It seems to spend more time in there than in her own classroom. I often see her totter towards the door at the very end of the corridors. The wooden door and the room behind it, smelling of pens and papers, seems to mean more to her than the rest of the world combined. She said she has special permission to use the room, which I don't at all. I don't think Nomiya would deny Rin anything. He seems to dote on her like an uncle upon her favorite nieces. The object of his affection, however, has no favorites. She says she appreciates the teachers a lot for going the extra mile for her sake. But even when she says that, her expression is the same as always. It's as if she was talking about particularly unremarkable rock that she saw the other days. I can't really figure out the relationship. Rin doesn't seem to let anyone close. I don't think even Amy could say she crossed the gaps that seems to separate Rin from the rest of the world. I don't understand it. She seems so indifferent, yet so passionate at the same time. Some way the school bell rings the last call of the day. I realize I've been zoning out for who knows how long. Days I sit up straighter, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. The pungent smells of linseed oil and turpentines mix in my nostril as I draw a deep breath. I feel drowsy and lightheaded. It's already this late and a few clubs members left early, and so just me, Rin, and the teachers, and the two other girls who are also about to leave. Rin is sitting to my right, slowly working on the painting while I'm idling the time away. I don't think she realized I've been watching her this whole time. With a nimble move of her delicate ankles, she dips the brush into crimson paint and presses it lightly onto the canvas. Her stain spread around as if the brush was bleeding. Her progress has slowed down to a crawl. By now, I learned that this is dangerous for her technique, as the paint must not be allowed to dry before she finishes. It occurs to me that I'm literally watching paint dry, and yet somehow I'm not feeling bored despite spacing out just now. Most of the time, the art club is very relaxed and freeform, apart from times when Nomiya gets really excited about some technique or style he wants to teach us about. Everyone is free to pursue their own interest. Like in one, I keep floating around without direction. I try this and that, but nothing really leaves me with deeper impressions. Not to mention that I don't seem to have a special knack for anything. Well, I did get praise for my attempt at watercolors, and I feel pretty good about that myself, but that's it. I suppose it's to be expected. I joined the art clubs mostly on a whim after all. I'm thinking that maybe I should quit the club if it's going to be this pointless, but there's nothing really wrong with pointlessness, and I can't exactly say I'm happy. Unsatisfied maybe, but I got only myself to blame for that. As a pair of girls exit the club room with a cheerful bye-bye. Nomiya stands up from his desk, his chair backs with a loud screech and breaks the harmony of this quiet afternoon. He taps a pile of papers in his hands twice against the tabletops in order to straighten them, then stretches his back. I have a faculty meeting to attend, so you can stay. I have a faculty meeting to attend, so I can't stay. I have to do some paperwork later, so if you want to stay with me, we can talk then. Sorry about this. There are two people here, but he's really talking to only one of us. Nomiya spends extra hours of his time mentioning Rin after official club's hours are over, and I bet he'd like to discuss his plans of getting Rin's art into gallery a little more. It's alright, I think I'll probably be here, but it's not a big deal if I'm not. I don't really have much going now. Rin answered without moving her eyes from her work in progress. The tone of her voice is neither the polite kind of expected when talking to her teachers, nor her usual monotone. So I will need to send a social party if you're on here. Yes, no thanks. I don't like to party. We can talk later. Good girl. Smiling, the teacher picks up the rest of his papers and makes his way to the door. I glance at the clock above it and then my watch to double check. There are 3 minutes apart, but nevertheless, the club's meeting time is over now. Rin seems intent on staying here to work on her piece while waiting for her teachers. While waiting for the teachers, I can't quite imagine what their one-on-one time would be like. would they actually discuss anything? Rin is always so subdued in what she says, and when she does say something, it's difficult to understand what she's talking about. Maybe Nomiya is just talking endlessly like he does at club meetings, letting Rin absorb what she will from his infinite well of knowledge, like a sunflower turning to face the glowing sun. Do you mind if I stay? I thought maybe I give watercolor another try. I blurt out the excuse, sort of accidentally embarrassing myself. Rin doesn't take her eyes off her painting. Okay. I shift around in my chairs, then get to fetching a cup of waters, brushes, colors, and some papers. The sound of my footsteps invades the still afternoon air. Before starting, I try to record what the teachers told us, an important philosophy of the mediums. Working with watercolors means more working with waters than working with colors. I try to keep that in mind and dip my tiny scale, tiny sables brush into the water cup. I'm mixing yellow and blue, trying to capture the sunlit treetops outside of the windows. The sun is low, so the yellows are more pronounced and everything looks darker. I still can't quite connect what I see with what my hand does with the pens, but it's a possible attempt for my level. After a while, I started losing my focus and moved the paper aside, deciding to watch Rin work for a while instead. That little while stretches first into a long while, then into a really long while. Rin paints her entire being fully concentrated on the brush between her slender toes, and the painting coming to life one stroke at a time. She seems determined and yet at the same time relaxed, effortlessly moving the brush around and never hesitating. Color mixing part mix and cover each other on the canvas. Painting to her quiet view. I don't know anything about composition, structures, or any of that stuff, but I really like Rin's painting. I like somehow she looks when she paints. As usual, the silence between us compels me to speak rather than merely wait for her to open up. She might end up saying nothing at all. Do you mind if we talk? I don't mind. I kind of wanted to ask more about why you get so weird about this thing the teachers want to arrange for you. Rin picks up the tube of pens and squeezes it between her toes on the palette almost as easy as someone with opposable thumbs would. Taking up a brush again, she replies. A lot of things and some of not things, on things. I don't think that's a word. Do you want to talk about it? I try to reach out to her clumsily, ignoring the embarrassing feeling of awkwardness. Rin keeps her focus on the paintings, spreading more and more paints on the canvas. Her lips are forming perfectly straight lines as she concentrates on the jobs. Not really. Talking is hard. I mean, it's not hard. I'm talking even now, but saying the right things is really hard for me. No matter what, I just can't say the things I want. That sounds weird. It's true. I say all things. I say all kinds of things that I don't really mean all the time, and sometimes I forget words and then I use the wrong words. I even come up with new words for things that already have some. That's the worst thing. I get really nervous and everything comes out of a mess, and even I don't really understand what I want to say. I think there's something wrong with me that makes it like this. Remember when I said I can only think 4 things at the same time? And not wordlessly. It's not really 4, I mean it is 4, but everything else is also kind of in the background, like being at an amusement park and a beehive at the same time, but that's not the point. I used to do better, like 6 or 7 things. I think so at least. I feel like I'm becoming numbers. I think everyone has time when they feel like they can't say the right things. But it's there all the time. Stronger and deeper. Yeah, deeper is a good word. I like that word, deeper. It's that feeling of being underwater. Maybe it's just art. But the more I paint, the more words I forget. Maybe at some point I will forget how to speak completely. It feels like I'm slowly forgetting It feels like I'm slowly forgetting everything. Do you remember what you thought about things 3 or 4 years ago? I don't. A long pause ensues, during which time seems to bend around itself, almost tying itself into a knot. I don't think I ever heard Rin talk this honestly and for so long about anything before. It's like I'm fading away from the world. Rin's foot has stopped his work on the canvas, and she is staring at her paintings, unmoving, as if gazing at some faraway horizon. Sunlight briefly glints in the corner of her onyx eyes. Something floats up into the top layer of greens, and she lets out a long breath. And then she blinks and it's gone. Painting stay behind. When I look at my old things, I remember what I was thinking back when I made them. They make me feel like I can be a bit old the past mess when I was different me. I guess they are the proof of my existence. She uses the exact same word Nomiya used when he spoke to us about the nature of the art. I didn't think Rin was paying any attention back then. I wonder if she was listening or whether she had heard the same passionate speech from Nomiya before. Either way, I feel overwhelmed. Boy, are you complicated? I would have taken up writing the diary. Her eyes quickly flicker to my direction and then back to the painting, but she doesn't pick up the brush anymore. That's a great idea. Why didn't I ever think of that? Are you being sarcastic? What's sarcasm? I don't call her on the joke, if it's for one. If it's one. Right at that moment, Nomiya returns from his meeting. He was to us a very melodramatic hello, madly surprised to see me here along with his pet student. Walking with a boisterous gait to his desk, he drops up his paper upon it. He picks up a handkerchief and cleans his glasses with incredibly meticulous care before walking over to us. Before he's within earshot of us, Rin says something to me in a quick, quiet voice. Change is the scariest thing in the world to me. And I seriously don't know if I want to change into a person who could do the things and the teachers want me to do. I don't know if I could even want. I don't know if I could even if I wanted to. Hello again. Hello. What's going on? He smiles a bit sheepishly, looking at both of us with uninhibited interest. Nothing. We were just talking about that thing with your acquaintance and the gallery for Rin's work so off. Oh, any decision? I look at Rin, who is trying to erase the bothered expression of her face into something else. Anyway, I don't think I have much else to say other than that you should go for it. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, no. That's a new choice. Oh, God. Whoa. That's a new choice. That's a new choice. That's a new choice. Uh-oh. I want you should aim high. Oh, I think you'd be a big hit. But Rin doesn't want that. I still remember Rin doesn't want to be a big hit. I don't know. These three choices are good. You won't get a chance like this again, feel so precious. I don't want to choose that choice. It's between the first and the third choice for me. I'm gonna choose the first. You should aim high. It's just a suggestion. Instead of just pressuring like you won't get a chance like this again, or like I think you'll be a big hit. But I still remember that Rin doesn't want to be a big hit. She just like drawing and that's all. So yeah, I did save. So let's see what happens if I tell Rin to shoot aim high. I really think you should aim higher. You should take this chance. Even if you crash and burn, at least you try. It will be worth it just for that. Nomiya sucks in his breath then lets it out after the pause, as if he wants to add some things, but he managed to restrain himself. Rin finally replies to me. You don't think I'm good enough like this? No, I think that you're selling yourself short if you think like that. It's cowardly. Rin looks absent-mindedly at me, not saying anything. I can't even tell if my words had any effect on her. I just don't get it. Anyone else would be jumping up and down in excitement. What's the point of doing your best being at this art club if you don't do anything with your talents? I'm telling you, I'm going to be angry with you if you give this up. My voice rises higher. I don't know what it makes me say this. It's like I've been taken over by some force out of my control, but I really do feel angry. Image of a letter written on a cute stationery flashes in my mind. Image of the masked face of my parents. My doctor image of the time I wasted. They mix it into feeling about Rin's like a torrent of molten irons. I want to continue, but Rin suddenly stands up. Fine, I'm going. She trots out of the room without anyone saying anything. I stare after her, still sitting, though with the voice of rationality in the back of my head, wondering if I make her angry as well. The teacher lets out an embarrassed but extraordinary loud laugh. You care a lot for her, don't you? Nomiya looks at me over his circular pink glasses, smiling sympathetically. You make friends with her then, guy. Well, something like that, I guess, depends on how you look at it. To be honest, I'm not really sure. It's more like me and Rin just tends to hang around each other irregularly, talking or not about something that more often resembles some twisted mockery of philosophy rather than normal everyday things that friends chat about. Well, that's good. That's all good, isn't it? You're new students, and we should be promoting integrations into students' body and such. I can't remember all the buzzwords like SBR at faculty and Yamaku Foundation meetings, but that's how it is. Tezuka isn't the most social person around this part either. Yeah, that's definitely true. So she talked about my suggestion. To you. Oh no, not really. I think it's been more me pressing her to decide something. Maybe I shouldn't have. No, I'm sure it's fine. I'm too soft with her, even when I shouldn't. I don't really know how to handle Tezuka. She's so independent and willful. I wonder if this is what the very old geezers of art teachers who got his hands on young and fiery prodigies feel like. He chuckles ironically to himself a little bit, turning to face Rin's latest work, which she left drying on the easels. She departed so abruptly that I wonder if she considers it finally finished. So let's see the painting then. He leans in closer, peering at the canvas. It draws you in, doesn't it? Nomiya stands back straight, his face a dreamy, nostalgic visage. I don't answer him, as he seems to be taking my agreement as a given. I sometimes stay here after hours just to look at Tezuka paintings. She really just prodigious at such a young age. I guess she was just thinking of what she could become with a few more years of refinement. You asked what makes an artist, remember? This is it. They take a piece of the world and reshape it in their own image, metaphorically, of course. Looking at her makes you wonder what the world looks like through her eyes. It's a wonderful thing to be young and full of passions, the most extraordinary time of your life. You would do well to remember that, Nakai. Yes, sir. It's so silly. People always ask artists when you get your ideas, as if the ideas were something sold at the market for pocket change. You can experience inspiration for people like Tezuka. It's like breathing is an instinct. I've met maybe one or two with the same kind of raw potential, but no amount potential will amount to anything if one doesn't work to realize it. It's practice, technique, skills, draw for hours every day for a few years, and even the most hopeless case becomes a possible artist. Tezuka is not brilliant because she was born with natural talent for these kind of things. She's brilliant because she worked harder than anyone ever since she learned to hold a pen, most likely. And all with her feet, no less, absolutely phenomenal. Silent finally lies in the club room as Nomiya lets himself get drawn back into Rin's paintings and gently murmuring acceptance towards the still wet canvas. What kind of things do you paint yourself? As if while waking up from the reverie, he looks at me surprised at my talking to him. Oh, I don't, not anymore. I became an artist only after my career in that field came to an end. Now I just pass on knowledge to the next generation. The way Nomiya answer is curious, both giving and withholding information. I feel like asking more, but he cuts in before I get the chance. And now that you should run along, my boy. It's almost dinner time, isn't it? Yes, sir. Have a good evening. You too. I quickly collect my stuff and step out or into the deserted hallways, leaving teachers alone with his musing. The weekend will be here soon. It's amazing how fast time flies here. I promised Amy I'd show her for the celebration of her child at the track meet last week. That should be plenty of fun. Are we going to have picnic with Amy's again? With Amy and Rins again? I hope. But not under the rain, please. Are you sure you want to go? The weather that has been wonderful for all of June has finally taken a turn for the worse. The little clouds dropping over the town looks so worrisome and the air feels heavy and still, just like before rain. The forecast says there is a 60% chance of rain this afternoon. Maybe this will mark the beginning of the rainy season. Of course, I'm sure. I've been waiting for this all week. I'm not sure about this. The sky looks dark. It's going to be rain. I mean, have planned a picnic at some nearby park with snacks plenty bought from the convenience stores. But with the weather this gloomy, it seems risky. I asked some other people to come too, but they didn't want to go because of the weather. So we have to prove them wrong. Wrong how? You know, like how it always rains when you think it won't, and when you think it will, it doesn't. You go no matter what. So it's a win-win situation. I've been going without sweat I've been going without sweets for weeks because of practice for track meet, but now I can splurge on anything I want. Nothing is going to stop me now. I thought you were all about healthy lifestyle stuff. No, Hisao, you understand so little. There's not a single girl on this planet who doesn't love sweets. I don't like sweets. She doesn't count. Anyway, is it clear? Completely, we will go and eat our fill of sweets. Then straight we will. I'm going to have to work it up later, but it's so worth it. Amy seems to be extremely determined about this. She is positively exhilarated, brimming with energy as always, but something seems special today. It looks like she can hardly stop herself from jumping up and down on the spot. Come on. I grabbed the wooden handles of the umbrella I brought and started to follow the two girls, who seems to have no qualms about leaving me behind if I keep daydreaming. My umbrella is really fancy, the old-fashioned kinds of with the curved handle and the metal spike at the end. It used to belong to my grandfather's. It looks like an antique, but it's in a really good shape, almost it's as good as new. It's really big too. I remember how my grandmother's, and I all fit neatly under it when I rainstorm called us on an afternoon walk years ago when I was around 9 or 10. My grandparents are both gone now, but I still have an umbrella to keep me dry when it rains. Now we walk along the road leading down from the school towards the convenience stores. The clouds casting their dark shadow down on us. The weather seems to be taking a turn for the worse, and I'm pretty sure I just felt a raindrop on my head. Do you guys think of taking umbrellas? It really looks like it will rain. Rain looks at her hanging sleeves and shrugs her shoulders. I don't have one. Besides, a little rain would end us. You're gonna catch a cold. She pushes her chest out, looking very confident about that. We all make our sugars. I thought that's exactly what girls will make up, especially considering what you are planning to gorge yourself on today. She just stick out her tongue in reply. The walk down from the school to the local shopping district is not a long one, but it's not very short either. It's all down here, so I'll step the road easily, but the time stretches out nevertheless. The distance is right there, in that gray area where you don't expect the trip to be quickly over with, but you aren't preparing for a long one either. Thus the trip is likely too long to stay comfortably quiet the whole time, though the girls don't seem to mind. Rin walks calmly ahead, seemingly lost in thought. I'm kindly worried about starting a conversation since last time I didn't end very well for either of us. I haven't exchanged a single word with her since then. Amy, on the other hand, is way too happy about just walking. She seems to literally jumps a little on every step, or skip over cracks, or balance on the edge of the sidewalk. Every now and then, she comments on something to which Rin replies in an automatically sounding, nonsensical way that makes Amy giggle a little. As we reach the bottom of the hill, the first raindrop begins to fall. I feel one hit the top of my head, and then two more hits my nose in quicker succession. Jesus thunders. Okay. I'm not gonna lie though, the sound effects is phenomenal. Yeah. I mean, I keep talking about how phenomenal the background arts. The rotoscoping is crazy. It's not one of the two rain clouds anymore. The entire sky has turned shadowy gray, billowing rain clouds swirling right on top of us. Oh shoot, I guess we aren't going to have picnic then. What now? Maybe we could have a rain picnic, or picnic in rain. No, we all just catch a cold, and I don't like getting me or my snack wet. I kind of like it, not the snack part though. Amy consider a problematic situation for a moment while I open my umbrella and lift it up, trying to hold it so that all three of us get covered. Hey Hisao, have you been to Shanghai yet? It's a cafe somewhere around here, right? I heard of it. It's a nice place. Let's go there and wait out the rain. If it's just a really quick shower, we can still go for a picnic. If it gets worse, we'll just order cake there instead. And neither Rin nor I have better ideas, so with Amy taking a lead, we start walking briskly along the side street. The cafe is only a few blocks away, but even with the umbrellas, we can't overcome the slight dam. The rain keeps coming down harder and harder. Raindrops leave tiny dots on the black asphalt road, which then combines into bigger patches like pointless artwork being made in front of our eyes in mere seconds. It's pouring heavily, coming on the hoods of the cars parked on the sides of the street and already flowing in the little creeks along the sidewalks. The yellow light shining through the rainwater streaming down the windows looks very warm and inviting. I shake the excess waters off the umbrellas and head inside with them, following Amy to vacant tables in the furthest corner of the small cafe. The place is almost full. Apparently other people had the same ideas as Amy, and now we are all stranded together here in this cozy little place. When varnished wooden pillars and paper screen mix with Parisian styles, tables and chairs in discordant harmonies are constructed of owen nails. Light just plays quietly in the background, though it's mostly drawn out by the murmur of the customers. There's only one waitress serving the full house, frantically gliding from one table to another and trying to keep up everything. To my surprise, I think I recognize her. I watch her deliver a tray of teacups and pastry to another table taken by Yamako students and take an orders from a middle-aged couple sitting across from us before finally turning to serve us. Yuko? Now that she's closely facing me, I see that it really is her, the part-time librarian of Yamako in full waitress attires. It's a pretty cute outfit and she has tied her hair up in buns to match. It's a completely different image from her mousy blinks that at her other job. Yuko blinks a few times looking confused, then remembers that she was about to say something. Welcome to the Shanghai. So you work here too? I thought you were a university student or something. Yes, that too. It's a part-time job, as you can see. It's Sunday, so there aren't any lectures. Good thing too, since today has been so busy, I'm wishing for another pair of hands. Anyway, I'm a bit on the rush, as you can see. What can I get you today? Amy doesn't hesitate even for a second. Her eyes clear like those other kids in the candy store. Tea up for everyone and get for me. Yuka tries to stay as formal and professional looking as possible, smiling cheerily at my reminiscent companions. Yes, today we have a choice of strawberry shortcake, raspberry layer cake, or lemon meringue pie. Strawberries, no lemon. No, actually I take both. She looks at me in challenge. I take just a pie. Nothing. Amy makes a face at Rina as though she had bitten into a lemon. She's clearly unhappy with her for not joining in. Oh come on, Rin, that's not polite at all. Nothing, nothing, thank you. No thanks. No, you silly. I mean that you should order something too. I'll take a straw then. My feet are all wet. Sorry? The drinking kind of straw. One please. Yuko is obviously uncertain of what to think about this. She fiddles with her pants and stationary for a moment, looking like she's about to cry, before deciding that we'll finish ordering. Thank you very much. And she takes the menus and report it to the chef. She bows down a little bit to deeply and scampers to simply behind the counters. After that ordeal is over with, I have a chance to relax a bit and take a better look at the surroundings. Almost every table is occupied by people happy to be out of the rain, thankfully sipping the teas while waiting to dry off. Fragments of grumbling about the lousy weather or discussion over the recent homework carried from nearby tables to my ears. Each one overlaps the others, but all are covered by the sound of falling rains. After a while, Yuko returns to our table carrying a tray of huge teapot, 3 cups and slice of cake, just like pies. She slides the trays onto a tiny table with clatters, almost sending the teapots toppling over into ring slabs. We barely recovered before she bows again and leaves, hurrying off to serve the other customers. Amy has been eyeing her strawberry cake, very hungry all these times, but somehow she managed to contain herself until Yuko's was out of sight. She digs in with customers while I content myself with the pouring tea for everyone and placing the straw in rinse cups. Rin looks at the way the tea swirls round and round in her white china cups, her eyes up close, almost like she's being hypnotized. I pick up my fork and eyes the food in front of me. The pie I got looks perfectly done. Thick layers of meringue on top creamy lemon custards. After having the first bite, I pause, savoring the combination of tangy citrus and smooth sugary meringues. It's quite good, although it's a bit too sweet for me. It was good. She talking through a mouthful of cakes already halfway through her slice, even though it's not exactly small. I want to taste some of that. Hey, stop stealing my food. Before I get the response, she strikes out my delicious pie, takes a place with her fork and escapes with it. This is pretty good too. What are you doing? You have sliced your own. Yeah, but if I start on that before finishing the cake, it would be rude, don't you? Don't you think? Her insolence is outrageous, but the gentleman in me allows for no retaliation. I glare angrily at her, and she replies by sticking out her tongue impatiently. Amy is even more hyper than usual today, but I don't mind. It's good for her to let off some steam. I take another sip of tea in my cup. It's good and hot, even though I don't usually care much for tea, and the atmosphere in the cafe is very relaxing. I don't mind spending the rest of the afternoon here, not even after Amy ordered her second piece of strawberry cakes and Grace spent most of the time staring fixedly at the rain streaming down from the heavens. Even you close her eyes at the third piece of cake disappearing into Amy's bottomless stomach just as quickly as the previous two. And it still rained outside. Despite the passing of time, it's still raining outside when we exit the Shanghai, though it seems letting up a little. Too bad it had to rain on your parades. Weren't we supposed to have a picnic? Amy doesn't look too distraught over this turn of events. Nah, it's fine, we had a good time, didn't we? I feel really pumped up. It isn't even raining that hard anymore. I kind of want to hike back to school to get rid of this energy and walk off some other cake. She stretches her arm out and arches her back like a cat. After rolling her shoulders around her, she smiles brightly. Man, I can't really run with these legs though, especially uphill. I wish I brought my other ones. This doesn't sound odd, spoken so casually, but I guess for me, changing legs is sort of like someone else changing shoes. Maybe if I walk really fast, that would be kind of running. I think I could do that. I won't be able to keep up with that going uphill though. I really am in bad shape. Plus you kept wet without umbrellas. It's hardly even a drizzle now. A few drops won't hurt. I think I'm going to go to the track after I change my legs too. Amy skips away from the protection for my umbrellas and goes on ahead at a brisk pace. Suddenly she seems to remember something as she stops and spins around. See you tomorrow. Come eat lunch with us on the roof. I'll bring enough for 3. Mary and I are left to watch her waves at us and skip out again, so she disappears around at our street corners. I never understand why Amy is perpetually in such a hurry to get somewhere. So would you like me to walk you back to school so that at least one of you won't get wet? If you are happy with it. It seems neither of us wants to keep alive the strange atmosphere from the argument a few days ago in the art room, which makes me feel relieved. I don't want to bear grudges, and I'm happy that Rin feels the same way. Thus is decide that we are content with each other's company for now, and we start walking in the same direction as Amy, albeit at a considerably calmer pace. I get a bit closer to Rin, even though I get a bit closer to Rin, even though the umbrella is already big enough to shelter us both. I can feel her nearby warmth, providing a contrast to the chills of these rainy weathers. Raindrops hitting the umbrellas make a distinctive sound, playing the staccato melody of the rainfalls for nobody in particular. I realize I haven't been outside in the rain in what feels like forever. I inhale, taking in the scent of rain, feeling the weather with all my senses. The world melts into a blur inside the rain. The color of the skies have deepened from gray to dark blue, with the hues of red added to the mixture from the sunlight reflecting off the clouds. The low-hanging skies looks pretty, as if I could reach out my hand and touch it. Have I told you how much I like rain? It's like painting. It makes me feel connected. Almost echoing my thoughts, Rin lets out one of her own. It slips out of her mouth, circling around us gently. Everything looks so soft, like the outlines of things just disappear. I like that. It's like the rain is hugging me. Her voice is different from usual, more gentle now and sharp. I wonder if it's only because of the rain or because of the mood the rain brought upon the quiet honest girls. I feel that movement in myself too, enhanced by her words. Yeah, I like rainy weather too. It's nice for every once in a while. I wonder what it is about rain. Everything. silence follows the statement. As it allows for no continuation, I decide to push the direction of the conversation a little. But you know, if you like the feeling of being connected, what's the problem with showing your paintings out to others? Don't you want to be connected to other people's? It's not the same thing. You're comparing apples and squid. I brought up the subject Rin so want to avoid, and it just shuts her down again. The question stays hanging between us for the rest of the trips back to school, and I can't help wondering what on earth I could have said to truly reach Rin. Does she feel that she's lacking on identity? She has a strong personality, but if pressed to elaborate, I'm not sure I could describe it accurately. She feels like a person who is in a constant conflict with herself. I never know what to expect when I talk to her. I wonder how she herself experiences like a disconnect. If Rin is asking herself every day, who am I, and obsessively paints an image to define herself day after day, what does she think of that way of living? The irony is that's the exact same question I've been asking myself for the past 4 or 5 months. For me, it was miserable. I can only assume that it's the natural state of being for these girls. When we stop in front of the dormitory, Rin turns to face me as if sensing my thoughts from afar. Her gaze travels emptily past my left shoulders into a shapeless rainfall. Her dark eyes seems to suck the low ambient light into themselves like a reverse mirrors. The empty gaze lets nothing out. If I want to understand what's going on behind those eyes, I have to work it out myself. Rin opens her mouth, then closes it without saying anything. The silence lasts for a few more moments before she takes a step towards the dorm building doors. See you tomorrow. Well, I'm happy that Rin's willing to walk with his out under the umbrellas because it's safer. We don't want anyone to catch the cold, right? The next morning, like every second Monday's morning until he says otherwise, I have an appointment with a nurse. They allow me to skip part of my first class in the morning, and I don't feel any shame in skipping the rest either. Rather than being thankful I get to miss the world history, I instead feel dread when I think about these appointments. I wake up in the normal time anyway and wash myself in the bathroom I share with Chenchis, tying my sleep disheveled hair. I quickly get dressed and put my laundry in the basket. I pack up for the school days. I have all my homework done like usual, so I have a bit of free time now. There's no point in going to the morning class for 20 minutes before I had to get to the nurse office, so I lie down on my bed and read the book until it's time to go. The door to the nurse office is open, which is unusual. I enter while knocking to announce my arrival. Looking up from his computer screen, he motions me to take a seat with a friendly hello. Steam wafts up from a piping hot cup of tea, hot cup of coffee on his desk. Steam wafts up from piping hot cup of coffee on his desk. It's probably not his first day. How are you feeling on this wonderful morning, Hisao? I'm alright, I think. It was cold yesterday because of the rain, so I woke up feeling a bit groggy. You too, huh? Quite a few kids got without umbrellas, so we have been spending time hanging out masks and curling sniffles. Alright, today is test day. Give me your arms. I extend my left arms towards him, keeping my face expressionless. The nurse ties a rubber tourniquet around my bicep with practice movement and briskly goes about his business. I don't think anybody really likes getting stuck with needles, but at least I got over my distaste for them. I had to. And I barely even twitch at the moment of truth. Once that's done, a blood pressure check follow. Then there are checklists and questionnaires to go through. The nurse nods and scribbles in my answers to the questions as I give them. Alright, let's have a listen now. I unbuttoned my shirt and put it neatly on the back of the chairs I was using while he puts on his stethoscope. I know by heart the other places where he's going to listen to my lungs and my heartbeat. I adjust my breathing to be even more even and deep. I adjust my breathing to be even and deep without even being asked. It's become a routine now for both of us. It's funny, it is pretty much the only time in one's life when you really concentrate on breathing and nothing else. It has always amused me. The nurse lifts the cold stethoscope from my chest and places it a few inches lower and listening again. The contact of the metal makes me flinch on reflex, even though I was expecting it. He furrows his brow, but I can't tell if it's because he's unhappy or if he's trying to pick something specific out among the complex multitude of irregularity in my heartbeats. Is there something wrong? Please don't talk. I shut up and become more anxious. The nurse is nice, but I can't help disliking this mandatory checkup. I wonder if I'm going to end up hating all medical appointments from now on because of this. He finally lifts the circular metal plate from my chest, allowing me to talk again. Everything seems to be fine. Are you feeling alright yourself? I suppose I was out yesterday when it was raining, and yeah, I really felt a bit under the weather in the morning. Maybe I gotta go. Now, we'll give it Amy. She came down with a cold too. My people told her to stay in a bed for a day or two. Really? I mean, I was with her, but I didn't know she got sick. I guess it was dumb thing after all for her to go out in the rain like that. Yeah, well, let's put that aside. Everything seems to check out for you, but remember to be careful. Of course, I really don't want to go back to the hospitals. He catches something, maybe repressed terrors, I don't know, in my voice and glanced up from some papers he was looking at. Hey, don't worry, at this stage it would take a huge crash in your condition to get you hospitalized. It doesn't really reassure me, but grumbling about it to him won't make any difference. I quietly take my leaves. Walking along the corridor from the auxiliary buildings to the main school building, I encounter a young female nurse coming the other way. She smiles at me when we passed by each other's. The lobby is empty of people, no surprise since classes are still going on. I hear muffled sounds of discussions coming from behind the first floor classroom door. I glance at my watch. I have to rush to get to my classroom in time, and I don't feel like going to class anyway, so I decided to climb up to the room and have an extra long lunch break. Amy promised she brings something for me today, but if she's sick, that's probably not going to happen. I'm not feeling hungry anyway, so it's all the same. The climb up the stairway to the room is oddly liberating, almost like losing weight. I feel satisfaction that it doesn't want me as badly as it did the first time I came up here. I push open the squeaky door at the top and step into sunlight. The chain link fence allows for the grand view over the treetops all the way to the grey silhouettes of downtown further away. The dreary weather of yesterday is just a memory now. The silvery blue sky seems to be a mere arm's reach away. I forget for a moment that I'm in bad mood. The warmth of the sun soaks into my bones, making me drowsy and lazy instead. The bell rings for lunch break, startling me back into realities. Soon afterwards, that quite below me burst into life. Students pour out of the doors down on the ground floor, intended on enjoying lunch at the quad and the lush gardens in this perfect weather. When I hear the doors to the stairway being pushed open, I don't bother turning to see who it is. The intruder started coming towards me with an uneven footsteps. The little river stones, the roof is covered with a rattle and crunch underfoot. The footsteps stopped a few feet behind me, followed by silence. I look upward into the glowing eyes of the sun, absorbing its warmth with my whole body. What are you doing? I turned around courteously at her first word to behold the slim, almost figures of Tezuka. She looks very much like herself today too. Her hair is maybe a tad messier than usual, as if she just got out of bed. She stands with her way shifted onto one foot, looking at me with mild curiosity, as if I were something in a store's display window. I don't know, just spacing out, I guess. What about you? Amy Miss Food, we usually eat here. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I heard Amy came down with a cold. Oh, I guess that makes sense. She wasn't in class. It's not that common to get cold in June though. You don't think she went running at the track afterward like she said? The rain just keep going. Probably. In the rain? In the rain. That sounds like a bit much. That sounds like a bit too much for just keeping up with the training regime. Amy is a hard-headed one, though, so I can see her running in the downpour just because she had to. But that's obviously overdoing it. Probably why she came down with that cold too. But I guess it's kind of cool. Speaking of that, I'm not feeling well either. Then you should stay in bed. This is pretty hard for failing to stop it in time. She cranes her head down to wipe her nose on her shoulders. So deciding that would be too unladylike, I pull out my handkerchiefs and hold it to her nose. Here, bless you. Thanks. She clears her nose and I dab the handkerchief gently on it, wiping it clean. Her nose is really cute, only enough is probably the girliest part of Rin's face. I think I'm blushing a little, but Rin doesn't notice. Thanks, I think I might be coming up or down with something too, like I was saying. Hope not. Rin doesn't seem to be bothered about eating, so despite the lack of me providing lunch, when we stay up on the rooftop, she comes over and stands next to me, right up against the fence, looking into the same abstract distance as I am. Nobody else seems to be coming around to intrude upon this calmness either. It's quiet and peaceful. What does one do on a lunch break if not eat? It turns out that in between the two of us, we don't really know. Fortunately, passing time is an activity that managed itself just fine. Even though there's no conversation to fill silence between the passing seconds, the pointless activity like cloud gazing to spend upon the minutes between now and then, time marches on relentlessly. I keep checking the time on my watch and decide it's a dumb thing to do. Instead, I try to hold out for as long as possible before I check it again. Maybe I can hold out for 6 or 7 minutes. Rin remains silent, idly looking up at the cerulean expanse above us. I wonder why. More often than not, we don't speak much. She said that she doesn't like speaking because her perceived difficulties with expressing herself properly. As for me, I think I just got sucked into the habit at the hospital where I spent such a long stretch of time never really talking to anyone. Most of the time I feel comfortable about this quiet mood, and even when I get the feeling that I have to break the silence, it's always so difficult to come up with something to talk about when it's with Rin. She and I are on such a different wavelengths that nothing seems to be on common ground. What is it that you like about the sky so much? She turns to me, her eyes are dark and serious. Sky is the only thing that is perfect. I know it. You could say I'm an expert of sky if you wanted, and I am even if you didn't want to, a sky expert. It's always different, but it's always perfect also when it's different. I follow her gaze up into the boundless blue expanse, thinking of her words. Have you ever wanted to be something different? It wouldn't be so bad to be a sky. No, I mean someone else, someone different to go to a normal school like everyone else, not have to worry about stuff. What stuff? I try to find the right word for a moment, but can't manage to form a sentence that I'll be comfortable with actually using. Man, I don't really want to say out loud. Try it. I'm not so good at mind reading. Don't you ever want to be? Don't you ever want to not be disabled? Do you want to have an arm? Rin. She thinks about this and then shake her head, frowning. That's a hard question. I don't know what to say. It's okay if you don't say anything. For some reason, I'm just so unsatisfied with who I am right now that I'm constantly thinking stuff like that. It's pretty hard to admit, but there it is. Honestly, I feel relieved about finally saying it out loud to someone, even if it's just Rin. I think I want to be different sometimes. I thought about changing myself lately, but it's a bit scary, like walking backward with your eyes closed. The difficult part is to know where your toes are not pointing, I mean directions. Even if I don't do anything, I would never stay the same. It's like my old paintings, they are different than what I paint now, but because I'm different, but they are still my paintings, so there's something same. That's really strange. I'm different every day, but I'm still me every day. Where am I then? Is that a riddle? If you want it to be, I don't know the right answer though, so you have to come up with it yourself. Well, it's the skies, isn't it? Going by your definition just now. I actually managed to surprise her by that. Maybe she had already forgotten about it. That's right, but I was thinking about myself when I said that. Very strange. Could it be that I actually am a sky? I don't think that's possible. Your logic is a bit off somewhere. She looks down and shut up, and I can see she's quickly going over the deductions mentally, seemingly unhappy with the results she finally arrived at. Yeah, maybe I'm not the sky. It would make sense. I have a hard time knowing what kind of person I am. You're not the only one. It's like my mind is in some other place than the rest of me, on the waters. Yeah, I wonder how it got here. I wonder how it got there. I have no answer, so a brief silence falls between us for a moment as she might gaze back to the sky above us. The last time I really paid much attention to the sky was, I guess it must have been at the hospital. You can only see the thin strips of skies from the window of my room. If I walk up to the window and press my face against the glass, the strips become bigger, but not by much. The skies make me feel sad and lonely, a reminder of the world on the other side. I wonder if there's another world beyond the skies we see from up here on the school's roof as well. I can't stop comparing life at Yamaku to my hospitalizations, but I really should. I'm not there anymore. The narrow skies from the windows of my hospital room, the faces of the doctors, the faces of my parents, the white wall everywhere, Ivaneko's letters echoing the words she never said. They are things of the past now. I wish I could forget everything up until now, and that time I would stop completely. There would be only me, Rin, and the skies. An internal lunch break on this rooftop, perfect, unchanging, and forever. I'm not sure if I like or hate this school. I could have gone to a normal school if I wanted, but I choose to come here. Why? I just decided that I would, kind of like a melon or plum jelly. Do you think it was a good idea? I mean, there are a lot of good things about this school, but I think there are a few bad things also. I know. I kind of collect people because they are interesting. People here are really amazing, most of them, but not all. Some people can't take it. They hurt too much. It gets really bad sometimes. You know they hurt. I wonder if you like that too. I hope not. I don't like things like that. Hey, I'm not your case study, and I'm not going to give up or pass away or anything. Anyway, I meant more that this place is too distant from the real world. What's the real world? Everything out there, real people with normal everyday lives that fits together like a puzzle. You don't think we aren't like that, real people? Maybe we aren't. Well, no, we are. I just meant that it feels like more like we are the leftover pieces. Rin thinks for a while, her almost shaped eyes narrowing as she bites her lips a little bit like a child. Is it harder to be disabled? Her question answered a dry choker for me. You tell me, you've been in this business a lot longer than I have. She thinks about that for another while. I don't really feel that disabled. I mean, I do pretty much everything differently, but it's not that hard. I can always practice. I started to practice food things this year. I think I want to learn to cook in the real kitchen someday. That's admirable. But I don't think it's just a state of mind. Maybe not for you. Maybe not to you. I have no good counters to that, so I consider by falling silence. The situation is making me more and more confused. I know what I want, but I don't know how to reach it. Rin seems not to believe she can simply will herself into a shape she thinks she needs to be, but can't decide whether she wants to be a bird or butterfly. I think in the end, I'm not really that happy with who I am either, but that doesn't mean I regret being who I am. That's the thing that's wrong with you, Hisao. I only started the process that rather blunt statement before Rin suddenly hugs me. What are you doing? I've never been hugged by a girl with no arms before. To be honest, it doesn't really physically feel like a hug. The awkward way she presses her body against mine, the lack of embracing arms makes it feel like she falls on top of me. But the warmth of a real hug is still there, and that's how I recognize it for what it is. I'm hugging you, Hisao. I know that, but is it wrong? I thought this is what you're supposed to do. I'm not really used to this kind of thing. The first time Amy hugged me, I got surprised and kicked her in the stomach. I can kick pretty hard, so she hasn't been hugging me an awful lot after that. It's not wrong. It's just me. Things are a bit hard for me for the time being. I can't seem to react properly to anything. Really, so it's hard to being disabled at all. I guess she has me cornered there. I don't have the energy to start arguing against it, but I feel like I have to get something out. Well, I know it's not hard. I think it's just me overthinking things. I really wish that I didn't feel sorry for myself all the time. I wonder if I always was this fragile or I became this way after my incident. Nothing had ever actually shaken my world like that before, so there's no telling. Rin presses her cheeks against me tightly. I can feel the warmth of her body close against me. Her body temperature feels really high, her body temperature feels really high, as if she had to absorb the sunlight into herself and was now sharing it with me, or perhaps it's a natural state of her. It's the most comforting things I felt in a long time. Wow, your heartbeat really does sound really weird. It's like a drunken percussion orchestra. Please don't say stuff like that. I get very uncomfortable. I laugh at her comment anyway in an attempt to ease the tensions. It sounds a little bit too forced. Man, I'm sorry, I'm such a mess. It's okay, it's the best part for you. Hearing that part doesn't make me happy. She breaks up the hug and settles down. An awkward silence falls upon us like a blanket. Me feeling embarrassed about myself and Rin's trying to arrange her expression to something she's like. Once last time I glanced upwards. This rooftop is really great. It's like I'm just a little bit closer to the sky. I know a better place, but we can't go there on a lunch break. I can take you there sometimes if you want. The best rings for the beginning of the afternoon classes, and Rin stands up to make her way downstairs. I don't hurry after her, deciding to stay up here for just a little while longer. Thanks for a hug. Thanks for not kicking me. After Rin's Lisa, I finally let tears roll down my cheeks and cried for my condition for the first and only time in my life. Then I cast away the hollow person lying on the hospital bed forever. Yeah, that's a good question to ask Rin. Do you want to have on arms? Do you want to like not being disabled? That's a good question. 2 days later, I'm feeling less miserable. I even go for a long brisk healthy walk like the nurse recommend, something which I had already indulged with all sorts of excuses earlier. I feel more active in class as well, delighting our science homeroom teachers, Mr. Muto, correct and promptly deliver answers. The break right now between the two morning classes is too short for any sort of meaningful activities, but too long to just spend it sitting in the classroom and doing nothing. Going out into the hallway isn't much better, but flexing my stiff muscles is a better use of time than letting them get even stiffer by staying seated. The door of the neighboring classroom door opens and the students of the 3th floor emerge to further fill up the already semi-crowded hallways. It seems that their teachers keep them in for a few extra minutes. Amy is among them. She noticed me noticing her, which almost makes me look away on reflex. I don't, however, and Amy smiles at me as she happily skips towards me past the other students. Amy looks pretty energetic, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. It seems like she recovered from the cold. Hey, good morning. Nice to see you back on your feet. Feeling better now? She looks fine to me, but I still feel compared to ask. Thanks, and yeah, I do. It was just a go, nothing serious. Amy laughs confidently as if to emphasize her conditions. I wonder for a moment what would count as serious in Amy's book. She seems to be eager to put the topic aside though. Where are you going? Up to Rin's room to see if she awakes yet. Oh, she skips the morning class? Sheepish smile emerges on Amy's face and she gets slightly flustered. Not exactly, it seems like she got the goal that I had. Sorry to hear that. Well, she was out in the rain on Sunday with us. After all, I saw her on Mondays and she was feeling a bit under the weather back then too. Yeah, anyway, I asked the nurse for some medication to give her if she doesn't get better soon. She leaves her for the girls' dorm. I want to go with her to wish Rin well. I want to tell her that I'm better now too, but it doesn't feel appropriate. Unspecified feeling diverse my thoughts always. Somehow I just can't summon the resolve to go in there. Is it what Ivana went through when she tried to tell me what she felt? Yeah, Rina sneezed. Or snoozed. She coughed on the roof when she saw me. Even though I'm feeling more energetic, I'm still hesitant about going over there to talk to Rin. It's not until 2 days later on Friday that I finally gathered enough courage to enter the girls' dorm. I asked the first person I meet inside for direction to Rin's rooms. I knock on Rin's mock door and wait. After a few seconds of silence, I hear something rustling inside the room. I start wondering if maybe I should brought something for her, like a can of warm coffee or some oranges. I could have peeled them for her. Well, it's too late now. The doors open silently. It was already unlocked, and I find myself staring at Rin, who stares back at me. She looks like she just got out of bed with her hair all messed up and barely any clothes on. That's not good. You're currently having a cold and you barely have any clothes on. You're gonna make yourself even sick, even more ill. It's not that bad still. Hello. There is a strange, stupid looking smile on Rin's face. I'm not exactly sure why. Rin smiles so rarely that it seems to be our place every time, especially so now, given her partially undressed state. The sad state makes me feel extremely conflicted about whether or not this was a good idea. Her cheeks are flushed rose red, starting with the milky pale complexion of a person who doesn't get enough sunlight. Her forehead looks sweaty as though she might have a fever. Hi. Now what? I didn't plan anything further than this, and Rin is staring at me with those expectant eyes of her again. Something about this situation gives me a very strange vibe. Her eyes are even more vacant than usual, and she seems to have a hard time focusing them on anything. The lack of clothing is disturbing, but since she herself doesn't seem to be bothered, but why should I be? I keep telling myself that. I thought I'd pay you a visit since you haven't been at the art club, and I wanted to talk to you about how you feel. I wanted to talk with you and wish you well. Rina doesn't show any sign of recognizing what I just said, making me wonder if she actually understood my word, or if she even heard them. Maybe it's a fever making her groggy. She might have actually been asleep before I came over. Okay. She turns on her heels and withdraws from the doors, walking back inside the small rooms. From the doorways, I can see her walk to her bed and half fall down, half sit down on the messy piles of bed sheets. The open doorway seems to be more of an obstacle in my mind than the closed door was. But since Rin doesn't say anything else, I step out through it and into her room. Rin is on her bed, leaning against her wall. Rin is on her bed, leaning against the wall, leaving the only chair in the room for me. She keeps quiet even after I sit down, so maybe she meant to invite me in, but just forgot to say so out loud. An implied invitation as it were. Very exciting, nobody has visited me before. The breaking of the silence draws my attention from the rooms to its inhabitants, who currently seems to be in the middle of the profound thought process. Actually, that was not true about visiting, but Amy doesn't count even if she visits. She always pampers me too much. I think she's having too much fun. I think I forgot how to put a bra on myself. She looks groggily down at her chest, which is probably why I don't have one on now I think of it. I haven't failed to notice that Rin doesn't have her shirt buttoned up either, but I try to keep my eyes strictly locked on her. It's rather evident that she's not a very body-conscious person. My own body, however, is quite conscious of her right now. She came to wake me up at 7:30 today. Can you imagine that? She pauses for a while and glances up at my dumbfounded face. On second thought, you probably can. It's not like that reverse rainbow fish I tried to imagine earlier. That was hard. Well, yes, that seems like a pretty normal time to wake up if you want to go to class in the morning. I'm trying to sound as reasonable as possible to counteract Rin's unreasonable annoyance. Tell her to stop. She gives me these mats and told me to take them. I follow her eyes to the night tables and then to the pill bottles sitting up on top of it. I pick up and turn it around and look at the labels so I can see what kinds of medication Amy's brought. Active ingredient. What is this? You took all of these? No, yes, I've been eating some since there's so many of them. Seems to make these things not so bad. Actually, I think I'm feeling just fine. Her head rolls around, making it look like she is either trying to stretch her neck muscles or possibly pass out. She took several of these pills. Can that be safe? At least it's bound to have some side effect, which I'm afraid I'm witnessing right now. I'm feeling just fine. I'm fine. Just someone take this buzzing away from my head. I can't think straight. That annoyed expression returns to Rin's face. It's like many of those insect things, or one really big insect things, with lots of wings, with very much color and everything. What's the word for those? Oh, never mind, I remember, it's butterflies. She smiled slightly after the last observation. The small pause in her monologue is not long enough for me to dare saying something that could potentially, but not likely, salvage this discussion. I love butterflies, they are best animal. Did you see any on your way here? He sound. She utters my name as an afterthought, possibly to make clear that she is now addressing me instead of just speaking her mind to whoever might be listening. This odd situation has left me speechless, more or less, since the moment Rin first opened her mouth. Now that she herself doesn't seem to have anything else to add, silence fills the small room. It makes me glance around again in an attempt to find something to talk about. This room is about as small as mine. The big window, which takes up most of the walls, from the doors, opens the east, just like mine. It looks very normal, which struck me as strange. I expected something more different. About those paintings, most of them in Rin's signature abstract style, and a few art posters are taking up almost of the available wall space, but that's about the only real difference between her rooms and mine. The room is not exactly aesthetic, but it doesn't look like what I expected from a grocery room either. A faint smell of art, of paints and papers exploding in the air is the same smell the art room has. Rina isn't too concerned about being tidy, it seems. Everything she owns seems to be arranged in various parts around her room. Your room looks nice. It's an empty sentence one uses to fill empty space in conversations, but my ways are feeling me pretty hard right now. Yeah, would you like me to show you the places? She looks at her half-open shorts quizzically, making me inadvertently follow her gaze to her chest. Oh, I guess I already did. I can't deny that, no matter how hard I try to act properly. It's very nice that you came to see me. It makes me feel very, what's that word? You know, the one about things and stuff. Anyway, you came. Rin's rambling makes me remember that I actually came here for a reason. Hey, about what we talked on Monday on the rooftop, remember? It doesn't seem to be exactly attentive right now. Not that she ever is. I plow ahead and get you off my chest anyway. I just wanted to tell you that I'm going to be better from now on, I guess. I hate being pathetic, so I decided that I'm not going to be anymore. I guess that's all. Okay, is that good? The bloody word flows out of her lips slowly and uncontrollably. I'm happy for you, I think. That's what I think. You shouldn't look so sad all the time. I mean, looking sad is fine if you're not sad, but you look sad like you're actually sad. That's no good. Are you going on some training camps where they make men out boys or mountain tops medication? No, I don't think so. Mediation, I think. Yeah, meditation, or mountaintop meditation. No, I don't think so. Oh, I guess that's fine too. The sentence comes out of her mouth and probably her brain one at a time with a small pause between each, making her gibberish hard to understand. I just think it seems like a good idea, maybe it's not. Rin finishes with one more line, getting her to say the last word over herself, an impressive display of what I can only describe as mental shadowboxing. While I'm embracing myself, I might as well tell you I'm sorry that I said some stupid thing to you last week. It's your own business to decide what you're going to do. She seems to not resist my word first, but then understanding lies in her eyes, and she waves her head around in a way that could be interpreted as anything. It's okay. I probably say stupid things too. It's just sometimes it's a bit hard to keep my thoughts the way I like them. They are not very straight, at least most of the time. Not that I want to have them straight, I just wish they were at least in some shape. Round is fine too, but I need more definition. My thoughts are very messy. Messy? She repeats the word melancholically, then flops lying down on her bed and nuzzles her head against her pillow, shutting her eyes. Enough, tired. You should go. I'm going to sleep again. She opens one of her eyes to look at me. Was it you who likes to look at sleeping girls or something else? Maybe there were many of those. I can't remember. You can stay if you want. No, I leave. I have to do homework anyway. I stand up from the chair and take a step out towards the door. Wait. Her request stopped me in my track. Not that I intended to scoot up right away. I look over my shoulder at the girl lying on her bed, again with the strangest kind of smile on her features. She should smile more often. I can walk you to the door. It's a least gentleman thing. It's a least gentleman can do. Ring giggles like a little kid, making me beyond absolutely certain that she took for too much of her cold medication today. I have always wanted to say that. Slowly and with difficulty, Rin first rises to a sitting position again, and then she stands up with even more difficulties and more slowly still. As if guided by some masculine automation, my eyes instantly lowers to a curve of her thighs and the striped panties, at which point my manners force me to lift my gaze back to Rin's eyes level. It's getting almost too hard to do that. Rin's is standing almost barely. Rin's is standing almost barely. It looks like she has trouble keeping her usually decent balance again. Probably a side effect of the medicine. She takes an unsteady step towards me, then another smaller one as she noticed that it's not a good idea to try to take a big step. I feel my muscles tense as I prepare to catch Rin as she falls down. She managed to take 2 more steps before she falls against me. To my surprise, neither her downward momentum nor our size height difference are able to stop Rin from pressing her heart-shaped lips squarely against mine. I do realize that. Yeah. So with adult curtains being disabled, that she wearing like a normal trousers, but with the adult curtains enables she wearing panties. But still not that bad though, but still like Rin is having a coat. She should wear more clothes rather than letting her body exposed. It's not healthy, you know. As I leave the pot after a confusing moment of nothing but the taste of Rin, I looked at her trying to find some explanation for this bewildering event. The euphoric smiles of madman broadened on Rin's lips again, and I wonder if I will remember this tomorrow. I'm absolutely stumped on how to respond. Rin takes a step backward, separating her body from mine, making me only now realize that they were even connected in the first place. The second step is actually a foot backwards, luckily straight onto her bed. The soft touch Rin's thin body make against the mattress breaks the silence. I move quickly over to her to see if she hurts herself, only to be met with a peaceful face of dreaming. Rin sleeps. She is lying diagonally across the bed, somehow managing to have simultaneously falling asleep while standing up and falling down in a way that she didn't injure herself. Fool's luck. I took Rin's in, covering her with a sheet as well as I can. She feels very light, even though I'm not that strong. I stand up to look at her, the oval-shaped face, the dark eyelashes shut against the furious cheeks, the slender body covered with the pale sheets. She sleeps. Conflicts plural churn inside of me. I think about calling a nurse to keep an eye on her, but decided against it. After taking one more glance at her peaceful face, I decide that she will be fine. I do pocket the remaining pills though. I exit the room and close the door soundlessly behind me. I exhale deeply, only now realizing I held my breath for a better part of the minute. Taking a moment to relax, I try to calm down my heart, racing a little jackrabbit. I had trouble getting to sleep that night, so the next morning finds me exceptionally groggy. I briefly considered skipping class, but remind myself that I'm supposed to be a stronger person now. I get up like a good boy and put on my uniforms, then make my way to the main school building without eating breakfast. I sit in my seat in classroom 3, waving a greeting to Misha and Susan like I do every morning, and let the day wash over me. The afternoon classes are always longer than those in the morning. This is true regardless of whether I count it by the minute or by the numbers of doodles drawn in my notebooks. Today I'm especially distracted as I keep thinking about Rin. Did I manage to properly tell her that I want to get better? Did she understand a word of what I'm saying? I think about the kiss we share and what it means. She was so out of her mind. Maybe it means nothing. But we have been getting closer lately. What does that mean? I think about Rin more and more nowadays. I wonder if she thinks about me. The ring bells makes me flinch and then realize that I haven't been paying attention during the latter half of class at all. I look at the assortment of sketches traveling up and down in the margins of my notebook, the only thing I got done in the last hours. Feeling vaguely disappointed in myself, I pack up and get to the hallway. Rin is standing right outside the door, her presence stopping me in my track as soon as I spot her. Her posture is relaxed as always, but I suddenly feel like I just ate a crowbar. I'm having a hard time meeting her gaze. She doesn't seem to have any trouble looking at me, but those dark eyes are making me feel flustered for no reason. It's hard to look straight at her, so I turn my face away a little. I don't know what one should say in this kind of situation, and then again, I really know what to say to Rin in any given situation. Hi. Hello. After the kiss, huh? I try to get rid of the awkwardness in my voice and invoke a more natural way of speaking. I suddenly worry about where I should put my hands, and it feels like they are in the way somehow. How are you feeling? You were pretty out of it yesterday. I'm okay. What do you mean yesterday? You don't remember? She tilts her head to the side like a bird, looking somewhat confused. Remember what? I have a pretty bad memory about yesterday. What about yesterday? I came to see you and I don't remember that kind of thing happening. She really doesn't remember. I don't know if this is a good thing or bad thing, but I feel disheartened all the time. I remember that I promised to show you one place though. Yeah, that happened for real? Maybe I just think that I remember that and I really don't. No, that was real too. Okay, do you want to go? Now? Yeah. Well, sure, why not? Is that all? Well, it's not. Together we walk downstairs and then outside. The usual summer day wearing cicadas and all greet us. It's immensely hot without the air conditioning the classroom offers. I start sweating immediately. We start along the tree-lined pathway that leads towards the dorm. The cherry trees offer shade with the sunlight blinking through the holes in the canopies. The light creates chaotic patterns of shadows, doubles with bright places where the beams hit the pavements. Rin's eyes are wandering in every direction but mine. I get the feeling that it's intentional. She leads to me to the back gate and once again. She leads me to the back gate once again, taking us through into the forest beyond. As before, the dropping temperature and the drastically the reduced level of light make it feel like the forest is swallowing us into its cavernous belly. We head uphill along the same path as last time, sticking around trees and boulders, over roots and rocks, past wild undergrowth. Birds sing somewhere in the woods, soloists for the humming background music of the treetops. We go past the small clearing with the big maples that is now called the worry tree. The climb steepen then becomes easier again. I have to stop a few times to catch my breath, and then hurry after Rin's who doesn't stop and wait for me. Soon I'm out of breath again. Suddenly the tree and we emerge from the forest. The boundary of the woods is sharp and abrupt. As though a line has been drawn to mark it. The hills continues to climb up a little further ahead, but from here to the top is a rocky meadows, patches of grass and small bushes that look like they are growing straight from the rocks. We soon reach the highest point with the forest behind us and a view to every direction opening in front of our eyes. The city lies far below and away, lazily reveling in the quiet afternoon mood. You can see pretty far from here and the vista is beautiful. I wonder how high up we are. I breathe out the fresh air and feel my heart rate slowly going back down. I think I might have overdone it a bit. A higher pulse is dangerous for me. I'm feeling fine right now though. The wind picks up, ruffling my hairs and causing the trees below us to sway. It makes the grass undulate in waves as the breeze sweeps across the hilltop. Sun shines from the open skies upon us, a few clouds passing by through shadows. What was painful heat before is now gentle warmth. I take a look around at the hilltops. It's pretty in the way nature often is. A plain harmony found in the natural arrangement of things. The most striking feature is an abundance of small yellow flowers. They are literally everywhere in these small meadows. I can't help commenting on it. Wow, a lot of flowers. Yeah, do you know this kind? They will fly away. Yeah, the dahlias. There are not many of them at school, but because they cut the grass so often, nobody cuts grass up here. The fragile-looking flowers will soon turn white and fluffy like cottons, and the winds will carry their seed away. I crouched down to look at one tiny yellow flower silently basking in the sunlight. There's not a hint of white yet, so it's still waiting for its times to be fulfilled. I brushed my finger against the delicate yellow petals. I feel the soft texture in my fingertips. It feels nostalgic somehow. I hear it approaching from behind instead, and back up to face her. She has a weird look on her face. Something on your mind? I don't know, it just... You just so sad all the time and become so upset easily, and it makes me confused. I really don't remember much about yesterday except that you came to my room, and that's why it might be because of me. I'm sorry, because of me. I think I know why. It's because people didn't really like. Oh my god, that is really long. Really like talking to me, and you might be the same, and that would be sad. I know that people, and I'm talking about others. Then, Jesus Christ, that's a lot to read. I mean to always say that I'm strange and that I talk strange things, so I thought I tried not to say strange things, but that just make me think more new and strange and colorful. That was not a good word, but maybe you understand anyway on things. So if I want to say something, I don't really know how to end that. The words are not the same as the thought, because something was wrong on the way out, but it's not like the thought or really the things. I should be saying it's more like the idea of the thought or the feelings or the ideas of the feelings, but it's not really any others either, because there's no word for it unless I invent a new one, which is not really useful. So I've been thinking of if doing things is better than saying so. Maybe because yesterday I took those pills and I was feeling a little strange. I might have done something that I shouldn't. Besides, I don't even know if it would be anybody or if I just say the thought there's no telepathy, that the real telepathy isn't there. I think it would be terrible and useful at the same time, but right now I wouldn't mind, because misunderstanding is so easy, but understanding is not when I thought. Jesus freaking Christ, she talks a lot. That the whole dialogue covered the whole screen. Holy Christ. I grasped her shoulder and squeezed hard to make her stop. I don't have the capacity to take all that in at once. She reached up instantly. Take a breath. I'm not upset. Why would I be? I'm just a little confused, but that is alright. I wonder if I was making a face she doesn't like again. I guess that I've been thinking about it yesterday all the time. Maybe I look weird. I wish that I had a mirror with me at all times. Don't need to get or say that at once. I'll listen even if you talk slower. It just came out. Sorry, I'm okay now. I just wanted to say something. I didn't mean that much. It's weird, isn't it? She looks at me with a surprisingly timid expression, one that I haven't seen before. I can't help but laugh a little. Yeah, it's weird. You're a pretty weird person, but there's nothing wrong with that. Thanks for being worried about me, but I'm going to get better. I told you that yesterday, but I guess you don't remember that either. I don't. I wonder why I forgot. Hopefully nothing important is like my own names. That'd be terrible. Will you kiss me? I did. Yeah, you did on the lips. I tried not to sound as matter of fact as I can, but I worry that I might be blushing again. Did you kick me? No, why would I do that? I don't kick a girl. Then it's all good, right? It's okay, right? I didn't forget my name. Yeah, it's okay. I wish I was more suave so that I could come up with better follow-ups to that, but nothing comes to mind. It's a good thing that Rins has more to say. It makes me feel relieved somehow. I think I should say sorry. I really bad people. Some things are harder to understand, like jellyfish. Do you understand jellyfish? I guess not. People are like jellyfish to me. I don't understand. Now it's her turn to make a face I don't really like seeing. I never really had friends. What about Amy? What about Amy? She paused herself for a while, as if having to consider the possibilities came unexpected to her. Amy takes care of me. I don't really know why, but I can't really talk to her. Not in a way. It's like her head is made out of soap, foams, and marshmallows. Or maybe it's just me. I like her though. Yeah, she's really nice, isn't she? Yeah. I want to be your friend too. I listen to you if you want to talk. If you don't, then I can just sit quietly next to you. And I want to tell you about what I think too. It goes both ways. We should definitely be friends. It's really nice of you to say that. I have always been able to tell everything to pencils and pens and papers. They are my best friend. It's hard to be pure. I have to use words. This is hard for me. Yeah, I know. You told me about how you forget. Rin nods at me wordlessly, and I dare to attempt showing her a little encouraging smile. I hope I do it properly. She doesn't reply in any way. I feel really glad the distance Rin pushed between ourselves and everything else has made me feel really uneasy ever since I met her. If we become real friends, I'm sure I could understand her more. I'm sure that this way we can close the gaps of understanding between us. My thoughts don't just meet to Rin. She seems lost deep in thoughts, wandering amidst the sea of yellow flowers covering the grassy hilltops. It's just as well. Time passes, the breeze making the taller grass sway gently in time with the wind. Rin hums a little song to herself so quietly that I can tell what it is, if it's even anything at all. A stronger gust sweeps over the hilltop, and the sounds of the trees in the wind buries the song away. I check my watch more out of habit more than anything else. It's 4:30 right now on this Saturday afternoon. Rin looks into the distant horizon with that cold. Rin looks into the distant horizon with that odd blank stare of hers, as if she were looking at nothing at all. Her pupils are dark and quiet like a pair of deep still ponds. I think I'm going to quit the art clubs. I realized it when we had that argument last week. Are you serious? What? Why you quit the art club? It was a good thing I tried, but it's not my thing, you know. I have more fun getting to know you than actually doing the art stuff in there. But I want to stay as your friend. Would that be alright? Sure, it was getting pretty creepy anyway with you staring at me all the time. Her comment makes me fluster immediately, but I managed to reply. Sorry about that. It's okay, I'm used to it. You're not the first person who likes me in pain. Who likes to see me in pain. Really? I hope it's not gonna lead to other endings. But yeah. Still. So far that the completion is just 48% though. If I cannot get 100% of completion of this visual novels, like, so be it. It's okay, I'm used to it. You're not the first person who likes to see me pain. Are you going to do some other things? I don't know, probably not. You're going to become better, right? Sure. Me too, you know. I'm going to talk to that friend of the teachers and ask her to put my stuff in her place and work hard to get all that done. I decided that just now, you know, but I think I knew it all along. I had this feeling for a long time now that I'm going to change. Even if I hate it and don't want it, even if I wanted to, I would change. Like, I'm not enough the way I am. I think this could be a good way to do it because it's like a straight line. Like, I've learned all the things in my life so far just for this. It's just art, and it's the only thing I really know. I know what I'm going to do, so it's good. I'm not afraid at all. I feel like I'm always do. Is that weird? No, not at all. I close my eye and keep saying the irresistible sensation that has been growing inside me all week long. I float up towards the surface of my own life. The pressure of being underwater slowly diminishes. The weightless sensation becomes stronger. I break the surface of the waters, lifting my head into the sunlight and inhale deeply, breathing in fresh air as if for the first time in a long, long while. My lungs fill with oxygen, and I've opened my eyes to see Rin's peaceful, determined face. We walk down the slopes carefully and slowly to avoid falling down. Rin's in the lead and me a few steps behind. Rin surely can do this. Even if she can't, she's going to pull through. I'm sure that I can keep my head above water too from now on. The sun sets behind our back, setting the world ablaze in its orange glow. I can keep watching the back of the red-headed girls descending the path a few steps ahead of me. It's only this much. The distance between us is definitely within my reach. Yeah, that cannot be the end. It has to be like... Yeah. We still have Act 3 and Act 4. Like, come on. What? And you quit the art club? Hey, Teach. I asked you a question, guy. I shake my head to fan up the dizziness. The teacher's looking at me as if everyone else in the class. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What's the distance between? Never mind. Not different question. Why are you here in this class? Good question. Learn about physics? Yes, well, no, but that's the answer I wanted to hear. acquire knowledge is a secondary reason for you to be in the school. The primary one is to learn the rule of societies, the norms and ethics that governs your everyday life. You don't come to school for your classes, you come there to interact with the other people here. You come to interact with the other people there, your classmates who are your equals and the teachers who are your superiors. You learn how to form social contacts and maintain them. In other words, how to be a part of societies. The school itself is a microcosms of the entire societies. Locke was the one who realized that, school not just a place for learning and all the kids at your age. You guys should know that better than anyone else. He pauses for a moment and lets his eyes sweep over the class to see if the message sunk in. At the very least, it shut everyone up and got them focused on him, captivated either by his voice or the sudden change of topics from physics to the philosophy of education. However, my classes, as you was so aptly put, are the places for learning about physics. He points at me with the pieces of chalks he's holding. So no sleeping during class, correct, Nakai? Yes, sir. From the corner of my eyes, I catch a cynic scowl and Misha's barely contained giggles. I sink deeper into my seat. At the class's end, I'm the last one who leave the classroom. I close the door behind me and quietly make my way to the art room. Club time passes in relative peace and quiet. I sit in my usual seat next to Rin, but she doesn't seem to be in a talkative mood. She even more distant than usual. Today we are going to draw still life and get to choose from either a vase full of fake flowers or an arrangement of rocks, sticks, on canvas. The teacher encouraged us to gather around the preferred motif, emphasizing perspective, texture, and lighting as the key points of this exercise. I look at Rin to see if she prefers one of the subject over the others, but she just tilted her head, signifying nothing. The club members quickly shuffle the chairs around the classroom to get closer to either the vase or the clutters. Rin and I pick the flower vase, but only one of us seems to do any works. She ignoring Nomiya assignments just like she suddenly started to ignoring me and has begun doodling something illy with her foot, and not really even looking at what she's drawing. I try to catch her gaze, but she's looking out of the window. It's making me uneasy. It almost looks like she's asleep with the way she's leaning back against the chairs with her legs resting easily on the desk. She's now completely giving up on the drawing. The more I try to relax, ignore her, and just to be myself, the more it feels like I should ask if something's wrong. After club's activity are over and others have filled out, Rin gets up from her seat and marches over to Nomiya's with unusual determination. I will do it. Nomiya, who was humming to himself while sorting a box of pencil by hardness, turns around with a mixed expression of friendliness and incomprehension on his face. What will you do, my girl? The gallery person, I can talk with that person. At least yesterday I thought I could. And today too. I think I want to try. I'm going to go all the way. The widest smile I ever seen on any person's face lights up the teacher's features. It is almost literally beaming. Oh, wonderful! I had almost lost hope. Such a hard-headed girl you are, but I knew that sooner or later you understand as well. I will call my good friend Seonji and arrange a meeting. You need to show her your works so she can estimate it. I told her about you, but obviously you should talk face to face. This is so exciting, isn't it? Nomiya is talking more to himself than to us and walking in circles around his desk, waving his hands around wildly all the while. He picks up his cell phone from the breast pocket of his jacket and flips it open with a stylish movement, starting to look for the number to call. While he searches, he notices me staring and gives me a beaming thumbs up. I shout back at him, doing my best to not look smug. Nomiya finds out the numbers and makes the call, turning away from us and lowering his voice once it goes through. Even so, I can hear his excited tone. The call doesn't last long. Fabulous. Sai is at the gallery right now, and she says we could stop by right away if that's fine. It's most excellent. This is most excellent. Do you have some kind of portfolio to show Rin? She just shakes her head at the question. Never fear, I've taken some photo of your paintings. We can bring those and maybe a couple of original with us. Those will be quite sufficient for now. There should be some recent ones around here in the back, right? She puts on our photos out of desk drawers, then stretches towards the back where there's more storage room and extra cabinets for all the materials and tools that art classes and club use. He soon finds what he was looking for and crudely wraps two of Rin's paintings in some brown packing papers. Nakai, would you carry these to my cars? I pick up the two old paintings. They aren't heavy, but they do make navigation of somewhat cumbersome as I follow Nomiya and Rin to the parking lots. Nomiya has a pretty nice car, not something I expect a high school teachers, not a high schoolers. I mean, what defines a high schoolers? High school student or high school teachers? Nomiya has a pretty nice car, not something I expect high school teachers to drive. I wonder what kind of salaries they own at Yamaku. The canvases are stuffed into the trunk where they just barely fit. At the teachers over enthusiastic prompting, I get there in the cars along with them. Rin answers my questioning stares with a confirming nod and nonchalant shrugs. I guess I become some sort of assistant for her now. Nomiya doesn't go light on the pedals. The smooth ride takes just about 10 minutes to bring us to the city centers, where we pull into a tiny parking lot and get out of the car. I pick up the painting again, looking around, just like any city in Japan really. The same style of buildings, people hurrying here and there, office workers sweating in their suits and in the summer heat. White line street on something you see everywhere though. Maybe they are this city's specialty. It definitely has that feel of the cities which I thought I had already forgotten. I feel immediately comfortable walking around. I haven't actually been here before. No, in that case it's about time. It's a great city, lots of wonderful folks around here, and most important of all, it's a vibrant cultural life. Science Place is just around corners. After turning around 3 more corners, Nomiya stops in front of the door. There is a name plate in a big red letter over it, 22nd corners. Is it really the 22nd corners? Or what? That's bothering me too. I mean, where to start counting and which way do you count? Good question though. How do roadworks count the corner of the road? Rin gets woke up on over the strangest thing. Unlike me, Nomiya ignores her completely and pushes the door open. The gallery is very clean looking and the air conditioning makes it cool and very comfortable. The white walls and big windows facing onto the busy street makes the whole place feel airy and bright. There's nobody around whom I can see, however. Most of the floor space is empty, with only a few large tables and a counter for furniture. There are paintings too, of course. A poster advertised an exhibition for an artist I never heard of. Most of his works seems to portray or landscape done in a more traditional style than Rin's abstractions. Someone by the bell on the doors, a lady who looks maybe around Nomiya's age, comes from around the corners. She dressed up in a short suit, her straight dark hair in a perfect ponytail behind her head. A pair of flashy, expensive-looking eyeglasses frame her eyes. On second glance, I'm not so sure of her age anymore. She looks old and yet not actually old. I say hello. She clearly recognized the teachers, greeting him warmly. Oh, thank you, Shinichi. And so quickly, I take it that these two are your students. Indeed, let me introduce you. This is Tezuka Rin, and the one I spoke to you about, and the healthy-looking lad over there is Nakahisao. She takes a long, hard look at both of us, especially Rin. It feels like we're being evaluated. That's a word of some abstract kind of being calculated for us. Her eyes linger for a long time on Rin, and on her eyes, her empty lips are tied in knots. Her posture side takes her first impression of Rin, with an intensity I've not seen used by anyone else before. Once finished, she smiles amiably. Pleased to meet you both. My name is Sayonchi Sai, and I'm the owner of this gallery. Could I maybe offer you some tea? Oh no, thank you. We are fine. Let's get down to business. I like the painting on the tabletops to give the gallery's owners a better view, and Nomiya pulls out his photos. The old lady studies Rin's work heavily, absent-mindedly, brushing her cheeks with her fingers while letting her gaze sweep over the paintings. Her eyes reminds me of the bird of praise of some sort. They are so soft and somehow very calculating. She takes her time slowly going over the paintings in order to, without uttering a single word. Even the teacher looks very nervous. He tries to point out certain details and other things about Rin's works, but it seems like she's not listening. While Nomiya and I keep looking at Sae, trying to look for some hints of reaction on the gallery owner's face. Rin lets her gaze wander around the gallery space. Suddenly, she pops up. Is this really the 22nd corners? Sae raises her gaze from the painting to look at Rin, but doesn't answer. It's probably for the best. She takes stock of Rin's slouchy posters and her dreaming eyes that are again moving relentlessly about. The way Rin seems to be detached from the situation that's supposed to be very important for her annoy me just a little. I'm practically holding my breath here. After Sae has gone through all of Nomiya's photos and inspected the two oil paintings I hold here, she goes through all the material again, this time at a quicker pace. Finally, she gives her verdict. I like it. Though, if you don't mind me saying, you're still a bit immature, searching for your own direction perhaps. She picks up one of the photos. Still, just look at this. I just can't take my eye off it, like a little kitten playing around. That's what your art makes me feel, young lady. Thank you. I think nobody has ever said that before, I think. That's all that Derry has to say, something about that. Something about what the gallery owner says and how she says it makes it sounds patronizing to me, but I hold my tongue. Anyway, what a wonderful imagination though, isn't it? I always say that Tezuka has a great eye for composition and color, harmony and technique. Remember, all these are done with her feet. Of course, we need to put some of the simpler ones on display too for the lay people, right? Say. The teachers note derisively. You know how those Philistines are. What do they understand about real art? They just be at loss. They just be at a loss with the abstraction and themes are here. But it will generate more publicity, and that's good, isn't it? Sae smiles gently at Nomiya's remarks and turns back to the paintings. I wonders. To tell you the truth, I don't know. I just don't know if all this makes an exhibition. Even if I like it, I don't get the feel of the themes of cohesion. There is no over, and really, who would expect some such from a young artist like Kitten here? Oh no! It's definitely doable, especially if we get a few new pieces and touches up some ones. I don't mind paying more. Are there anything? It's a bit of a stretch. Trust me, I wouldn't have come to you if I didn't believe Tezuka was ready. You can see it too, can you? I know exactly what her kind of is capable of, and you know too. Those words give a gallery's lady a pause. A hollow, bottomless looks takes her over her eyes for a moment, as if she was looking through or maybe past Nomiya. She said nothing, but her mouth becomes a tight, flat line, as if a stretch. Finally, the moment passes. Is that what she was saying? That's what I'm saying. She sighs and takes a few steps, walking in a circles as if to help organize her thought. She takes another look at the photo of a painting she particularly liked, the one that makes her call Rin's a kitten. She places her hands over her mouth. Lost for words, after a few moments, she shakes her head. I don't know what to say. After seeing you, dear, and these paintings of yours, would you excuse us for a moment? I want to talk to your teachers in private a little bit. Says draws the art teachers aside, and they talk in harsh tone for a while. I can't hear what they're saying, but over her shoulder I can see the lines around her corners. Around the corners of her mouth tighten as she motions with her hands in time with her words. The expression on her face is... What kind of expression it is? Is it? I couldn't say. Once they are done discussing whatever they had to discuss, they give one another a serious look. I feel something that goes beyond mere words transpiring there. They walk back to us. She looks seriously at Rin, has left hand reaching as if instinctively towards a pack of cigarettes that's lying on the tables. She picks the packs up and extracts one, look at it absentmindedly, as if only now realizing she did so, and put it back. Finally, she locks eyes with Rin, Finally, she locks eyes with Rin, evaluating her once more. Alright, little kittens, I'm going to believe in you. I will display your paintings in here, but from what I can see, this is not enough. You don't really have cohesive teams, and you don't have enough of the good stuff. You're going to have to work hard to actually get something that we can put on exhibit here. I know. It's a good thing my gallery is so small, no? Rin already spends pretty much every free waking moments she has painting. How is it possible to work any better, any harder? She had to skip classes to do more than she already does, and how can anyone work that much? Silence falls in the gallery after my words. Sai looks at the art teacher who is looking contemplatively at his star students. I look at all three of them confused. It's doable. What do you mean? I mean the school is special. The board puts great values on things such as this. I'm sure I could arrange some leaves for her. It's not unprecedented by any means. I discussed it with her parents too, but they've been quite supportive. However, it might be a bit of a stretch to get working space for her at the school if she's not actually going to attend classes. Actually, I was thinking about this before. Do you use the place upstairs for anything? No, I don't. I haven't seen back then. It's more like a landfill than the atelier now. Upstairs? I own a small atelier apartment on the top floor of this building, but it hasn't been used for goodness. It's been so long, hasn't it? Her eyes slips to Nomiya, who has a strange muted expression on his face. Indeed, do you think? Even Nomiya, in all his brashness, has troubles coming straight out with the questions. Sai, of course, sees through him and throws up her hand, sighing deeply. I guess I can say no, can I? Very well, I lend you the use of that place as well if needed. It's not like I really use it. Excellent, I knew I could count on you. Don't celebrate yet. It really is a mess, so don't be shocked when you first see it. However, you can use it as you see fit. Since the atelier really has easel and things like that, you only need your own tools and materials and to somehow clean it up a bit. It's not habitable though, so I can't let you live there. It's not habitable though, so I can't let you live there. I doubt your school and parents will allow that in any case. Okay. However, it's convenient to crash there overnight if necessary. I would mind. Once excellent, isn't it, Tezuka? He enthusiastically passed Rin on the shoulders, laughing in relief and happiness as if all this good fortune landed on him personally. Sai smiles as well, perhaps more amused by the old teacher's ugly than anything else. Oh dear Shinichi, this really is like back then. Are you sure we all haven't been bitten off? Are you sure we all haven't bitten off more than we can chew? She looks at Rin, who seems to be oddly subdued despite all this. I hope it will be worth it, kitten. She holds out her hand as if to shake Rin's, but realized the possibilities. She holds out her hands as if to shake Rin's, but realized the impossibility and quickly moves to pat her on the shoulders. Rin looks back at her silently, her eyes serious and impenetrable like a dog of the night. Man, like it's been like 3 hours for Act 2. I having a feeling there's gonna be another 3 hours for Act 3, and Act 4 is gonna be maybe 1 or 2 hours. Ugh. I had to read a lot, Jesus. But it's for the sake of the videos, right? It's for the sake of yeah, if there's anything 18 plus patch inside the game folders, if there's anything though. Rin applies for and thanks her to Nomiya pressuring the principal. I'm sure. Granted, is granted in leave for the rest of the terms for exceptional extracurricular activities. She has to make up for it during summer vacation, but it seems that she doesn't mind. We will still be able to eat and sleep at school. Of course, she just doesn't have to go to classes. I'm not entirely sure if I am with her or not. It all makes me feel anxious somehow. It's the last day of school for Rin. I feel like I should send her off with a word of encouragement, or at least say something. It was sort of due to my influence she decided to dive headfirst into this after all. My class ended in a good 20 minutes early, so I walked down to the lobby and buy a can of juice. Then sit down on the bench and wait for Rin. I pull out a novel from my bag and search for a place where I was. Time stretches comfortably over the warm of the afternoon, where I idly sip my orange juice and read a few chapters of the book. The plot doesn't seem to advance at all, but it's all the same for me. The bell rings to end the school day, and students shuffle to club meetings or outside. Nobody noticed me sitting on the bench, having my nose on the novels. I keep watch out for Rins, but I don't see her familiar face or red tinted hair passing by. I check out my watch 20 minutes past the end of class when the lobby has all but empty of people again. Even Rin should have already managed to get out of class, but either I missed her walking by or she never came downstairs. Perhaps she went to the art club's rooms for some last minute things instead, or got held back by her strict home room teachers. I haven't really waited that long, but having grown tired of it already, I decided to go find her myself. I stuck my book back in the bag and throw the now empty juice can in a trash bin, then climb upstairs. The hallway is really quiet, as there are no club rooms apart from the art room nearby. I checked there first, but not even the teacher is in. Coming back towards the stairwell, I quietly knock on the door of 3-4 and push the door open to begin. Yellow sunbeams across the classroom, falling across the floor. The dust and chalk floating slowly in the air makes the light almost palpable. The entire room bathes in the gentle lights shining through the windows, washing the shadows away. Only one person is inside the classroom, and Rin is sleeping. Rin sits in what I assume is her seat, next to the window in the third row. Her head rests against her desk. I wonder if she slept through it all. Apparently, not even Emmy's had the heart, or maybe the capabilities to wake her up. I close the door quietly, walking back. I close the door quietly, walking past the neat, even rows of desks. I go over to where she sits. Rin? My mouth is suddenly so dry that the words comes out as a tiny whisper. She doesn't answer, so I set my back down on the floor next to hers and leans over her to look at her face. Rin's eyes are peacefully closed, the long eyelashes projecting thin shadow onto her cheeks. Her mouth is slightly open, letting me hear the quiet sounds of her breathing. Her usually messy hair is even more so today, lying in complete disarray over half of her face and forehead. Her back is lying at her feet like a forgotten rag doll. A few books and pens have fallen out near her seat. The scene makes me smile a little. I touch Rin's head lightly. Sweeping a few strands of hair up her ears. Her hair feels warm against my palms. Rin stirs and I retract my hands on reflex, feeling embarrassed for touching her so casually. She looks so vulnerable, like any sleeping person. It's impossible not to feel fondness towards her. I see on the desktop of whoever is in front of Rin, then draws the window slightly open to get some fresh air in. Hopefully it will wake her up and I won't need to resort to cruder methods. She doesn't wake up, but I didn't really expect her to. Looking at her makes me feel tired as well. To be honest, I wouldn't mind a quick nap either, but I contain myself with leaning against the large windows. The glass is warm against my ear and cheek as these windows face west towards the setting afternoon sun. The afternoon light is slowly melting into Rin's outburned hair, softening her outline so that she seems to be fading into her surroundings. The minute twitches of her muscles, her hair swaying in the air currents, the even rhythm of her breathing, it all gives her a strong impression of the dreamy girls. Like all sleeping people, Rin looks like she is always like all sleeping people, Rin looks like she is away from this world, in some distant dream country. With her, it doesn't feel so obvious that she would ever come back. She seems so detached from her surroundings even when she awake. In fact, she has this same kind of air around her when the realization hits my consciousness without warning. Rin sometimes looks like that when she is painting. Her focused expression gives her the same feeling of being on the other side of some imaginary gap as looking at her sleeping face does. I feel the pain in my chest. There's no way I can close the gap to be on the same level with her. It hurts. even though I know that it's impossible for any two people to truly understand each other. But Rin, she almost literally in another world when she's talking about art, thinking about art, or making art. It's a world that I or anyone else really can't share with her, just like the world of dreams. Rin still doesn't show any sign of waking up, so I'm faced with the decision to either rouse her myself or wait for her to awaken on her own. I choose the latter. Waiting is something I'm good at. I found that out during my hospitalization, but even the hospital ward was more lively than the school after classes are over. The only sound in this place are the loud ticking of the clock above the doors and the distant voices upstairs down on the ground. A genuine summer breeze blows inside from the windows. I crack open, full of warm and carrying the sense of light. I look outside to see where it came from, but I'm dazzled almost instantly. The window's glass seems to trap all the sunlight within, making it painful to look away. Making it painful to look that way. Or I can glimpse through the windows or the dark silhouette of the trees and the walls around the campus against the same sun's radiance. As I turn back to watch Rin, she stirs again. A single tear warms down from the corner of her eyes, slowly making its way across her face before it falls onto the desk. It's tiny, barely a droplet, but it captivates me. Another tear follows the first and the third. A feeling of anxiety overcomes me, petrifying me on the spot. It's so strange seeing Rin's face peaceful as she sleeps. At the same time, as tears stream down her cheeks, wetting the wooden desktop she rests her head on. I don't know what to do, so I do nothing and just watch the tears roll one by one down her face. I wonder what she's dreaming about. Rin wakes up after one final flinch, or perhaps because of the tears. She sits upright and yawns so excessively it looks like her jaw might dislocate. She noticed my presence, but her reaction is more like the lack of any reacting at all. It's just an acknowledgement, no startles, gaps or anything. Hello, good morning. She's so groggy she can't even return my smile that I somehow can't stretch to be entirely honest. Rin notices her wet cheeks and quickly wipes them on the shoulders of her shirt. It seems she isn't at all surprised or flustered by them. You cry in your sleep, a bad dream? No, it's nothing like that. It's something I learned to do from other people. It's a funny story, I'll tell you later. On second thought, not really that funny at all. I guess I won't take you. Did you want something or did you just come to watch me sleep? I wanted to see you after classes. Oh wait, it's after class now and I'm seeing you right here. Yeah, I just wanted to say good luck or something. I figured the upcoming weeks are going to be a lot of work for you. Thanks. Rin yawns again and blinks a few times. I feel weird, didn't really sleep much last night at all. Butterflies in your stomach? What? No, I mean yes. I know what that means. Butterflies don't really feel so good right now. It'll be fine. You're so confident. Someday it will bite you in the ears. I look forward to it. I think I have to go. I promised Mrs. Sayonji that I'd go there straight after school, and now it's after school. Is it okay if I come by sometimes? I'm guessing you're planning to work long hours, so if you prefer to avoid distractions. It's okay, it's not distraction. Not like Amy, don't bring her with you though. I wouldn't like that this time. I told her to stay away. I see, alright then. Rin stands up and silently walks to the doors with me following behind. The school's empty hallways, devoid of the usual crowd of students, feel very lonely. It's only a few hours since school ended, but the building seems to be all but deserted, or footsteps or that intrudes upon the stillness of the hallways. The change is sudden, but it shows how the building is just an empty shell that without its students and teachers to liven it up. It's like the school has become a private world for just the two of us, a desolate place with silence and chalk dust. I'm going to change. She says this out of the blue while we walk down the stairs from the third floor, and it makes me wonder how she views this challenge that lies ahead of her. That's what people must do sometimes. That's the last thing we said to each other that day, even though there's so much that we could talk about, and even those words that drown in the old encompassing silence disappearing into the stagnant air as if they were never said. Alright, good luck trying to change. Good luck. You got this, Rin. You got this. I know it's going to be stressful, but you got this. The next Monday is marked by the strange emptiness that grips me caused by the knowledge that I won't be able to see Rin whenever I want to anymore. This hollow feeling is a little bit disconcerting, but I make it to the afternoon all the same. My last class is, in a word, terrible. It's not that the lesson is that bad, it's however boring. It's so hot in the classroom that I feel like I'm melting. The air conditioning is either broken or turned off, so the windows are open. It makes no difference since the air outside is completely still. Only the chopping of cicadas carries inside. The sweltering heat permeates the room. Students and teachers are in a almost delirious state. I just want to stand up and walk out of here without caring what the teachers or anyone else said. I can see I'm not the only one with these thoughts too. Next to me, Bisha is shamelessly holding her skirt up a bit and fending air in with her notebook. Only Shizune seems to be as cool as always, sitting with her back perfectly straight, arms folded on her chest, her eyes fixed on the equation score on the blackboard. I keep shooting yawning glances at my watch, but it doesn't help the time go by any faster. It's funny, I remember how badly I wanted to get out of the hospital and go back to school. All I can think of is the upcoming summer vacation and freedom from classes and homework. Perhaps it's a human nature to think only of the situation at hand. Finally, the bell rings. Relieved, my classmates and I burst out into the hallway already crowded by students from our neighboring classes. As for Amy did, Minu tips figures nearby and walk up to her. Hey there. She smiles really, clearly happy to see me. Here's what's up. Is your classroom super hot too? Yeah, it is. I thought I was going to marry in there. Nothing else is really happening though. Feeling a bit weird now that Rin's on her great adventures or whatever you want to call it. Amy's face cracks in a wider smile and she jumps up and down enthusiastically. Isn't it great? I'm so happy for her. I bet everyone will like her paintings and she'll sell a lot of them. Makes her pass and make piles of money. Yeah, I'm sure it will work great. I'm totally soaking at her though. She hops angrily and places her hands firmly on her hips, even letting little anger seep into her voice. It doesn't quite have an impact she's probably hoping for, but I'll say nothing. Why's that? She said that she doesn't want me to go see her. Oh yeah, she mentioned that. I guess she prefers to not be distracted. I can understand that. I don't think I'm that much of the distraction. Besides, I'm sure she'll forget about sleeping and eating properly if someone not there telling her to do it. Sometimes she like that, gets completely fixated on whatever and drop everything else. It really makes me worry, is she going to be alright? Just friendship. Speaking of that, I don't even know if I should be saying it, but it's been bothering me. How would I put this? Rin said that she doesn't really see you as friend or something, and I really can't figure why she would say something like that. You two seem to be so close. I feel really awkward saying this, but I finally managed to get the words out. Amy doesn't seem to be too shocked, but it gives her a pause for a moment. Even her perpetual smile flattens into a more difficult expression. Is that so? I guess I may be more like a big sister or something to her. Excuse me? Big sister? You? I put my hand on top of my head and then hers, as if to measure and confirm our heights. Amy playfully slapped me on the wrist and stick her tongues out, looking annoyed. Hey, that's hanging below the belt. I thought you were more the gentleman. Sorry, I just couldn't resist. Too easy. I really wanted to make a joke to soften the mood rather than to make fun of Amy's though. But I'm serious. Besides, I'm a year older than Rin is, or even you for that matter. So there. Really? Yeah, I missed a year of school when I relearned to walk and run with these legs. Alright, that makes sense. I should have figured that out myself. In my defense, her tiny figures is really misleading. Amy smiles wryly and something deep and hidden flows up into her eyes, like a swirling vortex suddenly appearing in an otherwise calm reverse. I watched her struggle for a brief moment until she blinks it away and her smile widens. Anyway, it's true. She just so cute. I want to pamper her. I always wanted to. I always wanted a little sister, but well, I guess I ended up never getting one. It's a little bit hard to really talk with Rin, so I guess I never really tried. I like her a lot though, so hearing that she said that doesn't make me happy. It's not like I can really argue, so maybe that's just how it is. We are really close, but maybe it's just not just maybe it's just not in that way, you know. She sighed loudly. I wonder if she thinks I'm annoying. I'm pretty sure that's not the case at all. Amy shakes her head, look amused. I'm not sure if she's joking or not. She has these weird ideas about a lot of stuff. Things that just make sense to her in a totally different ways than they do to me. I can't even remember all the weird stuff that she talks about over all this time. I don't think Rin does either, really. She's the type who would forget her own head if it wasn't attached to her shoulders. That's why I just can't leave her alone. Is that weird? She leans against the wall, managing to look at distraught, yet still cheerful as always. I get the strange feeling about it, as though I were talking to two people at the same time. How would I know? Everyone's weird in some way, but if that's yours, it's a very nice way. At least I can understand what you are talking about, unlike Rin. Most of the time, I have no idea about what's going on inside her head either. Amy giggles, nodding in agreement. I think it's okay even if you don't understand her. That's how she usually is. Amy stands up straighter, brushing the hem of her skirt and straightening the waistline. She laughs awkwardly. Wow, we ended up talking pretty seriously. What's up with you, Hisa? Why did you bring this up? Oh, sorry, I didn't really mean to get into this sort of discussion either. I don't know. I had this weird feeling lately about Rin. I don't know why. I feel being guilty bringing up something like this for no reason except my own anxieties. It'll be fine, don't worry about it. Suddenly, Amy clutches my wrist and twists it so she can see what time is it from my watch. Oh dang, it's late already. I should really go. There is a meeting with the rest of the track team at the field. It's not going to be fun in this heat. We are going to sweat like pigs, but I promise I'll be there. Bye bye. She skips downstairs, leaving me wondering what I said or what Rin says rather hurt her or not. Maybe what Amy herself said hurt her the most comes to that. So in the end, even the person closest to Rin is just as far apart from her as everyone else. I wonder if Rin herself ever feel that distant. I felt like I was drifting away from the world too during my hospitalizations. I felt anxious and depressed, and even now I sometimes still do, but I fight against it with all I got. Evelyn has been on that side of the divide for her whole life. I can't imagine how she could not be lonely, but perhaps she's truly different. I refuse to belong to that other place, but maybe she found comfort there. As I walk through the afternoon, I glance at my watch. I almost 4:30. I would normally have a club meeting to 10. I would normally have a club meeting to attend, but I don't feel like going to the art club at all. So I start heading the opposite way. It feels like a poorly chosen decision. I just know that if I skip club once, I'm going to skip it again and again. This is probably it for me. And the art club. It's been plumbing beneath the surface for a while now, though. I guess I formally quit later. I keep watching the blank linoleum floor while I walk without a direction. This leads me, perhaps unconsciously, to the school library. It's almost empty and completely quiet. A few students first year are sitting at the tables, drawing efforts to get homework done before dinner time. Yuko is hard at work today too. She's methodically going through the towering stack of books sitting on her desk, checking them one by one and then placing them onto a card beside her. I greet her as I stop by. Good afternoon. I haven't seen you for a while. Did you read all the book already? She seemed to be in a good mood. I don't think so. I joined the art clubs, so I've been passing the time there instead of working my way through the collection. I think I'm going to quit though, so I guess you'll be seeing more of me again from now on. You didn't like the club? Honestly, I don't know. I don't have much of the talent for art, but I didn't hate doing it either. I guess it just feels a bit pointless. I can't really see any purpose of ongoing. The art teacher scares me a little. Really? He seems like a really nice guy, maybe a bit over the top sometimes. Yoko makes a face I can read but doesn't say anything further. How do you do? How are you doing? Something good happened to me today. I didn't flunk my university course. Well, that's great, isn't it? Yes, without credit, I might have been kicked out, and then I have had a lot of explaining to do to my family. I'm really lucky. I think I'm going to buy pudding. I think I'm going to buy pudding today to celebrate. Being a university student sounds hard. I'm surprised that you're working to job while still attending. My part-time works really make it hard to keep up with my studies, and I get yelled at by my students' counselors. And then if I stop late instant studying, I get sleepy at work and my boss yell at me. If I quit my job, I stop. It's like I just can't win. I wonder why it's like that. I don't really know how. I really don't know what to say. Yuko isn't really complaining to get empathy out of a guy a lot younger than her. She basically is just talking about the facts of her everyday life. It makes me feel even more pity for her somehow. Well, it must be hard for you. I don't know. It's been like this for long. I don't know. It's been like this for so long that I've forgotten what it's like to have a normal life. Or maybe this already is a normal life for my age. Is this normal? Is this right? It must be. Why is being normal so depressing? I couldn't say not like being abnormal, much different though. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Sorry. I just got carried away. It's fine. It was a joke. So anyway, you seem to be doing just fine now. Yes, when I feel really down, I take a step back and make a cup of tea. And when I drink my tea, I give my mood and kick in the butt, like wham! And then I tell when I tell myself, now you're going to do this thing, you go, and then I go and get it done. That's why I'm working so hard now. She clenches her face dramatically at the high point of her spirited explanation. It's a bit unclear what she actually means, but it's nice that she is so motivated. Leaving Yuko alone with her works, I head to the back of the library where the novels are. I briefly considered reading something non-fiction for a change, maybe a biography perhaps, but in the end I decide against it. My fingers trace the spines along the rows of novels. They occasionally push out all the random books so I can read the back and maybe sample the first 2 or 3 pages. Nothing really catches my interest, so I end up picking up a book I already read back in March and also at the hospital. I recall liking it. I sit down on one of the beanbag chairs and quickly get stuck into the books, turning pages at a rapid pace. I'm probably not the fastest reader around, but pretty fast at all the time. Reading quickly makes me feel oddly satisfied. Focusing on reading is something I'm pretty good at too. I can cram study pretty efficiently as well, as long as I stay motivated. It's a secret of my good grades, though I'm pretty diligent in class too. That's one reason I have in common. She can really focus on painting if she wants to. I wonder what she's doing now, very hard at work at painting. And the distance that suddenly grew between us irritates me. I thought that we're getting closer, but now that the feeling's been lost. I'm a bit worried about her too. I can't make sense of my own thoughts. Oh. New choice. They both correct though. I want to be with her more. I cannot leave her alone either. They both correct though, but which one is better? I want to be with her more. Yeah. Let's do that. Both are correct though. Without Rin, I don't really have anyone else at school that I actually talk to. Not like we actually talk very much anyway, but at least we hang out. I really don't want to lose that. If I want to keep what I have with Rin going, I have to get involved with making this exhibition happens right at her side. I realized I've been sitting on the same page for a while now. I turned my gaze back to the book I'm reading. The jungle of claims has somehow turned into a near incomprehensible ciphers. I stare hard at it, expecting the text to stop making sense to me. The pattern emerged, nothing that could take me any further than I am. Days I close the book, put it back on the shelf, and then sit down and think honestly and harder about what I really want. Yeah, both choices are correct though. But I saved just in case. Anything's bad going to happen. The next day, I take the bus into the city. It goes twice an hour, starting in the morning, by the front gate, passing by the front gate of Yamaguchi at 20 minutes past and 10 to the hours. The ride still takes considerably longer than the one Nomiya's kept us in his cars. I slowly read the books as the bus makes its rounds toward the suburbs, pausing at almost every stop to pick up someone or let them out. Eventually, we make it to the last stop at the city centers. The city is fair size, but not too large, and seems too quiet. Nevertheless, I enjoy the atmosphere. Despite being slightly directionally challenged, I find my way from the bus station to the gallery without too much effort, and soon I find myself staring at the big letters saying 10-second corners. Inside the gallery, owners is intently studying a large painting hanging on the wall, a portrait of an old man. Good afternoon. And she turns around to look at me, and a smile of recognition spread on her lips. Oh, aren't you the young man from the other day, Shinichi student? Was it? That's right, good afternoon, Mrs. Seonji. Please, just say, I don't want to feel any older than I am. You know, I'm so glad that even young people show interest in art nowadays. It's so refreshing. What brings you here? Surely you're on just on a courtesy visit all the way from your school. I actually came for Rin. I was hoping to see how she's doing. Oh, is that right? Well then, you need to step back aside. You see, the atelier is actually at the next door on the right down on the street. And up the stairwell, just climb the stair to the top floor. There's only one door there. You can't miss it. I keep saying my thanks. I see the gallery and locate the door she was talking about. It leads to a darker stairwell, which reminds me of the stairs leading to the roof of the school buildings. The stairs are steep, and even though it's only 5 floors, my breathing gets heavy before I reach the top. Unassuming wooden doors were easier for me there. It's unlocked, so I knock and enters. The atelier is really just one big room with the ceiling lower than one end than the others because the roof of the building is gables. There is a huge skylight in the ceiling that acts as a main source of light for the room, bringing in sunlight that reflects off the white painted wall. I suppose it's good to use natural light for art. There isn't much in the way of interiors decorations. No surprise, since the room seems to have been used as storage for a while. All kinds of boxes and office furniture are scattered around the place. The room is dusty since it's not been in use for a while. I can see that someone has made some effort to clean up a little, but it's far from immaculate. Rin standing in the middle of the room with her back to me, staring at a half-painted canvas placed on an easel. Not working on it, just staring, unmoving. She wears what now must be a second or third hand denim overalls over the standard school uniform shirts, much like the one I'm wearing. They look pretty worn and are covered in paint spatters. From the way they seem to be loose or tight in places, I'm guessing that they were originally Rin's. Hi. Hello. Rin doesn't judge my showing up as worthy of turning around, saying maybe something more than just a mechanical reply to my greeting, smiling at anything. And she keeps on doing whatever it is she's doing, probably some weird creative things inside her head. Perhaps I should have expected that much. Still, I make another attempt at conversations. This is pretty cool place, big too. It is, saying I can use this as much as I like. I even have my own key. So how's the work going? She doesn't answer for a while. I begin to wonder if she's already forgotten the questions. As a cloud drifts over the building, shadowing the light pouring in from the skylight, the change in Rin's surroundings seems to wake her up. I don't know, it's like a huge ball. I don't really know which size is the right one. It's really huge. It's as huge thing as ever. Like a mountain growing inside of me, like I'll swallow a mountain whole. It's going to be hard, I think, really very hard. Try to listen for undercurrents of stress or sudden
uncertainly in her voice, but I don't pick up anything like that. Why are you here? Her tone is not as unkind as the directness of the question would make it seem. But you said that it'd be fine if I came to visit, so here I am. I guess it's not for any real reason, but I thought you might like company or assistant or maybe some. He's out. Can you be quiet for about 15 minutes? Maybe 10 is enough. 5 is definitely is not. You can talk afterward. Okay, sure. Her tone is sharp, nothing like I ever heard that from her before. There is no comment, no noise, no angers, but her voice appears me all the same. Alright. With the silence that falls, anxiety creeps back into my heart. I wonder if it was a mistake to come here. Memory of traffic filter in from outside, and I start to feel more and more uncomfortable. All my thoughts keep finding themselves returning to certain things that have been swirling relentlessly in the back of my mind for some time now. I feel like those thoughts will surface out of the tempestuous sea of my mind, whether I want it or not. Despite desperate desperate to divert my focus, I fixate on Rin's back as my mind races. I don't think I ever studied anyone's back so intently before. Her neck hidden by copper color hair, which is again in complete disarray. That relaxed yet rigid posture, reminding me that Rin's physical appearance often tend to be as awkward as her various trains of thought. Those gaunt, delicate shoulder blades visible through the thin white fabric of her shirt. The contours of her hips curving down to her thin thighs. It pisses me off. Rarely does she ever seems to be looking at me, whether literally or figuratively. On the other hand, I'm always watching her back, both literally and figuratively. Whenever she is painting, whenever something catches her fluttery attention, whenever I don't forcefully make her listen to me, I can reach through to her. Rin's hearts is uncharted territory, dangerous waters, the blank areas on the map. The edge of the world. If I went too close, I wonder if I would fall off. What do I think of her? Sometimes she's aloof and distant, and it annoys me. At other times, her passions for the things she thinks wow shines through, and it inspires me. I can understand her. Still, I like her and consider her my friend. I suppose part of friendships is putting up with the oddities of the people who you call friends. I have to admit there's a lot of putting up with Rin. What does she think of me? I have no idea. Last week I thought she might like me romantically. What with the kiss and all. It forced me to wonder my own feelings too. This week I'm utterly confused. What would she do if I told her I like her that way? I wonder if I really do. Dang, I can't make sense of even my own thoughts anymore. It must be contagious. Even if I said things like that, what it matters? Nothing affects Rin, nothing. I'm done. I find her turn around, now staring straight at me. It unnerves me. I try to remember what we, or rather I, were talking about before she requested a timeout. Alright, I just came to, I don't know. You still can finish your sentence? It's not that. Fine. She reaches from the conversation, slipping away from me once again. She doesn't return to painting, but instead keeps looking at me with that empty poker face of her. I want to talk about some stuff. I thought a lot about things. What things? Like what happened last week and so on. What happened? I get the feeling she's playing with me while I have no clue. It's not a game she plays with my head. I'm pretty sure she doesn't deliberately try to screw people. Maybe it's just my own mind playing tricks on itself. Still, Rin feels like a puzzle in the form of the girls. I feel attracted to it. Compared to solve it. The overly rational part of my brain refusing to let me keep up. I can't leave her alone. I never would have believed I could be this obsessive about something. Why do I hesitate so much and keep running in circles around her? I don't have to do that. I already decided what I want to say. Rin. Saying her name with an intention like this make my mouth dry, as if my subconscious is fighting against what I'm going to say next. I feel like I'm going to lock up any moment now. Rin looks up from the paint-covered toes and stops wriggling them, as there isn't anyone to observe them curiously now. The hot stare up her dark green eyes seems like a portent. I like you. The lack of any reaction is like a slap to the face. So, I mean, I like to like you as more than a friend. What's more, the slow, hesitant words coming from between her strawberry-colored lips are not the one I was waiting for. Either of the two possible answers that I've been expecting actually. I feel myself blushing heavily. Is asthma for the courage in this kind of situation. My heartbeat sounds like a percussion orchestra on drugs. Rin's false innocence inquiries feels like I'm being quizzed over hot course. Like romantically and no. Rin turns around, giving me a cold shoulders as she returns to looking at her paintings. She makes a move to pick up her brush, which lies forgotten on the floors, but decides against it at the last moment. I can't talk about that kind of things now. So don't talk about that kind of things, please. We are friends, right? You can do that. The silence, the word listen behind is deafening. I want to say something, but my mouth refuses to move. There's no way I can retain my dignity. Rin finally picks up the brush without giving any explanation for her behaviors. Maybe there was something in her voice that gave away some emotion, but I couldn't say what. Her shoulders just slump melancholically as her foot walks on the canvas in front of her. She won't let me see her face, and I know it. Feeling the weight of my heart grow heavier and stand up to leave, for I can stay here any longer today. It's like I have opened a Pandora box by stepping over to some line that Rin didn't want me to cross, and she had to turn me down. I walk across the squeaky door. I walk across the squeaky floor to the door leading to the stairwell. Rin's quiet voice stopped me in my track as I'm about to open the door. He sound. My hand still on the brass doorknob is waiting for me to turn it or to withdraw. Yeah? Will you come tomorrow? Yeah. Poor Hisao. He's trying to confess to Rin, but Rin said no. Even with after the kiss from Act 2. After a night of bad sleep, I go through the day mostly on automatic. I put on my uniform mechanically, I do my schoolwork mechanically, eat my lunch mechanically, reply to teacher mechanically, and thus when the final bell rings, I still feel as if I had just woken up. My mind feels blank and overcome. At the same time, I can't even begin to unravel the tangle of feelings I got myself into. I spent the bus trip downtown staring out of the windows, thinking about these things. As a result, by the time I climbed the stairs to the atelier for floors of both sides galleries, I'm feeling completely exhausted. Expecting awkwardness, I quietly knock on the door before entering. I spot Rin at the center of the small clear area in the room, working on the paintings. She doesn't acknowledge my arrival in any way. Hi, I came as promised. And then Rin snaps her head to my direction immediately. Was she waiting for me to say something and locks that cold green gaze of hers on me? Although I'm sure my own face can't hide my feeling, Rin's expression is expectant and neutral as always. The clouded, slightly absent-minded darkness in her eyes is like a wall standing between me and her. It is the first awkward silence between us, and that is truly awkward. Yesterday, both of us said something we couldn't take back, and there's no way it can be undone. I want to say something, but Rin forbade me from doing so. I can't even begin to guess what she's thinking, but I'm feeling the pressure of her lightless eyes on me, compelling me to break the silence without saying the things I most want to say. To my horror, I find that I can't. To my horror, I find that I can't find any way to start a conversation. It's as if we are completely lost in the ability to speak with her. Just keep walking. If you're in the middle of something, I just sit down here. Rin nods wordlessly at me and pick up a brush from the floor with the toes of her right foot. I sink into a worn-out sofa, picking up a book from my bag and opening it to where I stopped last night. I can't really concentrate on it, but it's better than doing nothing. The two of us are so close to each other, together in the same rooms even, and yet we're both off doing our own things as if we were miles apart. I can't help but wonder about this unnatural situation. Why did I come here? Because she asked me to do so yesterday, of course. However, it looks like there's absolutely no need for me to actually be here. It makes me feel awkward at first, but as I recall the previous silence I quietly passed with Rin, I settled down and tried to tune into that same comfortable mood I was back then. Time stretches, then slow down. The pages of my books rush each time I turn them. After maybe half an hour or 1 hour at most, Rin breaks the silence to my complete surprise. Hisao, yeah? Are you my friend? It's an echo of yesterday, I know it. So even if Even Rin couldn't just push it aside from her mind. God of God, I answer honestly. I don't, yeah, of course I am. Don't worry about stuff like that, come on. Okay. She doesn't say anything further. I feel happy somehow. Several chapters later, I mark my spot, close the book, and put it away in my bag. Getting up from the sofa, I see that Rin makes considerable progress on her painting. I take a look at it for a bit. It's still not quite finished, I suppose. It looks great. It's bad luck to comment on unfinished paintings. After that, I quietly leave the studio and catch the bus, taking me back to school. Gotta remember that it's bad luck to judge the unfinished painting. So just gonna stay silent before the painting is actually over. Let's get into some sort of vague, undefined norms. I visit the Rin whenever I can, but each time it's as strange as at the first. They consist mainly of me watching Rin at work or just reading a book on the couch while she works. We barely talk at all. Long evening stretch over the last week of June. I sit on the couch in the atelier, listening to the quiet rustle of Rin's brush and my own hobby. Trying to make sense of the former and forget about the ladders. I'm a silent visitor at this place, a ghost. At some point, I start thinking that my presence is meaningful to Rin somehow, but never end up asking her about it. I don't bring up the forbidden topic anymore either, and try to stop thinking about it altogether. It has to do so, and doesn't get any easier with the passage of time. My heart aches every time I look at the awkward figure of the girls I decided I like, yet no one who refuses to acknowledge it. I still can't seem to find the right word to talk to her about anything at all, but I find quiet solace in observing her forms nearby. The distance between us doesn't feel that huge when I can be close to her, even if it's like this. Rin works like a demon. There's barely a moment when she is without brush between her toes, or not walking in circles around her current work in progress, instead making it from every angle and distance. She seems to be completely taken over by her will to work, to change herself into the sort of artist she believes will be worthy of the trust Nomiya and Desire have placed in her. Piles of sketches, work in progress, tubes and oil paints and brushes slowly begin to crowd the small ateliers, making it even messier than it was before Rin acquired the right to use it. I offered to help her clean up every now and then, but each time she refuses. It dawns on me that in her mind, the room is not in utter chaos. Rather, her system of keeping track of everything is so elaborate, only Rin herself can make sense of it. She knows exactly where everything is, from the tiniest brush to the half-empty tube of crimson that's the perfect shade for some picture in progress. Rim walks from one painting to another, looking at them as if not remembering that she makes them. She talks to herself or to the paintings, or even when I'm present, always just quietly enough that I can't make out words. Every day, Rin pours herself into the canvas for hours on end, squeezing every bit of her ability and even her soul to make good on that promise she makes to me or herself. A black mark appears beneath her eyes. I'm a sure sign that she's skipping sleep in favor of painting. I'm somewhat surprised to see her at school a few times. I never go and say hello though, as I somehow feel that it would break the silence magic of the evening we share at the ateliers. Sometimes silence comes by when I'm there. She gives me a certain kind of look when she shows up. I think she doesn't like that I'm always hanging out with Rin up there, but she never says a word about it. She isn't quite as full of praise for Rin's work as Nomiya, but is visibly impressed nevertheless. However, when she turns her eyes from the wonderful works of art to look upon the little redheaded girls that make them a sudden deep sadness floats onto the surface of her expressions. I can't explain it, and she never talk about it. June turns into July almost without warning. End of terms, exams looms dangerously close, but all I can think of is Rin. I feel like a sleepwalker at school, looking forward only to the next time I get to visit that silent place on both sides gallery. After Rin refuses my attempt at directly helping her works, I try to figure out other ways to help her. It finally dawns on me that she isn't eating properly. My course of action decided I stop at a convenience store before going to catch the bus downtown on my next visit to the studio. I feel very energetic as I open the door to the atelier and click green. I brought you some food. So you need vitamins and actual food after all. Do you even eat up here? I do eat. If I didn't eat, I couldn't paint. Then why don't you eat a couple of these? I shake the bags full of ripe oranges in my hand and in a ploy to time Rin into taking a break. To my surprise, she actually lays her brush down and walks over to me to see what I bought. Her expression doesn't change at all when she looks into the bags. I can't eat orange, he said. It does not work very well with feet. That's alright, I'll do it. Of course, I knew that. She told me myself. After all, I extracted the tiny fruit knives I had with me and select one of the round fruit. After making the initial cut, I began to peel it with my fingers. The strong scent of cut orange rinse immediately fills the air as thousands of tiny droplets of oil brush from the skin. I removed the first section of the hot peel and shoot a glance at Rin. So how's the work doing? How's the work going? I don't know. It's like I'm in the center of some huge mountain of cherries and I have to dig my way out. Must be stressful. I think it might be, even though it's just a painting. All this, everything feels really strange. I wonder if Rin is the kind of person who likes to carefully remove all the white fake brush stuff from orange before eating them, or the more careless types who just eat them as they come. Maybe neither. Maybe neither. I'm the former types, so I meticulously clean the orange slices one by one while Rin watches the process with mild curiosity. I realize that I don't have the faintest idea about her likes or dislike, or any of the other little details that makes up the concept of person who for those around them. It's like in all this time I haven't learned much about her at all. Once I finish lamenting that fact, I realize I cleaned the entire orange and neatly split it into slices. I hold slice up, bringing it closer to Rin so she can pick it up. Here. She takes it directly between her lips and then into her mouth hole. Her lower lips briefly brushes against my fingertips. Rin chews the slice carefully, savoring it as much as possible. I become fixated on the movements of her jaws, the jiggles of juice glistening on her lips, and the way her throat moves when she swallows the orange slice. After I realize what I'm doing, I turn away feeling embarrassed about watching her so intently. It's not the same as it usually is. The orange painting. Oh, well, is anything like that ever the same? It is sometimes, I think. I don't know what though. I might be starting to paint differently soon if this goes on. Well, wouldn't that just be wouldn't that just be that change you keep talking about? She thinks about it, blinking her eyes a few times nervously. For a moment, absolutely nothing happens, as if time itself did a double takes. We stare at each other in silence. Only that faint, tingy sense of orange floating between us and the muffled sounds of the traffic in the background. Then I pick up another slice and hold it to her. She takes it from me with her mouth, just like the first one. I didn't think it would be like this. We'll keep on going and see what happens. It's not like you can do anything else. Yeah, it's the only thing I can do. After that, she said nothing more. In the ensuing silence, I feed Rin the rest of the orange one slice at a time. Then I peel another for her, which she eats as well. The third I eat myself, and the rest are left in the plastic bag, which I put on a small desk next to a couch. She stands up and returns to her painting with a strange look in her eyes that I haven't seen before. Like most of her expression is completely unreadable. Even if I asked, she wouldn't explain what it means. Home with those oranges get her energy back. Because yeah, humans, you need to eat, or else you get hungry. Some days later, I spot Rings and Sai standing together in the front of the gallery. As I walk down the street towards the gallery, they seem to be talking to each other while Sai has a smoke. Good afternoon. I say this even though it's not really afternoon anymore. I came a bit later than usual since I got caught up doing homework. It's going to be dark soon. Hello there, Hisa came to visit the little kitten again. Rin makes a face at the nickname. I guess she doesn't like it. Ironically, the way she wrinkles her nose like that really does make her look a little bit like a cat. Hello. Sai turns back to Rin to continue the conversation they were having. So in other words, everything's going well enough. It makes a difficult expression and turns her face away from me for some reason. It's difficult, it's like I'm missing something, but I will do it. Work hard, it will be fine. I'm going to have to stop working on any part. I'm going to have to stop working on my part of the paper preparations. I need to do sales catalogs, invitation, decoration, advertisement, and so on. I need the names for your works, and we also need to think up the general themes for the exhibition. They don't have anything like that. I'm not very good at words, so I don't use them. If I can not use them, I mean sometimes I have to, but I think this is not the time like that. Oh, you don't like naming your works? I don't like it. I guess it's hard to come up with a good name for something like this. And Rin shakes her head vehemently. It's not like that. It's like if I paint a cloud and call it an octopus, people will think about it differently than if I can paint a cloud and call it the end of the world. Every name is wrong. Nothing ever explains why I feel like when I make a painting. It's not a word thing. The only thing would be to come up with the new words for everything, but would it help at all? No, I don't think so. Like the painting would go with just a name, number one, and so on. It's a bit inconvenient, but that's no good. A name means that you just didn't come up with a good name, and a name is a name, like that Greek guy with the ship and all. Say things about this for a while, furrowing her brow as she keeps looking at Rin's serious face. So you're saying your offer should be completed without labels? I think that's what I'm saying. Say let out dry laugh. The guy old ladies who smokes too much always seems to end up with. Let's hope your art will never end up in the museum. The curators will explode. She takes a contemplative puff on her cigarette, which has worn down not much more than a butt. Then she drops it into an ashtray, affixed to a wall next to the door. Then again, it could work. What do you mean? This namelessness, this rejection of labels, it works. It's a good unifying name. It's a good unifying theme and something people can grasp onto easily, allow for a lot of room for interpretations. It gives a good impression. Think about it, all sorts of associations can be made, starting from identity and self-definitions, all the way to whatever you want to think about it. Now we could call your exhibition nameless and build it on that theme. How does that sound? Rin thinks about it for a while. I'm not sure how Sai managed to get so fired by Rin's reluctance to apply names to her works. It feels like she might be extrapolating too much, but it's pretty impressive sounding idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. For what it's worth, I have to say it sounds pretty good to me too. And Sai reaches into her pocket for another cigarette, lighting it with a neon green butane lighters. Her forehead wrinkles and she rubs it as she appears to furiously think more on this idea. She doesn't say a word for a little bit, but every now and then she takes a sharp drag from the cigarette. Because I think this would work out pretty nicely. I'm going to take this as the starting point and work from there. I'm going in to work on this. You go back upstairs and try to find your missing ingredients. I'm sure it will come to you sooner or later. Rin doesn't reply, so Sai takes one last long pull from her cigarette and drops it in the tray to join with others of this kind. The gallery owner turns to head back inside, but is stopped by Rin just as she reaches for the door handles. Sai, what is it, kitten? Can I have some cigarettes? She looks at Rin incredulously, clearing not having expected such a direct request, not the idea either. Don't tell your teachers. She stops the packets in Rin's pockets along with the neon green lighters. The day is already falling into dusk when we climb up the dark stairs leading up to what is now basically Rin's ateliers. As we go inside, Rin doesn't seem to be able to settle down. She keeps pacing around the room and like a cage anymore, looking through the skylight at the burgundy colored dusk. The last light of the sun advances across the sky, reflects from the clouds floating over the town, fouling every corner of the atelier with blazing orange light. So painting is going well. And she blinks and then relaxes her muscles. I didn't even realize how tense up she was until now. Not really, I haven't painted in 3 days. I'm going in squares, circles. If you say so. I'm trying doing things a bit differently, but it doesn't work. And now the old way doesn't work either. I need something more. It's not enough like this. Rin's response gives me a pause, since as usual I can't exactly understand what she means. Although really, I shouldn't have expected anything else. She either says nothing at all or too much. Trying to comprehend and follow her train of thoughts feels like wading through the jungles of Borneo, equipped with wooden spoons and a map of Hokkaido's. It's annoying how her thoughts are both laid out or in plain sight and hidden from views every time she's opened her mouth. What's more, you said that to say as well, a missing ingredient? I think I have to destroy myself. Okay, that's unnecessary grims. What do you mean? His shoulders slump and she turns to face me directly. I have to change. I have tried, but this is not enough yet. I have to destroy myself first, I think. Just to be clear, you're speaking metaphorically, right? Like learning to paint from scratch again or whatever, so to speak. And she shrugs her shoulders as if there's no difference. There's no difference. So you're going to start by smoking a cigarette for inspiration? Maybe. I never tried this before, have you? No, I can't say I have. Still, I'm not really sure if having a smoke is the best starting point. She responded to my words with another nonchalant shrug. I opened the cigarette packs and looked inside. It's almost full. Smoking is bad for you, but that's the idea here, I guess. Yes, I need to do something. I want to paint. I need something more. So, okay, fine. What's after smoking cigarette then? How do you intend to destroy yourself? Rin thinks for a split second, avoiding her gaze like she does when she doesn't want to get distracted. I don't know yet. I decide later. Rin bends down to pick out a cigarette from the end. She raises her head with one between her lips and turns to me. Eyebrows clumps into two arcs, challenging me to respond. With a sigh of resignation, I pick up the lighter and raise it to meet the cigarette. I can feel Rin's warm breath against my quivering hand. The flame flickers to life on the dust strike of the flint, and I try to end the dancing fire at the end of the cigarette. And the amber colors glow spread into the wrapping papers and tobacco as Rin inhales the first smoke. It seems to relax her significantly. To my surprise, she doesn't cough, despite telling me she's a first-timer. Rin seems to remember that it's hard to blow the smoke out without spitting the cigarette out as well. She quickly sits down on the floor, bringing her foot to her lips like a circus contortionist, and expertly picks the filters between two toes. I get down on the floor as well, and we both lie down almost simultaneously, like while Rin blows a steady stream of smoke towards the dim skies beyond the glass of the skylight, looking after it thoughtfully. The thin haze of steely blue smoke filters towards the ceiling in fish-like movements. It billows in the stagnant air of the atelier, twisting and turning around its own immaterial bodies until it dissipates in thin airs. What's the word for a smoke that looks like that? There's no word for that. They should maybe come up with one. Maybe. Rin takes another quick experimental crack. It's not very tasty. Feels like inhaling the dust lying on top of the forgotten books about the memories of the Dead Kingdom. Do you want to try? My hesitation unintentionally surfaces again, making me freeze in the face of the writer's trivial and commonplace challenge. Rin's ability to take everything so coolly, so something I'm a bit jealous of. Alright. Yeah, smoking is bad for you, but yeah, it's gonna destroy your lungs. And there's some countries they ban smoking for a reason. Alright. Taking it from her, I have a drag on it, fighting against the sudden choking feelings in my lungs as they fill with smoke. To my embarrassment, I fail, whistling and hacking my lungs out. I feel flustered, but maybe I haven't lost too much face in Rin's eyes. It's less unpleasant on the second try, but I still pass the cigarette back to Rin. And we're like a pair of budding delinquents in middle school and sneaking their first smoke out the sight of their teachers and parents. I suppose it's not like that's exactly what we are. After a while, a cigarette has shrunk most of the way down to the filters. Rin is still looking quietly out of the skylight. With her looking out there, the silence inside the atelier seems to deepen even more. Are the clocks of creativity turning behind those eyes right now? Do another one. I mechanically pick another cigarette like it and place it on Rin's lip. She takes a few quick puffs and moves it awkwardly around with her lips. Fake it. Not understanding how her garbled words, I glance over at Rin. It looks like she's having a trouble with the cigarette. I pick up the cigarette from her lips and place it on mine, abandoning common sense and good reason why I do so. The first one should have been enough for me, but I take another drag, still coughing a little at the unpleasant sensation of smoke invading my respiratory organs. I remember doing something like this before, so you have smoke, doesn't it look like it though? Now lying on my back and looking at the sky with you. Oh. The sky on the other side of the glass is slowly growing darker. It's unreachably high, even if the shimmering smoke seems to make it closer. I return the cigarette back into Rin's mouth. It feels back somehow. The space between us, at less than arm reach, is still there. It's the distance between us, the immeasurably wide charms. The immeasurably wide chasm of the thoughts and feelings that separate us with graver certainty that even like the years of physical distance could. By saying the right word, there might be a way to make that chasm narrower, even if that is just a little. I try to cross that gap with one big step, but Rin turns me back. I glance at her out of the corner of my eyes. Rin is staring upward through the smoke-filled ceiling and the skylight at the darkening sky above us. It's almost like she is sleeping, even though I know she isn't. Her eyes are open as is her mouth. I take a cigarette from Rin before it falls on her cheeks. She doesn't react to that. She doesn't react to my touch in any way. So this is where we are now. I wonder if we can ever be closer than this. I take a drag of the cigarette and blows a thin stream of smoke upwards. These indirect kisses are the only things that connect us right now. The taste of Rin's lips on the filters mixed with the ashen taste of the smoke. Her soft lips against my fingers as I press the cigarette on her mouth, as if she was placing a kiss on them. The ash softly falling on the floor between us like snow. As the second cigarette is being finished off, I'm already lighting on the third one. The only thing breaking the stillness of the atelier is the inaudible sound of smoke floating towards the first star blinking overhead. Like nostrils hits me by the fourth or fifth cigarette. Before long, the shape of the waxing moon appears in the skylight, shedding one light down on us. It will be full moon in a few days. It would be nice to be able to fly. I flinched after realizing it was my own voice that gave birth to a remark. The bad chows of the almost inebriating smoke and tiredness. You can't. Sometimes I feel like I can do anything. I wish I feel like that too sometimes. I wonder if she hears the bitterness sweeping into my words. The vicious cycle of unrequited feeling is poisoning me even now. The vicious cycle of unrequited feeling is poisoning me even now. I try to push a grim thoughts aside. My first meet with a little success as my mind keeps rolling around what's it if only. Watching the mood slowly creeping higher, I realize that a long time has passed since I came here. It sobered me somewhat, but also reminds me of the sad status quo we are in now. It's like I better get going back to school. I stand up to leave, but Rin doesn't show any sign of rising up from the floor. She lies inanimate, as though all life had been sapped from her. Little whips of smoke float about her memories of the cigarettes we shared. I grasp her by her short and thin arms and try to pull her up. To my surprise, she complies and stands up with some help from me. I notice how little green waist, as if she were made of feathers. Are you going to stay here overnight? I had to. I haven't painted much in 3 days. I have to find out how I can start the painting. Maybe the smoke helps. Just take a break. That's not good. I have to do it. If I can't paint anymore, I will be destroyed for real. Maybe you just burn out. You've been working pretty hard. That would be bad. I wonder if this is it for me. I wanted to see how far I can go. Maybe this is it the end. You just have the artist block. It's not a big deal. That's the word for when you can't paint, right? I had that before. Never like this though. I pick up a brush, then I want. I pick up the brush, then I want to put it down right away. And then I do 3 days. It's like I forgotten how to paint. I didn't think that was possible. Like more impossible than Amy growing wings and a tail. You need a break. I mean, I get that you're trying to go deeper inside yourself for your paintings, but it's really not that healthy to stay inside your own head for so long. I can see the night sky visible through the windows. A couple of stars are weakly twinkling above the cities. That reminds me of something I used to do once upon a time. It feels so horribly long ago. Come on, let's go outside. Where? Just for a walk. I'll show you my secret place. I don't know if it's a worker in this town, but we can try. In any case, you need a break and probably something to eat. Come on. You need to get your thoughts away from this for a while. When there's trouble, most people escape from their unhappy lives into a world of fantasy. I did that before and still do today, reading books endlessly and immersing myself in their world rather than my own. This escape should be all the way around, though, out of her inner world and into the real. Rin doesn't look happy about this, but I ignore her. At least she's somewhat cooperative, walking after me as we head down the stairs and then down the sidewalk. Night has fallen upon the town. It's a gentle summer night, smelling of flowers and hot asphalt. The sunlight is replaced by shining neon colors and yellow streetlights. The air is easy to breathe, as if the air pressure was noticeably lighter than usual. The feeling of daytime in the hot summer has lasted long into the evening and night. I grab Irene by her sleeves like I see Emmys do, and to my surprise, she obediently follows. The pale streetlights fight against the enveloping darkness as we walk together, the guide and the guided. Although neither knows the destination, but it doesn't matter. But this is the one moment where the usual silence that have become a ritual between me and Greens at last fit perfectly. We walk side by side, choosing direction on impulse or inspiration. Sometimes we find ourselves back at the street we already seen once or twice. Sometimes we find a new street. All of them looks asleep. Irene doesn't ask where we're going. Maybe she doesn't care. Maybe she knows that I don't have the answer. The silence of the night isn't scary after all. The light drives most of it away. The air grows cooler as the moon progresses along its journeys in the cloudless sky. A few cars roam the street at these hours, and even fewer people are on the sidewalk. The appearance lack of a nocturnal life is somehow befitting of this place. There are around the clocks, shops and cafes, sure, but the atmosphere is like the town itself is slumbering, a town that sleeps 8 hours a day. The city I grew up with, bathed in the electric glow of a million light bulbs, never slept. I never seen it for myself. It's not the first time I've done this. It happens one of the first time I was home alone. While my parents had business trip that neither cancelled, so they gave me all enough to survive 2 days on my own. Their misplaced trust in me did not go to waste as I proceeded to spend the entire night out walking around the cities. Even afterward, I couldn't say what made me stay downtown longer than I intended after school. I didn't feel like going home, so I'd stay through the evening, eventually through the entire night. I walked along a concentric circle around the landmark, choosing at random. For some reason, the nighttime cities felt fascinating, so I walked each street. At every intersection, it was possible to choose your direction at random because they all lead nowhere. The aimless wandering make me see things differently. I hope you'll do the same for Rin. We stopped to buy some. We stopped to buy some hot coffee. We stopped to buy some hot coffee and snacks from vending machine, then locate a bench where we sit down to eat. There's not enough in the night of the town, so we spent an unknown amount of it just sitting there, observing the stillness of the usually vivid townscape. Still, it's getting very late, and soon it will be getting very early. So is this it? Hearing Erin's voice surprises me. She doesn't sound bored, rather her tone is inquisitive, uncertain as to why I dragged her out here, yet curious to find out the answers. Yeah, have you ever been out all night? It's like a different world. The remarks sends her thinking for a while, looking around as if she was looking for something. The whips of light reflecting from the corner of her eyes are suddenly very sharp. It's not a different world, it's the same, just asleep. What do you think this town is dreaming of? Maybe something like ghost ship or building ship. Why are dreams always about ship? I never seen a ship-related dream that I can remember. The different towns' dreams are different things. Probably, how could they not? Alexa half choking, half spurring her on. For the first time tonight, it seems like a bit of the rain's life have returned to her. She doesn't continue her list of rhetorical questions though. Instead, she leans back a little and looks up at the moon traveling about the town. The cool breeze blowing between the building seems to steal the conversation away before it even really begins. It's too bad. It looks like revoking out her blue mood. I wish I could somehow know the right thing to say, but I realize I can't do that the way I am now. I'm too far apart from Rin. I haven't really managed to crack her open. She's just too complicated. It's like she open to everything, equally disinterested in everything from the outset. In truth, she's locked tighter than anyone else I know, even myself. Sometimes she locks herself inside that inner world, shutting everything else out. At other times, her thoughts flow freely from her mind, but not organized in any fashion that would make them intelligible to the rest of the world. What comes out in from the painting I can't interpret. To me, it's just a sea of colors and shapes, not a message. She's too far away. I know now it was a bad idea to try to reach for her in the way that I did. But I can't help liking her. I look at the finger of my right hand, trying to remember what Rin's lips felt like against them. Do you ever feel like you're trying to reach out for something that's impossible to reach? Rin turns her gaze to me, tilting her head quizzically. I wonder if she understands the meaning of my word rhetorical question or not. Either way, I like how I can manage to catch her attention just by speaking out loud anyway. Speaking out loud nowadays. All the time. At least I think so. That's what painting feels like a lot of the time, or all the time, I don't know. Sometimes I get the feeling that I can really paint what I want. Sometimes it feels like it's just another shadow of me, like a mirror that doesn't work right. Like talking? Maybe. When I was little, I didn't really have friends. Maybe it's the same now. The only thing I like were pen and pens. They were the only thing that understood me. And now it feels like it's going away too. Change really is a scary thing. I wish I could understand you. And she looks at me melancholically, roused by my thoughts materializing as words spoken aloud. Me too. Whether she meant she wished for me to understand her to understand me, or her to understand herself, I never asked, nor do I find out. I see her eyes searching for mine, serious and cryptic as they are. I'm not getting any explanation from there. Don't worry about it. I will. Small hints of a smile are wavering on her lips. When she's like this, it makes me feel that maybe there's hope for us. We get along so well for being so different. It's just that we never really get along precisely because we are so different. And maybe it was Rin's passionate approach to her own art exhibition, or perhaps my own careless words. But last week was different from usual. The small frictions between us seems to be somewhat volatile, but at least we now seems to be back to normal, relatively speaking. We stand up from the bench and pick another. We stand up from the bench and pick yet another direction in which to go. The wee hours of night slowly pass by as we measure the streets of the town one step at a time. We are finally at ease, not minding the rare lone passersby, the eerie darkness each other's ourselves. Rin's step seems lighter, like the heavy air around her is letting go a little. It makes me feel happy. We don't talk except for the single remarks that are spoken into the night of the town and never answers. The detail jumps into the eyes instead of being the usual blur they are during the day. As the sky above the town changes from deep dark blue to grey, I know that our night is soon ending. It's almost morning. Rin looks up to and not at me. It's true, the coming light of morning is creeping through the skies, climbing higher by the minute. It feels surreal. The sun won't come up for a while, but I get the feeling that the end of this night is really here and now. Should we head back? We notice again twice her hair waving in the breeze that seems to be heralding the coming dawn. Abruptly, she takes off, taking a lead in this walkabout on which I brought her. It seems she really is in a better mood. This too makes me feel happy. Rin's navigational skills are probably not much better than mine, but we eventually find ourselves in front of Sai's place. I don't know if this was any help. I did this once before, but it was more because I was to be imposed, or maybe restlessness back then. Maybe this was a silly idea and didn't really help you at all. She just nods as an answer. So do you know how you're going to destroy yourself now? I have some idea. I don't want to see you for a while. Don't come and see me do something else. Her ultimatum catches me completely off guard. What the heck? What's this about? What the heck? What that's about? You were saying before that you didn't mind. I mind now. It's just for a while. I have to do this alone. I don't like that. Why? I don't want it to go like this. Why? I just don't want to feel this distance between you and me. She tilts her head like a bird, her eyes narrowing a little as she thinks that you can touch me. What? You can touch me if you want. You feel better, right? I don't know. Try. Or do you want me to touch you? No chest or left ear. Other than that, you can decide. Fine. I raise my hand hesitantly, even though I don't know why I'm actually doing this. Her eyes are telling me that she's not going to explain. A thousand thoughts race through my head as I slowly bring my hand closer to Rin's face and press 3 fingers against her pale cheek. Rin feels soft and cold. She closes her eyes on contact and visibly relaxes. I can feel her soft breathing, her muscles releasing tensions as my fingertips caress her cheeks. She doesn't rest her head against my palms or anything else you expect a girl to do in this sort of situation. In fact, she hasn't reacted at all, except for those shut eyes. Once I withdraw my hand, she opens them again. It might be such an illusion created by the timid morning sunlight playing with my eyes, but Rin looks like she holding back a smile. This is a problem with our relationship. Half the time I have no idea what's going on, and the other half I just fail to understand why things are going on like they are. As usual, I'm not going to get an explanation. Rin merely take a step towards the doors. See you later. Then she disappeared from my reach for an undefined period of time. Yeah, she's definitely going to destroy herself really hard. She's going to break. This is not good. I hold true to my promise of honoring Rin's request even if it's against my own will. I try to redirect my focus into my study but end up zoning out during classes and doing only the minimum amount of the work it requires. Still, I start looking into my post-high school option a bit more seriously. I pour over university brochures and various career paths. I'm good at studying, so I want to go to the university. But I'm pretty sure I could get into a pretty decent one too. The only problem is deciding which subject would be the best. Kenji ridiculed me about subjecting myself to the culture of feminist teachers when I tell him about trying to get into a university. I don't ask him about what he wants to do in the future. I wonder what Rin thinks of her own future. I bet she's not as lost as I am. And if she is, it's probably in some completely different way. I feel somewhat disappointed in finding out that I can't stop thinking about her. Her request makes me worry about her and think about her more than I did when I could go to see her when I wanted. It bothers me that I can't. As expected, I eventually crack. Like one afternoon, I get on the bus heading downtown. I try to avoid explaining to myself exactly why I'm doing this. I keep thinking about other things for the entire duration of the trip. After a 5 minutes walk, I stand in front of the galleries. I walk past through the door of the atelier, but at the moment I lose my courage and continue on all the way to the next corners, at which point I turn back. It really hit me if I go to see her. I wonder what she's like when she's angry. I never see her angry. The worst thing would be if I actually ruined something by going to see her, like she seems to imply would happen. But there's no way that can be true, can there? It's just one of her quirks. I walk back down the street and ends up passing the atelier door for the second time. Only this time, as I continue all the way to the gallery, its owner is standing just outside the door watching me. I thought that was you. What are you doing? I really don't want to explain the circumstance between you and me, so I get flustered and end up mumbling something unclear. She takes stock of me and then sighs deeply, looking brightly amiss somehow. I hope she didn't misunderstand. Would you like to come in? Your teacher's visiting. We were discussing Rin's exhibition. Thanks for the invitation, but I really should. Don't be shy now, come on in. I follow Sai inside, finding that our art teacher is indeed is there. Nomiya is standing at the big desk, contemplating what looks like an invitation card. Look what the cat dragged in. Nakai, hello there, my boy. Hi, Teach. He doesn't seem to be at all phased by my appearance. How do you like the invitation? I glanced at them quickly. They're kind of fancy with one of the greens painting printed on the front covers and shiny gold writing. They look fine to me. They're magnificent. I absolutely love the design and the embossed gold lettering, fabulous. Good bring wood too. You have to tell me where you get these done. What does Rin think? I haven't asked. She said she'll be fine with my decision anyway. Namiya laughs boisterously, still turning the gold letters got in his hands. That's my girl. She wants her to focus on the essential only. Good for her. Her work is progressing well too. It seems she found new inspiration. I think she's been so weird lately. It's like she's wrestling with something with herself probably, and it makes her confused. She said she had a hard time painting the last time I saw her. It seems to be resolved now, however. She practically lives up there now, right? She makes a simple gesture with her hand, as if sweeping my question aside. Sure. Don't you think that's weird? Maybe it is. Still, I think she understands how big of an opportunity this is, and is going for it, a full throttle. Is it really that big? Nomiya sets a cord down and brushes some imaginary dust off his jacket. How should I put it? There are times in everyone's life where something really big washes over you and changes you forever. This could be just that moment for Tezuka. I see. Yeah, I think I had something like that happen to me. I'm referring to the incidents that brought me to Yamaku. Neither of the two adults comments on that, however. It might be that everyone has or will. At any rate, surrendering oneself to art is a big decision, and a thorny path too, quite thorny indeed. Tezuka has almost everything one needs, but whether she has the will to pull through, that's a different question. I should know that best. I tried going down this path too, but turned away in the end. I don't understand what he's trying to say. Either choice would work anyway. Is that why you're being so supportive of Rin? Because you know it's hard? Sai answers me instead of the art teachers. Maybe partially does it bother you? Well, no, I'm saying it's a bad thing either. I just don't get it. Like the atelier is an amazing place, but it's not being used in who knows how long, and not that Rin comes along. 17 years and 4 months. I raised my eyes to meet Sai, a calm, calculating stare, not unlike Rin's own, is fixed upon me. Nomiya's usual smile has suddenly died too. It feels like the pressures in the gallery has suddenly dropped along with the temperatures. That is how long it's been since someone works here. Oh. 17 years and 4 months. That is how long it's been since someone worked there. I guess there's a story to everything. Sai crosses her arm with quiet sighs and leans against the tables. The atelier belonged to my husband. He was an artist too. He lived up there where we both lived up there for some time after we got married. We actually met through him, as a matter of fact. That's right. Anyway, we were young and foolish, or at least we were studying art at the same school. Art history for me, painting for him, and as he just said, this was about the time I met your teachers. Anyway, I fell madly in love with this person, or maybe with his art. He was brilliant. His genius just shone so brightly whenever he pushed a brush to canvas. Her voice takes on an almost reverent sort of tones as she reminisces about her husband. I look at her husband and notice that she's not wearing a wedding band, and on top of that, she keeps speaking in the past tense. He really was the kind of artist who would make history books with the direct line to God. That's what I thought anyway. Silly, isn't it? I think we all knew that he was something else back then, even the teachers. That genius, well, I said it consumed him. Everything, absolutely everything was second to art. Be it social life, getting a job, or even me. It just wasn't as important. It seems that artists can't look at their work just as jobs, as just a job, It's something more fundamental to them. It was hard to live with a person like that. Hard to be married to a person like that. She takes a pause and looks to see if I understood. I guess the point of this history. I guess that's the point of this story. History would work to 7 years and 4 months. That's a long time. I guess that's the point of this story. Hasn't much yet. That or I missed it. So how did you cope with it? My question probably that Isaac one she was waiting for draws a dry chocolate out of her. However, I could. Sometimes it was hard. Sometimes I fooled myself into believing he would change. I pursued my own things too. So it was easy just to let him be. But it's not like you can stop an artist from painting he wants to paint. Plus, being an artist is fascinating. I can't say that I hated it. Art schools are full of all sorts of poser and pretentious smokes. But true artists are lovely people in general. I think that's why your teacher has taken such a shine to our little kittens. She really has the making of an artist and a good one at that. She wants to paint. She must paint. Quite so. She's the best student I ever had. It's just about her finding her own ways now. Maybe that's why I wanted to give her this chance. If she goes to an art school, it would be good for her. Artistic expression is about finding one own place to be, or your own limits, and then working with that. To expand them, to break them, whatever works best, but you have to know the limits of what you can do. Anyway, long story short, my husband was a person without these kind of limits and unique individuals, but a human being can't endure things like that. He passed away young. After he was gone, I couldn't stand the atelier anymore and tried to forget it. That kind of thing happened. You could say that his flame was bright but brief. His flame was bright but brief. Yeah. You could say that his flame was bright but brief. Her story comes to an abrupt end, and it doesn't seem like she's going to go any further. Namiya told her with the invitation cards lying on the tables as if they're doing something just for the sake of doing it. But what if Rin is like your husband too? What if she's a person who has unlimited potentials? Sai's hand twitches and I see once more that sad looks welling up in her eyes. It's the look she gets when she watches Rin. The look by which she remembers her husband. I doubt it. Sai stands up and digs in the pocket of her jacket for a cigarette and lighters. Her hands are shaking. I'm going out for a smoke. Honestly, Nomiya and I both decided to follow her at the moment. It's already dark outside. Sai is standing with her back to us, taking sharp, occasional drags on her cigarette. Its weak amber glow illuminates her face. Its weak amber glow illuminates her face, framing her sharp jawline. Maybe it's best to go at night. I can kick you a lift back to school if you want, Nagai. You're not going anywhere, Shinichi. I need a drink. We are going to that place at the corners. The teacher looks at the old lady and then shrugs at me apologetically. It's no problem. I'll just catch the bus back. I'm headed upstairs to see if Rin will come back to school with me. Anyway, I think she's been staying overnight here too often lately. She locks the front door of the gallery and links arm with the old art teachers. I feel strange looking at them. I wonder what it feels like to have friends who've been with you for decades, for most of your life. I can't imagine it. The two of them start making their way down the street towards the bars on the corners. So I quickly head upstairs to the atelier door, ready to get to what I originally came here for. I climb upstairs and enter carefully. The room is dark because of the quickly falling night. The room is dark because of the quickly falling night, but I can see Rin, or rather her silhouette, sitting on the floor. So she got her inspiration back, like Sai said. So she got her inspiration back, like Sai said, and moves from easel to painting on the floor. Before I managed 5 steps, I dropped, frozen in my tracks. The ironic realization that human's cognitive ability is commendable echoes through my mind. For a mere moment of her shadows, it took me a fraction of a second to realize something is already. Process what I'm seeing, formulate the answer, and blush all the way up to the tips of my ears. And she's looks so broken right now. Also, hi Mona Lisa. Rin is sitting on the floor with her legs under her. She moves in a Miko's motion back and forth, slowly grinding her sail against her sails. Her breathing is so heavily Her breathing is so heavy, it's almost visible in the dim light. It's the heavy painting of the one who doesn't have the option of breathing gracefully. Her hips more shadows against the dim light shining on her from above, swinging circularly over and over again. She hasn't noticed me, so engrossed she is in her activities. The deadlock solves itself before I get a chance to think what to do next. Something in the atmosphere of the room changed. A little things not consciously noticeable, but it changes. Perhaps it's a timid current from the open doors, or a minute change in air pressures, the sound of my breathing, even though I notice I haven't taken a breath for many seconds, the aura of my presence, that something catches Rin's senses. She stops moving, freezes, and slowly turns to the door. I imagine not seeing the horror on her face, like a fawn and eyes staring at hunters. I wonder if Rin can see my expressions, but at least she doesn't have the strength or the spirit to look straight in my eyes. So she droops her chin against her chest, letting her mess of hair hide her face from me even further. I feel like I should either walk out or walk to her, but I can't do either. I told you to stay away. Her words are defeated, painful as if she was suffering. Rin doesn't have anything other than her shirt on. I can see the last wisps of the twilight. I can see the last wisp of the twilight against the pale skin of her thigh and bottoms. There's no way I can back up anymore. I lost the chance, so I do the next best thing. I quickly avoid my gaze, even though Rin doesn't see what I'm looking at. I'm sorry, I didn't think. It's not like that. Her voice is raspy, shivering from held back tears or something else. She is shaking, looking like she is physically in pain. It's not like that. I had no idea what it really means to change, but I know now you have no idea what I had to do and all the things that passed through. And I think I forget. I really don't. They just build up inside, grow until they flow out like a flow of everything that has ever been wrong. I can't take it. I can't think of a thing I want because there's so many things I can't think for. Doesn't matter. Is there never enough? I have to let this out. I have to destroy, forget it, and nothing else. Not gonna trick me this time. Rin is mumbling her words into the air more than talking to me. It's a rambling, ranting, raving speech of a lunatic, even and steady in tones, but taking the form of a never-ending stream of words almost simultaneously spawning from between her lips. It feels like she forgot that it is me who is present, or that someone actually is present. Maybe she's vaguely recognized what is real or what is not. Maybe in her mind I'm the worst inside her head. I looked at Rin's sorry figures covering on the floor with only the right shirt of her usual attire on. It neither preserves her modesty. It neither preserves her modesty that is gone. No, her body warmth that she doesn't seem to care about. She looks more broken than I imagine a human person being capable of. And the hospital and school have been given me some real perspective on that. I remember the hazy blue smoke and myself wondering what Rin would do for the sake of art. The realization that Rin really is always serious hits me with its entire weight. She really and truly would destroy herself if her art requires it. I thought she was so silly with her strange way, talking about personal change as if it was something sudden and concrete, like waking up. I had no idea. This her laid bare in front of my eyes in all possible meaning of the words. Complete isolation here in the top floor of this building, in this room in her mind. Day after day working on her pain things with no heat paid to anything else. Breaking herself to reach that which she wishes to reach. Breaking herself to reach that which she wishes to reach. This obscene act that she does for a reason. This obscene act that she does for a reason. I'm not sure she herself understands. Why does she have to do this? I'm trying to connect the pieces, but I don't understand. I feel sad, scared, excited, disgusted, worried, and a number of emotions I can't remember the name of now. I feel conflicted. Shuko, I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My voice is dry and quiet, like sandpaper coming out of my throat. I'm sorry. Sorry for seeing this. I don't want to see Rin like this. All I can see is her sadness. All I can see is her sadness, her stress and despair. Is this what a limit means? How could Sai and Nomiya let Rin go this far? Or is it me who is to blame? I almost walked out right there, but at the last moment I turned around, steal myself, and walked out to Rin, crouched down behind her and lightly touched her forehead. She doesn't resist or react. I can't leave her like this. She's not well. She feels like she has a fever, freezing cold and burning hot at the same time. I wonder if she got sick from staying out all night with me back then. It seems she prone to getting ill. There is a blanket on the couch, but I wrap my arm around Rin instead of fetching it. She does not resist my clumsy hugs, only some her head lowers, deepening the shadows, hiding her face from me. What are you doing? Nothing. Can you at least get Rin some clothes? I'm not embracing her out of love, nor of forgiveness. For am I in love or is she sorry? Seriously, like Rin, you're gonna get sick again. You need to wear something. You need to wear pants. I mean, yeah, you do have shirt, but make sure that it's buttoned up. All right. I just want to hug her. For a moment, the only sound in the room is her heavy breathing. My body warms. Shared between two people is barely enough, but slowly, painfully, it's spread from me to her. The smoke warm returning to Rin makes me more conscious of her body against mine. Even in the darkness, I can feel a fleeting sense of Rin's hair, the sweat on her skin, the dried pain stuck in her shirt. I feel the hotness of her bones and the softness of her flesh. The heartbeats echoing mine, our rhythm just like always. The hot blood rushing inside me reminds me why I said what I said back then, why I came here even after that, why I am here tonight again, why am I hugging her now to keep herself against the cold and the sadness. Rin has really grown on me inside my heart, claiming a small part of it as her own without even particularly trying. Rin. Even if she wanted to push me away, I can't help this feeling. Are you alright, Rin? I'm not. I think I'm broke. I painted some really good things, incredibles, but it hurts me. I can't handle this. Her voice cuts out as there are no more words for her to say. It's not an angry voice nor a sad voice. It's a lifeless voice. I pat her head and shoulders, a physical equivalent of saying there. It's not like I could reassure her with the sweet nothings that people are supposed to say in this kind of situation. I'm not sure if she would even listen to or be reassured. She didn't react much to my embrace either, as if she didn't care. Maybe she doesn't. At least she doesn't care if she looks sad or not. There are no facades, no attempts to explain herself, no false happiness. Rin is honest. He's out. What is it? You're my friend, right? Right. Will you do me a favor? I can't fix it, but I'm not finished yet. Okay, what do you want me to do? Her dry voice is a mere whisper, but the strength her last is in it, delivering her meaning much more clearly than her words. I can feel Rin's heart beating against my chest like a scared little bird. Her entire body is shivering from her fevers, from her fears, from her despairs. My brain is fast becoming overloaded with the myriad of thoughts these encounters spawns. But I have to push them all aside. I snuggle my nose against her earlobes, which is softer and cold, and her hair, which smells good and tickles me. Alright, I'll do it. I whisper in her ears reassuringly, trying to make her calm down. It was at least halfway as Rin closes her eyes, leans and leans against me as if searching comfort from my arms. But this is not something that friends should do. We can't be friends anymore. It's fine, don't worry about it, just relax. Even though I said that, I'm on the verge of breaking myself. If I wasn't so nervous, I would laugh at my own nervousness. She wants to be comforted, and I want to comfort her. But in this way, I put my hands lower, touching the naked skin of her stomach, caressing Rin in my hand. Her muscles contract timidly, evading my touch, but soon they find their trust in me and relax. There was one warm place left in her and after all, emitting heat that gets even warmer as I move my hand lower. Oh my god, okay, that's way too low. I touch her carefully from down there, feeling the place where the lines of her thigh coverage. It feels burning and swollen soft and smooth. She opens under my touch, inviting my fingers to touch her more. Rin grabs at the contacts on my hands, and her voice is not of pain, nor surprise. I realize I've been holding my own breath, letting go in my long stream of air out of my nostril and into her hair. Don't tickle me. Sorry. Don't stop either. Sorry. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just faking it. Yeah, I mean, you touching her private part. It's not that bad so far. It's okay. I don't know what I'm doing either. I enter her, moving my finger up and down, in and out, touching her from everywhere, first slowly then faster. I listen to a subtle sigh Rin's body keeps, hoping that she can guide me as I can't see what I'm doing. Her breathing gets heavier by the moment, spurred on by my exploring fingers. Rin's hips start moving in the same rhythms as me, guiding me deeper. She turns her head, looking at me from the corner of her eyes. I wonder what she sees, but what I see in her almost scares me. The passion in her eyes, like nothing I've ever seen. The passion in her eyes is like nothing I have ever seen. Her dark eyes is like two black stone against the moonlit skin of her cheeks. I kiss her gently on the cheeks, right above the bones. My lips are coarse and dry, and my right hand moves upward a bit on accord under the white button of her shirt to caress the underside of her soft chest. Not that bad so far. Sweat gleams on her skin, making it slippery under my hand. She breathes in sharp, quick intakes in unison with the process of her insides against my fingers. I can feel her heat burning through her shirt against my chest. I move faster and she moves faster, or primitive instance blinding or reason as her fever becomes sweat drenching her shirt and her skin. Her passion becomes my own, growing inside of me. All this feeling unravel into their basic components. Her softness, her wetness, her hotness, her sadness are the only thing that I can think. The only things I can think. I push Rins over the edge. Her entire body contracts around my fingers in the blinding, deafening, paralyzing spasm. Her voice is incredible. I never thought it could be so violent, so absolute for girls. Later, I would come to think that this finally was the moment when Rin fully let herself go, and in one single instant, destroy and rebuild herself, just like she had wanted. Whether it's true or not, I couldn't say, but that's how I felt. Rin gaps for breath like she's drowning, returning to reality because she has no other choice. Her entire body is still in the throes of the slowly dying moment. Pearls of sweat are glistening on her forehead. I'm feeling my own heat inside of me, but now the spur of the moment is gone and I don't know what to say to Rin, who is panting hot and ecstatic in my arms. Her shirt wet with sweat is glued to her back, revealing hints of her shoulder blades and waistline. She feels limp, weak and exhausted. I reach out for the blanket and wrap it around her and me. Rin doesn't resist me. She is drained of all strength. What will happen now? I don't know. Nothing, I suppose. You look tired. I'm tired. It feels strange, like I lost something. I mean, something else than my marital's purity. Don't say something like that. Neither of those things. I don't want to lose you. What does that mean? I'm not going anywhere. I'm afraid that you are all the time. In that moment, I felt that it was not only Rin who lost something of hers. I felt like I was losing a part of myself, or maybe all me. But if you were to ask what was it that I lost, I couldn't say because I had already forgotten it. I broke another promise by coming out with my honest feeling to Rin. That's true. In one day, I hate the distance between you and me. So every time it So every time it gets a little bit closer, I become afraid of losing it. That's weird. I guess so. Do you mind if I sleep a little? No, I guess you don't. You like watching, don't you? She closes her eyes and swallows with loud gulps, trying to relax herself, fighting against the urge to pant. Yes, I do. Rin moves her body in my arms, searching for a comfortable position in a very uncomfortable position. She leans against me, closing her eyes, and lets one last long breath out before settling into the steady rhythm of sleep. With her last moment of awareness, she whispers something to me, but I can't hear it. Rin trips deeper into sleep with a deep sigh that releases all remaining tensions from her muscles. I tried to shift around to place both of us more comfortably. It takes a while because I don't want to wake up Rin, even though she's probably wouldn't, but eventually I find a position I'm somewhat comfortable with. I lean against the soft cushion of the couch and breathe in the cool air of the ateliers. Rin's head rests against my chest as if she was listening to my heartbeats. Echoes of her dreams ripple as small twitches on her face, like a cat sleeping the mouse hunter's dreams. The full moons shining her pale lights upon us from beyond the skylight reflects from a blank canvas, standing forgotten on the easel. Its brightness is glowing against the dark nights of the ateliers. Well, that is not that bad. I know that his sound is touching Rin's private part of the body, but it's not actually showing that private part of the body, so like it should be fine, right? Though the grogginess of a freshly awakened mind, I can observe my surroundings only one thing at a time. The morning light shining from the skylight is bright and sky colors. It reflects from the white walls and the colorful poster and paintings. I hope nobody at school realized that I spent the night here. They didn't find out the last time, so I'm feeling confident about my chance. My neck is stiff and my shoulders are hurting like heck from sleeping in an awkward position like that. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. Only the full moon and Rin were warm against me. I can't remember her waking up either, sleeping by side. However, she has. Rin is standing in the middle of the atelier, looking as if she was lost. She's not looking at anything I can see, not doing anything, just standing there. She managed to dress up a little by herself. A strange thing, I thought that at least would have been impossible without hands. I get up and walk to her, patting her on the shoulder to get her attention. Hey. She flinches at the contact. I've never seen Rin flinch. Rin looks a bit panicky, a bit anxious, a bit defensive. It's as if she were a completely different person last night. Perhaps she was. My heart drops straight down to my stomach full of liquid nitrogen. I'm sorry. Why sorry? It wasn't very tactful of me, last night. But isn't that something you want because you like me? So blunt. I'm completely blocked by Rin's approach to this. No, even if it was, I think I prefer for things to go properly. Rin cocks her head, looking like she has no idea what I'm talking about. She still has this discordant feel about her, but nothing bears any real emotion. So you don't want to go. So you don't want to do that sort of things? I didn't say that. So you do? I didn't say that either. Listen, it doesn't even matter. I just don't think it was the best thing I could have done in that situation, and I try to apologize. I wonder for whose benefit I'm trying to come clear with this feeling. I don't even know why I'm feeling so terribly guilty. Maybe I don't think it was a very good idea either, probably. It's like you said, we are not like that. We are friends. It was a bad idea. Maybe you should forget about it, and I will too. I'm really good at forgetting things, and so it should be alright with me. I can't do that. Why? Because I like you, that's why. I told you you shouldn't talk about that. I don't agree. Besides, you brought it up yourself before. I hold my hand up and picture the picture of my nose in frustration. I have no idea how to get Rin to understand. I hate that Rin clearly tell what she feels about anything. I hate that she's sending these confusing signals as if she's expecting me to read her mind. Do you hate me? She actually thinks about this for some time. I don't hate anything. I don't think I'm a hateful person. Then why am I to you? Help me understand. I try to sound as reasonable as I can, but I don't know if it will help. rationally thinking this is the only way to get her to understand my point of view. Problem is, rationality never was a thing for Rin. It doesn't restrict her like it restricts me. It's not her driving force. It doesn't make her behave like a normal person. I can't. The same answer. I feel also powerless. I feel frustrated. Why? I don't think you understand. I'm not sure if you do. I don't think you understand. I'm not sure if I do. Crap, I forgot what I picked. I need to understand or then explain. Then explain feels so aggressive, you know. I'm worried. Then explain. Fine, then explain to me. I can't. This same old stupid pattern emerged again. Me asking her question to which she replies with answer that don't answer anything because it's only way we can converse. Apart from me listening to her blabbering about or whatever, which is really a conversation. Is it a play or there's some unseen rules that we have unknowingly set ourselves into dictating the rules of engagement whenever we see each other, inevitably leading to us to hurting each other's. Her nonchalant answers accompanied by even more nonchalant shrugs leaves me none the wiser. I hate it. So, I don't know what to say myself. I want to be angry. I am angry, but I also feel so powerless. Will anything I say matter at all? It's fine if you don't. It's fine if you want to turn me down, but at least do it properly. And if you do, then last night was definitely a mistake. In fact, this whole thing might have been a mistake. I don't want to turn you down, so you can decide, but why are you playing with me like this then? How then ignore me, kiss then ignore me, play me like a fiddle, is that it? Kiss me then forget again. My voice is sounding very angry again, even to myself. Who finally catches the mood and her curious expression changes instantly to something more uncharacteristic. No, she leaves it at that, her eyes restlessly wandering around, searching the room as if the words she tried to find were written in the painting she herself has wrought. Then what? I needed to paint, so paint. My vision is filtering. My vision is filtering through the blood, red, the lens of unbridled angles. Don't give me that, Rin. I'm not some dang muse of yours, free to be abused for the sake of the painting. I'm not some medium for whatever you aspire to. I am me. There is a limit to selfishness. Rin looks down at her toes and wiggles them a little mechanically while she takes in my elbows without saying anything to defend herself. Only after I have finished does she try to respond somehow. I can't do anything else, or I can do all sorts of things, but I can't do. It's the only thing I sort of do properly most of the time. Yeah, that much I figure out myself times odd first, everything else second or thousand. Ever pause to consider things from a perspective other than yours? It's not the worst from between my teeth. They taste like poison anyway. Rin is positively alarmed by now, so at least she's not completely dense, but it seems that she doesn't understand what I'm angry about. I can't believe even she could be so stupid. I didn't want to. This time it's Rin who interrupts herself in mid-sentence. Don't you understand? I can't. Can't what? She doesn't get a word out of her mouth. You never explain yourself. How am I supposed to understand anything if you never say anything? Why don't you ever talk? Say something. But she doesn't. Venting my anger at her feels satisfying, and being satisfied about it feels terrible, but I can't stop myself. I tried to discern some hints of her reaction through my adrenaline distorted visions. My feedback was not the best kind, but I hope Erin got the clue that she can ignore everything else whenever she feels like it. I hate it if she didn't. She never ever listened to anything. She's so unaffected by the world around her. Not this time, it seems. Her body is shaking like from holding back tears, but I already know that Rin is not crying. Go away, he said. I'm sorry, I can't deal with this. Her voice is tiny and tired as she said it, but I hear the words clear as day. The blunt, hollow remarks is a fitting conclusion to this unpleasant discussion that became an even more unpleasant and very one-sided yelling match. I leave the atelier feeling angry and guilty. I never believed we would end up like this. I'm not like this. Rin is not like this. No matter how infuriating, unbearable, and outrageous Rin is, this is not like her. She really did change, or was it me who changed? Maybe I only thought I knew her, or maybe I knew that the Rin that she isn't, or was it me who caused her, or this by talking Rin into taking her chances with the exhibition? Am I directly responsible for Rin becoming like she has been for the past few weeks? I can't think of any explanation for her behavior other than the exhibition and all the things that came along with it. Maybe it was the only way that could have brought us closer, but all it did was separate us further away from each other and now beyond the reach of either of us. Darkness covered the garden of Yamaku High School, enveloping the small dormitory rooms in the blanket of the night. In one of those rooms, I lie on my bed, tired, so very tired. I gave up. I can't lie to myself that everything is alright, that everything will work out. That's not how things goes. Glancing at my watch, I see it's 3:30 at night. I slide my fingers over the glasses surface of the watch face. It's been pretty dependable ever since I decided to stop wearing it, always knowing what's going on even when I didn't. I turn my head and see the neatly arranged assortment of medicine on my night table. They are dependable too, the things I'm going to depend on for the rest of my life. I think of the limited days ahead of me, the infinite vastness of time that opens up in front of others. The time I wasted chasing things out of my reach, times I will never get back. I take off my watch and lay it down on the tables. Please don't. Oh, it leads to a bad ending. I choose poorly. So saying then explain is lead to bad ending. I choose poorly. I chose poorly. God dang it. I chose poorly. You gotta be kidding me. I should have picked I need to understand instead of then explain. I'm not gonna lie though. Hisao touched Rin's parry part and then had an argument. Then that's it. Pick poorly and then leads to bad ending straight away. Curse you! Curse you! Curse you! Fine. I'll go back. Okay, which save file is it? This one? Things you hate? Okay, what the? Okay. Wait. I thought then explain was like the second option. What? Okay. I need to understand. I need to understand why. I'm not going to give up, you know. Rin's shoulders slump and she frowns. I know. I do want to be there for you, but I can't do this unless I know how. Just let me do this thing the way I want, that's all. Fine, I don't care. You wanted to change, you wanted to destroy yourself. We want this exhibition more than anything, right? Yes. Okay, then do it. She doesn't respond or even show acknowledgement of understanding. I'm grinding my teeth together, frustrated beyond anything I thought possible. I want to grab Rin's shoulders and shake her until she comes to her senses. I look at her and in that moment I know with crystal clear, suddenly, that there is nothing I can do for Rin. None of the words I know would reach her, but still. I think that for whatever reason you think it's important that you go this way or this way, that go. I think that for whatever reason you think it's important that you go this way all the way to the end, even if it's not healthy for you on many different levels, but I have nothing to do with it. I can't accept being treated like this and not understanding the reason for it. I'm finished here. The full weight of what I said sinks in the silence distance between us. Reed doesn't show any reaction, nor even blinks her eyes. She just stares at or through me quietly. That's fine. Her voice is perfectly calm, emotionless, like an announcement that the 7:30 train will be 7 minutes late. With those words, Rin make her choice, and I make mine. If either of us secretly wanted to change our mind, it's too late for that. I take a hard, long look at Rin, hoping that it conveys my feelings. Without knowing whether it does or not, I leave the atelier for the last time, feeling empty and anxious like so many times before. And that... Wow. Well, I guess bad and good ending part 2. I make it in time for class, though not in time for breaking. I get salty after getting a bad ending once again, you know. Sorry, I forgot the storyline. It's been weeks. I make it in time for class, though not in time for breakfast. The classroom is bathing in the gentle light of the sun. This means that it's going to be intolerably hot in the afternoon. For now, though, it's pleasant. I look at Misha and Susan in the discussion about whatever. Hanako staring out of the classroom window, Muto stumbling into the classroom 4 minutes late and with no recollection of what he's supposed to be teaching today. I could never imagine dropping out of school just like that, even if it's only for a few weeks. On the other hand, Rin doesn't seem to have a problem with the idea or going through with it. Then again, somehow I got caught along in her insane isolation, even if we ended up hurting each other's. Or did we? Maybe I got hurt. It takes me until late in the afternoon to realize that today is Monday. The art club missed today. Not just that, due to the exam, this will be the last art club meeting before summer vacation. Without Rin, it feels pretty pointless to go there, but I want to talk with the teachers. The meeting itself isn't noteworthy, just as my skills with watercolors are not worth mentioning. Nomiya tries to encourage and advise me without sounding too condescending, but he's not doing a very good job of it. If nothing else, joining the art clubs has taught me that I like art. Okay, so these are 3 different choices here. Because earlier I picked a different choice that leads to his house to quit the art club. But this time not yet. If nothing else, joining the art club has taught me that I like art. It would be nice if I could actually try and make some art in the art club though. After the fruits of everyone's labors have been piled into the neat stack on the teacher's desk, he clears his throat to give a little speech. That's it for this trimester, everyone. His voice is pretty loud and way too enthusiastic for it to be genuine. The next meeting is after summer vacation on the Monday of the first week of the next term. I hope to see everyone there again. Have a nice vacation. Everyone wishes him a nice vacation back as they file out the door. I stay behind, waiting until the 2 of us are alone. It's almost dinner time, so I don't have to wait long. Nomiya is looking through the painting, some of which are actually pretty nice. She might outclass everyone else in the art clubs, but she isn't the only one with talents. Excuse me, teachers. What is it, Nakai? He raises his eyebrow questioningly, smiling lightly. It's about Rin. Oh, is something wrong with Tezuka? No, but I hesitate for a split second, not certain how to say what I want to say, giving Nomiya enough time to start babbling by himself. I saw her a few days ago when I was passing by at the side gallery. She says she get 1 or 2 more paintings done for the exhibition. I was quite pleased. She's surprisingly hard worker. I always thought she was a bit lazy, doing what she wants instead of the assignments. He seems to notice my anxieties and realize that he is digressing, shutting up before finishing the thought. But you had something to talk about. What is it? I don't know. She feels detached from everything, as if she can't think of anything but the exhibition. Well, isn't that good? She is focused on her painting as she should be. Yeah, but this is different. It's like she is obsessed. I want to see her and I touch her private part of the body. Just kidding. Have you been bothering her? He cuts in before I finish saying what I meant to say, instantly looking quite irritated. No, I don't think so. I'm just concerned because she stopped coming to school completely. She feels strange too. Stranger than usual at the very least. Humbug, this is much more important for her than some lousy math class or physics or whatever. This is exactly why this school is so flexible, to give every student the chance to fulfill themselves. Tezuka is a painter, so she should paint now and have an exhibition. That's what artists do. She should be allowed to concentrate on that. Not these are the frivolous classes. She should be encouraged. If you think about it, it's really quite obvious. His counter arguments are not very convincing, but I'm having a hard time trying to make any kind of rebuttals. My crouching silence is interpreted as a sense. And Nomiya turns to shuffle the stack of turning assignments on his desk like a deck of cards. I have to say, while we are talking about Tezuka's exhibition, I'm very excited to see how it turns out. She's still so young, yet has such wonderful skill and style. He's talking to the air to relax the mood that got a bit too negative. I take it that you will be attending? Yeah, I guess so. Well, we meet there next. I think that asked my cue to leave, and I do, although I'm not happy about it. My message didn't get through, to say the least. But after that, all the missed opportunity and things I should have said come crashing down on me. There's nothing left now to do afterward but brute. The second day I began to feel anxious, I stopped doubting my doubt. It feels stupid, especially since I still can't think about anything else than reading. The day is Japanese exam and world history exam. Great. The thing I hate most about her is that she can make me feel this often, even though I should be focusing on entirely different stuff right now. For the math exam, we have a math exam. It goes how it goes. I don't care. Fifth day, Nomiya asked me again if I will attend the exhibition opening. I can't say no to him even though I seriously want to. I just don't want to discuss with him anything really related. So it's just better to take the path of least resistance. On the sixth day, the day before the exhibition opening, I find Rin standing in the hallway in front of my room when I return to the dorms after dinners. What are you doing here? My tone is angrier than I intended. I'm a little disappointed that I was unable to restrain myself, but it can be helped. Rin just standing there, like she just happened to coincidentally be standing around here where she has no business being. The way she reacts so coolly to everything annoys me now. This is not good. It's been 6 days and the sight of her has been boring. She hasn't even opened her mouth yet. Finished painting. Shouldn't you be at the gallery? Preparing? They said no. I guess the gallery owner does that part then, getting the painting's frame hung on the wall and whatnot. So why are you here? If I like it. This stupid pattern emerged again, me asking her question to which she replies to the answer that I don't answer anything, because it's the only other ways we can converse, apart from me listening to her blabbering about whatever, which isn't really a conversation. Is it a play? Are there some unseen roles that we have unknowingly set ourselves into dictating the rules of engagement whenever we see each other's, inevitably leading to us holding each other's? Her nonchalant answer accompanied by even more nonchalant shrugs leave me none the wiser. I guess I should be happy that the exhibition preparations are complete. When I walked into my room, I hear her footsteps following me in. I didn't invite her in, I has to leave. She claims my bed without asking permission, making me wish that I had taken the time to make it before I left in the morning, and then stand up again as though she sat on hot coals. I lean against the single corner of my desktop that isn't cluttered with stuff to rest my legs at least a little bit. Reed spends a few moments glancing curiously around my room. It makes me realize that she's never seen it before. For a moment, she actually looked like she's concentrating, trying to get everything. This must be the eye of for details that makes her notice. Since the room is small, she quickly runs out of things to look at, but nothing else transpires, allowing the uncomfortable silence to take over the atmosphere. The mood is chilly to say the least, and both of us are on guard, waiting for the other to make the first move. Of course, Rin could play this game forever, so it has to be me. So I keep up because she never tried to open a conversation, and because it seems that she wants to say something. I want to get it over with. Why else would she be here if she didn't want to talk? I don't know what to say to myself. I want to be angry, but I can't bring myself to yell at her or anything. My voice catches her attention, and she tries to search for words as well, but it seems that she's not entirely certain as to why she's here either. And so Rin simply takes a few steps to close the distance between us and rises on the tip of her toes to even out the height difference. It was a bad idea. Maybe you should forget about it too, and I will too. It's a reflection and almost as an afterthought. The words no and yes, and maybe simultaneously surface inside my mind. My hands is between her lips and mine, a wall that I raised to guard against something. Her breath feels warm against my fingers. The sense of her skin linger about the mysterious, indescribable sensations that capture me and draws my eyes deep into her. The look into her eyes is surprise, quizzical as to why the impertinent hand prevented her advance. Her eyes are really big and glistening with moisture and staring right into my own with a soft gaze that I'm having a hard time to match. Rin half open mouth makes her looks even more confused, although the sensual ways her lips are aching is signaling something completely different. Please, I need you. The words comes from her throat as a coarse whisper meant only for me, bypassing her tongues and teeth without giving them any chance to interrupt. They stop me in an instant, and I clumsily flinch back to get a little bit of distance between us, painfully scraping against my desk in the process. Maybe it's her choice of words, maybe the way she say it, but something it pushed me off. Something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong again. Need me for what? All the unpleasant feelings emerge again, and I feel my heartbeat suddenly increasing at least tenfold. Rin's eyes go out of focus and back again as her body relaxes from its tense state, and she stands upright again. I don't think I was thinking about anything. Why did you draw patterns in that dust on your night tables? There is the word for that kind of things, but I can't remember. Her remarks almost from his off track, and I glance over her shoulders at the small tables next to my bed, but I can't see anything from this distance. So she needs me for nothing specific. Just happened to come by because she thought I'd be glad to see her after she shut me out. No complaints accepted for weeks. Completely altruistic motive. Feel like it? Bullcrap, I can't answer myself. To play mind game with whatever you want, to kiss whenever you want, to ignore whatever you want, to fulfill your whims whenever you want. Is that it? What you need me for? My voice is sounding very angry again, even to myself. Good. Rinto finally catches the mood and her curious expression changes instantly to something more uncharacteristic. No, she leaves all that. And her eyes restlessly wandering around, searching the room as if the words she tries to find were written in the tapestries of my walls. Then what? I needed to pen. Pen? Of course, that's what artists do. The word reverberates through my being, getting in my blood over the piercing whistle of my angers. Don't give me that, Rin. I'm not some dang muse of yours, free to play with for the sake of paintings. I am not some mediums for whatever it will inspire to. I am me. So what if I don't know anything about my futures? There's things I want and things I care about. Even I can dream of things other than nightmares. I'm yelling, but I'm way past the point of caring about things like that. Rin looks down at her toes and wiggles them a little melancholically while she takes in my outburst without saying anything to defend herself. Only after I have finished does she try to respond somehow. I can do anything else, or I can do all some things, but I can't do. It's the only thing I can sort of do properly most of the time. I understand completely art first, everything else second and thousand. What about me? Am I nothing? When I was interested in art, did that make you feel like I was a little interesting for a little while? Tell me, I really want to know. Did you ever think about my perspective, or is it just all you? The water rises like bows in my throat. She looks alarmed and also completely uncomprehending, as if she doesn't understand what I'm angry about. I can't believe she could be so stupid. I didn't want to. This time it's Rin who interrupted her in mid-sentence. Don't you understand? I can't. Can't what? You never explain how I'm supposed to understand anything. You never say anything. Why don't you ever talk? Say something. But she doesn't. I think my anger at her feels satisfying. It feels wrong to take so much satisfaction in it, but I can't stop. And not wanting to face my anger head on, Rin turns around to steadfastly look out on my window, even though there is nothing to look at. The worst of my ire is gone. I shut up as I can't be bothered to keep on yelling at the back of her head, so silence finally returns. I try to discern some hints of her reaction to my adrenaline distorted division. My feedback was not the best kind, but I hope Rin got a clue that she just can't ignore everything else whenever she feels like it. I hated it if she didn't. She never ever listened to anything, so she's so unaffected by the world around her. Not this time, it seems. Her body is shaking like from holding back tears, but I already know that she is not crying. Her indifference makes me so furious. Now that it's gone, I'm at a loss. I wonder, did I go too far? Look, go away, he sounds. Her voice is tiny and tired as she says this, but I hear the words clear as day. What is there to say anymore? This is my room. The blunt hollow remark is a fitting conclusion for this unpleasant discussion that became an even more unpleasant and very one-sided yelling match. After a moment of collecting herself, Rin just gave up. I can see it from the way she slumps her shoulders and walks out. Even though she deliberately looks to the other direction, I can see how she's biting the corner of her lips so hard it might start bleeding if she would stop. As she makes an essay, I realized that she left the door open when she came in, and my yelling must have echoed around the dorm hallways. Aside, now that she's gone, I'm left alone with my guilt. As the thumping in my chest slowly subdues, anxiety replaces. Somehow I feel that none of this would have ever happened if it's not for me. No matter how infuriating, unbearable, and outrageous Rin is, she is not the Rin I thought I knew. The Rin that I expected Rin to be. Was it me who causes all this by talking Rin into taking her chances with the exhibition? Directly responsible for Rin becoming like she has been for the past weeks. I can't think of any other explanation for her weird behavior than the exhibition and all the things that came along with it. Maybe it was the only way that could have brought us closer, but all it did was separate us further away from each other, and now beyond the reach of either of us. I bang my head hard against the wall, tries to make sure it's hurt. He said, I know you're angry, but it's not good to hurt yourself by banging your head on the wall. No, it's not. Don't do that, alright? A headache is relentlessly thumping against the back of my head as I push open the door to the 22nd corners. Apart from that, I'm perfectly calm. After waiting on Rin, all the anger that I had bottled inside, it felt like a great weight had been lifted from my heart. The tension had crushed my mind for the past few weeks, faded away without leaving even a shadow behind. In this nearly descent like state of enlightenment, I realized that perhaps it was a bad idea to yell at her like that. I really meant it, but what good does blowing up like that do? Nothing. I'm not like that. I don't normally yell at people. I don't know why I did yesterday. So I keep feeling really guilty about it and wanting to take my words back. Rin is probably upset too. Even more than my own behavior, her reaction shocked me. I always thought of her as unchanging, detached from her surroundings, so that seeing my yelling get her so upset felt so out of place. I wonder if she understands how I feel. In Rin's words, everything seems to be absolute and subjective, absolutely subjective, as if she was completely unable to see things from other points of view than her own. but ultimately, is anyone able to do it? Maybe objectivity and altruism are just illusions for people who like to think of themselves as compassionate. Just like art is an illusion for people who think reality is merely a view for something greater. Even when you stop thinking that the world revolves around you or start thinking outside of the mythical box, you are just inside another bigger box that you can't escape. Maybe that ultimately makes her like the rest of us. I stepped through the door to find gallery full of the illusions people. Despite Sai's remark during my earlier visit, I always thought it was very spacious. But now when it was crowded like this, it looks positively cramped. I immediately noticed Sai standing in the middle of the lively discussion, busily chattering with some old gentleman. She's actually pretty tall and kind of cool looking, so she stands out in the crowd. There are a few dozen wine glasses laid on the table along the back wall, filled with burgundy liquid. A vast majority of the guests are sipping from their own glasses. The socialities and art connoisseurs are mingling happily, exchanging opinions about Rin's art, which seems to be secondary objects of interest for most. I feel distant, excluded from the other people here. I can't claim even at a stretch to be a social chameleon, so this situation is quite unnerving. Since I don't blend into the crowd, or I just fake that I do, trying to look at school and smooth as I can. I wonder how Rin is handling all this. If it was me, I would be quite freaked out. Throwing the anxieties aside, I try to carefully navigate through the crowd, still pulling pics at the spray paintings now hanging on the wall. Rin's exhibition takes about half of the gallery wall space. Some paintings are less familiar than others, but I recognize most of them. Some I've seen being created at the club meeting after all, or remembers from the time when Rin was choosing her portfolios. I know that couple of unfinished paintings of frame and on the wall as well. Maybe that's what they call a coincidental art. Even Rin's failure, if you can call them that, became an exhibit of her skill quite paradoxical. Shell sale is nowhere to be seen, which is strange because even though it's crowded, the gallery is pretty small. It's fine, show up. I don't know how to face her after yesterday. Maybe I shouldn't have come. Maybe I shouldn't have even come, but I promised various people, Rin included, that I would, so dang, that it sounds like I do things. It sounds like I do the things I do because some kind of instinctual properness compels me to, not because it would be sensible or not. I sneak closer to the side to wait for a loot in the conversation so I can chat her up too. Even though her voice is almost completely buried under the general background noise, I hear bits and pieces of her talking about Rin. Yeah, she is a high schooler at a local school, even though she's graduating next year. I'm sure various art schools will be interested in. I thought it would be interesting to have an exhibition of someone who is still in the early stage of development. It's so strange, it's like Rin is some kind of media celebrity even though it is nothing but a small exhibition opening at a small art gallery out of a small town. In fact, there is a friend of mine from... It's his sound. My eavesdropping is interrupted by a familiar voice and a familiar step in the back. I don't need to guess the sort of either, even without turning around. Hi, Amy. Hi, are you like a representative of the art clubs or something? I don't see anyone else from the school here. I don't know really. I guess I am if that's the case. What about you? What about me? You didn't think I'm interested in art, is that it, Hisao? No, that's not what, well, maybe a little if you put it that way. I mean, even though you hang out with Rin, I never heard you talk about art rehearsal. Amy hops and looks around her looking discontented. It's true, I don't care at all, but she came now to my track meter, so I thought it's only fair to return the favors. She leans closer, trying to look confidential, but only managing to look conspiring. Did you get art? No, I don't at all. My emphasizing handshakes draws giggles and a cheery handshakes of her own out of Amy. Me neither. Hey, let's go talk with Rin. I bet you haven't yet because I haven't either. Come on. Before she has a chance to forcefully drag me to Rin, Nomiya appears behind her with Rin in his towel. She's not dressed for the occasion, instead opting for the usual school uniforms and unkempt hair. Maybe her natural look is what suits her the best. Hello teacher, hi Rin. face Amy Grisser, the teacher cheerfully, causing him to turn around and look down confusedly. Who are you? I'm Amy from school, class 3-4, don't you remember? She looks positively shocked at the prospect that there could be a person who doesn't know her. Oh, sorry, you're in the same class as Tezuka, is right? Yeah. You have to pardon me, I have trouble remembering students who don't take art. Don't mind. Hi, Rin. Hello. Congratulations for your super cool art thing. I'm sure you'll be a big hit. She throws her up into the air for boisterous emphasis, almost hitting me in the face. And look, he's second too. Rin doesn't look at me, nor does she greet me. Congratulations, Rin. She kissed, averting her gaze, pointedly looking at her sandals. Oblivious to the tensions between us and ignorance of what happened yesterday, Amy keeps on babbling about this and that to an unresponsive Rin. I guess she used to not getting much out of her at times. Before long, Nomiya and Saya turns to Rin, introducing her. Expecting it, I catch a second of confusion when the guests see her arms. Saya is luckily on the boat and briefly explained about our school. Doubtful face quickly changed to curious. Would you mind telling us something about your art? I thought the development is quite easily noticeable. What do your settings of the difference between the oldest and more current works? It's quite rare for someone so young to dabble into abstraction. It would be interesting to see how you work. Oh, definitely. I assume you use your feet. It must have been a great trouble to learn it. You should be proud. You'll be pursuing a career as an artist after school. She is bombarded with so many questions she can't even hope to answer all of them. Maybe that's why Rin intends not to talk nonsense more than occasionally. So where do you get your ideas? That's the fifth words. Rin keeps stumbling with her words, looking more and more vexed by the expectant inquiries. Everyone is waiting for her to say something, but she looks like a cat got her tongue. Each question piling up just adds to her distress. I feel to hear the question that is the proverbial one to many. It's like the model stalling. Rin just freezes for long seconds until she falls on her knees, hitting the floor ungracefully like a sack of potatoes. Are you alright? I don't know. Tezuka, what's wrong, girl? I don't know what's wrong. A terrible silence falls upon the people gathered around Rin. Everyone is petrified, not knowing how to react to her sudden seizure or something. She breathes with deep, trembling gasps as if she was running out of air, staring ahead of herself with hollow eyes. Seeing that nobody does anything, I force myself to step to Rin and lift her up from the floor, and letting her lean against me to keep her standing. Would you like some fresh air? Okay, let's go outside for a bit. I don't even wait for her to answer before grasping her shoulder and pulling her past the stunned-looking Nomiya side ambient guest. Excuse us. The cool evening breeze hits my face at the door. I let go Rin and she leans it against the stone wall, trying to catch her breath. Are you alright? I couldn't say anything. Rin is still not looking at me, so I look away too. The streetlights and color neon signs twist my vision into a blur of near blindness, forcing me to look back. At least she talks, even if she's not directing her words to me. What do you want to say? Maybe both of us can imagine that we are talking to an invisible friend. I don't know. Something that would have been something. The silence lasts for a long time. I don't feel comfortable being alone with Rin. I'm not good at imagining things that don't exist, or that things that exist don't. We should go back in. The guests I invited are in there. They probably want to meet you and talk with you. Ask you a question and stuff about those paintings you worked so hard for. I don't want them to ask me a question like that. I can never say the right things. What do you want then? That someone wouldn't have to ask question from me. Okay. This choice leads to neutral and good endings, and I forgot which choice leads to neutral and which choice leads to good ending. Uh-oh. But aren't you happy people aren't interested? Well, aren't you happy people are interested in your paintings? But aren't you happy people are interested in your paintings? I mean, isn't that why you went ahead with having the exhibition and all? Of course, they would ask you a question. I think if they think it's interesting, it's like having a sunrise twice in a row when you want to bathe naked in moonlight. Nice, but it's not good enough. I completed the sentence for her even though I don't understand her inappropriate metaphor. I don't get it. You should try to be happier. It's a big night after all. Or these people are here to see your paintings. I think it's awesome. I wait for her to say something either for or against, but Rin keeps brooding. She doesn't want to answer question or explain to me what's wrong. If she had something to say, the words are left unspoken. The words that she cannot say. I shudder against the chill wind that blows in the street and is howling fills the silence. We should go back in. You got everyone worried. I think you are feeling better. It can get pretty hot in here. This spell can catch you off guard. He laughs brashly, almost obnoxiously. You should drink something if you're feeling weak, Tezuka. Well, I think it leads to a neutral ending. Well, okay, I guess. Not strictly, but it seems to be enough to convince Nomiya that she's fine. He pushes Rin a bit forward to introduce her to the person he was conversing with before. So about what we were talking about before, I guess I'm very excited to meet. I'm shut out on the conversation and the background noise of dozens of other discussions fills my ears with indistinct buzz. Even Amy has disappeared somewhere. Standing in the middle of the crowd is surprisingly lonely feeling. Not only Rin, but everyone here seems to be a part of something I'm not part of. I'm happy for her, I really am, but it makes me feel that I haven't accomplished anything yet. Rin is a living proof of the potentials of the human beings. She overcame her disability, even make it a strength. She should be happy. What is my potentials? Rin make it this far, how far can I go? Alright. I remember that there is a lot of discussion about Rin's choice that leads to either neutral endings or the best endings. But I'm going to get there later. The last day before summer vacation is running slowly. Sun is the final exam of the trimester and then we were free. The collective yearning for liberty is almost palpable in the classroom even though the weather seems a tad cloudy. It might rain today, who knows? I already finished the test because it was pretty easy, so I'm doodling lazily on the flip side of the papers, waiting for multiple times. It also prevents me from trying to comfortably look at my answer over my shoulders. She might fool the inattentive teachers, but I can tell that she's trying to look. I guess it's her best bet at passing the test. That doesn't make me feel any mercies though, so I just ignore her and look around me. It's quiet. The only sound in the classroom are the quiet shuffling of papers and Mutter's constant coughing. It makes my awareness of the surroundings slowly drift to the past of the consciousness, giving room to other things. Vacation some people will stay at the school even over the holidays. Some will go back to their families. I probably should make the trip back home and report to my parents that I'm alive and well. Not much to do at the school anyway, I suppose. Next trimester will be stressful. Everyone will have to seriously start thinking about what to do after graduation, including me. I look at my doodles, convince me to stop trying to salvage them. It's a mess of lifeless line. A waste of papers if it wasn't the flip side of my exam. Maybe it's because I didn't really set out to draw anything in particular. I just wanted to end sometimes, so the drawing becomes exactly like I am, without a direction to go to. It would be easier if I had some special talent like Rin. It's just easy. It makes me kind of jealous. It pisses me off that she herself can't seem to be happy about it. End time. Protocols for end of the exams draws groans of the displeasures from half the class. I don't blame them, the exam was kind of tricky. But I expect a lot from our class, even though he's not tricky at all. I guess he'd like all of us to become scientists. Put down your pencil and toss in your papers, please. The biggest groan comes from the desk to my side. Misha's despair is almost tangible. The dark aura of lost hope emanating from her seat makes me simultaneously frightened of and sympathetic to her. Now that there should be a homeroom before you are free, but I only have a few announcements to make, so this should be over quickly. His announcements are never important, so I listen to him only with one ear. Misha seems to be too down in the dumps to even pretend attentiveness. She slumps her head against the desktop, looking shaken. Cheer up, Misha. It's vacation, don't worry about the test. Thanks, Hichan. Her throat becomes a small smile and a sparkle of excitement lights in her eyes. What are you going to do over your summer vacation, Hichan? I'm going to Shichan's place. They have this awesome and super cool mansion. I'm so excited. I'm sure it will be the bestest summer vacation ever. She seems to have forgotten all about her misery in a few seconds and bounces up and down on her seat as if to promote her excitement. I don't really have any plans, I guess. Is that so? Maybe you should. A finger tapping her shoulders steal Misha's attention away from me. She points to Muto, who is expectantly looking back at the two of them. Oops, sorry, Shichan, I didn't notice. Teachers finished already. She clears her throat and takes a deep breath. I stand up with everyone. Since I came here, I always wonder about something. What do the wheelchair-bound students think about this daily tradition being unable to do it properly? Is it a fox pass to keep to this tradition in a place? Is that bypasses many other for convenience? Even though I never asked anyone during these short weeks here, I come to the conclusion that they definitely are not insulted. They understand. That's what I like about this school. Nobody is too uptight about anything. Everyone is so considerate and understanding of each other's. I wish the whole world could be like this. Bow. And class end. I turn the page slowly, listening to the rustling sound of papers. Listening to the rustling sound of papers makes when my fingers grasp it. I'm restless. It's the summer vacation, no class, no homework, no art club meetings, just free time to spend however I want. It doesn't feel like anything. I try to cheer Misha, but I'm not feeling to cheering myself. To be honest, the free time is intimidating. It reminds me of the hospital and the long, meaningless day that had to be filled somehow. The only difference is that I was bound to have work guarded by the servers like nurses. Reading was a good solution back then, but the thought of spending my summer vacation reading books feels dirty. That has nothing to do with the fact that I'm reading even now. It's just ending times and trying to fight my anxieties. Besides, my mind is on the other matters. Stretching in too many directions to make sense of any of them. That's a book I've been on since Tuesday is progressing slowly. It feels like this book is taking me longer to read than it took the author to write. I tried to read them for a while, then read some again, starting over from the beginning, read each page twice. Nothing works, I have zero concentration. Taking it with me just in case. I head out with some fresh air and some inspiration as to what to do. I make my way to the quad, passing by students heading for the gates. The hastiest ones are leaving for the homes already, judging from the luggage some are dragging with them. I guess that no matter how hospitable Yamako is, home is still home. Still, I heard some people will be staying here for over the vacation. The quad is big enough for its center to be shadowless, no matter how high or low the sun is. I stop in the middle and bask in the warmth. The brightness makes me squint my eyes when I look towards the main building. It looks old but abandoned already. Yuko wasn't at work today, so the next time I can get books from the school library is after vacation. There is a public library somewhere, I'm sure, but I'm feeling too lethargic to find out where it is. The hall is equally empty, so I have to content myself with returning to the dorm, ending my leisure report sooner than I expected. Then again, I wasn't quite sure what I was expecting in the first place. On a moment impulse, I enter the girls' dorm to see if Rin and Emily are there. Neither is, so I go back to my own room to dwell on my lethargies. I should talk things out through with Rin. She really bothers me. Defying the conceptual equivalence of gravity's ship balance on the thin line zigzagging between insanities, incomprehensibilities, and instabilities. It affects me too. She challenged me in a way that I don't know. She challenged me in a way that I didn't know, or more accurately, didn't hope existed. I started to wonder whether these feelings are really love or I was just fooling myself. Surely it would be insanity to consider that. For the rest of the day, Rin, the hospital, Yamako, and vacation swirl through my head. I can concentrate or even on concentrating, though it seems to come and go half shortly, fragmented into two small pieces of cognition. I pick up the book and manage to read 100 pages. But I'm sure by tomorrow I have no recollection of what happened in the story. I try to clean up my room, but even that proves to be too bothersome, too time-consuming, and requiring too much attention to details. It's usually like this: when you have nothing to do, you do nothing, even if you could. As suspected, Mom calls me, and I end up promising to see if I can get a train ticket for tomorrow, or failing that, the day after. Maybe I go downtown tomorrow anyway. I could do some shopping or something. It's not that I need anything, but maybe there are summer sales. I could be up something. Why am I trying to force myself? Before I was content with having nothing to do except for kicking the balls every now and then at the field. That it seems that I can't settle down at all. Is it because I have changed, or because my world has changed? By 11, the darkness beats me to sleep. The medication bottles are innocuously arranged on my night tables, not at all beckoning, rather pointlessly reminding me of the reality instead. It's even so I have to open 3 bottles, except one larger oval-shaped one, 2 small round one, and 1 large flat that has to be cut into half. The bottles and chuck down the medication with a chaser of fresh tap waters. The waters taste metallic on my tongues. I swallow it on along with the pills anyway and head to the bathroom. The manly job of brushing my teeth is fit for trying to sort my thoughts. One emerges from the mass clearly rising above the others. I want to see Rain. I can't let my outburst of anger be the last thing between us before the vacation. I have to see her tomorrow. Sleep overcomes my confused mind with more ease than it should. I'm not gonna lie, I think on the internet people are discussing about Rin's neutral and good ending. So after I get the good ending out of Rin's route, then I'll talk about it. Rin is falling on my summer vacation like uncountable numbers of small bad omens. Luckily, I'm not superstitious, but the bad weather makes me get downcast too. It's been like this since morning, and there is no end in sight. An impenetrable grey mass of clouds shadows the sky as much as it shadows my mood. In about of difference, I finished cleaning up this morning, but after that was done, I ended up staring out the windows and in hope of the weather clearing. The incessant drumming of the rainfalls against the roof and the pavement is mesmerizing, a droning background noise to lose your mind into. This won't do. I have to get a move on. Should I pack now or later? I decide on the latter and make my way outside, pausing briefly at Kenshi's door to listen to the odd clunking sounds from the other side. I don't dare to knock out of fear finding out what he's doing. Braving the rain from under my chesty umbrella, I cross the space to the closed door. Knocking on Rin's door yells no answers, but the doors behind me open instead. Hey Sao, hi! Terrible weather. I even missed my morning jogs. She frowns, but I would be glad if I was her. Any morning jogs or anything but leisurely. Oh, hi, Iris. If you were looking for Rin, I don't think she's here. I don't think she's there. Have you seen her recently? Yeah, just this morning when I woke her up. The mention of waking up makes me yawn like a cat and makes me feel silly. Of course, she has seen Rin and me wakes her up and helps her get dressed on most morning. Even makes her lunch boxes every now and then. And they are like sisters, even though they seem to have nothing in common. I wonder which one is the elder sister. Probably Amy against all odds. She is really diligent, even though she gives the feeling of someone who would be a total airhead. Why does it feel odd that she is dutiful under that cheery grin of her? She slept for the gallery a few hours ago. Hey, are you listening? Maybe I'm making a funny face or something since Amy tilts her face quizzically, looking at me with her eyes around and inquisitive. Her innocent face seems to request my attention. Yeah, I'm listening. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, of course. She furrows her brow, licking her lips as if to prepare for something. Why do you care so much about Rin? I mean, you probably hang around her more than I do. And we even slept in the same bed sometimes until lately. After she banged you because you ravaged her hair. A shock of horror widened Amy's eyes at least twofold, making them seem even more saucer-like than usual while her healthy blush stresses on her cheeks and ears. She thought, oh, I'm going to strangle that Rin or something that other horribles. I hold back my laughter, she directed her disdain at me. Amy recuperates quickly from the embarrassment and seems to forgive Rin in the same instant, getting her focus back on me. Anyway, are you in love with her or something? This really feels like an elder sister questioning us suitors. Amy is kind of nosy and not in a good, happy way, if there even is one to begin with. She makes a good partner for Misha. To be honest, the horrors. That's already your second question, so I don't think I have the answers. I just to control up front make a poor crystallized cool and involvement. I wonder whether I managed to form even myself. At least Amy is wrinkling her eyebrows dangerously with a nasty smirk on her lips. Is that a yes? No, it's not a yes. Obviously unsatisfied at my refusal to answer her way to intimate a question, she has enough sense to back off. Doesn't stop her from sticking out on her tongue at me like a kid and clicking again. If that's your answer, I don't think I have to talk with you anymore. It's easy to see that she's not really angry. Besides, I have to go back. Besides, I have to go pack now. Moms will be worried if I miss my bus. See ya. Yeah, bye. She retreats back into her room, leaving me alone in the hallway. What's between me and Rin is not her business, right? That's why I ended up not saying anything about her fight to Amy. Rin must have not said anything either. Yeah, Rin must have not said anything to Amy about the fight either. I guess even though they are friends, there are things they don't talk about. So if Rin is at the gallery, I have to go all the way there. Now that I managed to get out of my room, I suppose it's not that much of a bother to go downtown. I could go get a ticket, but the train back home will have to wait at least until tomorrow. No way I'm going to carry baggage to the train station in this rain, even if there's not that much of it. The rain makes all the outlines seem very unstable, as if they were fading away. And the townscape turns into the shapeless collection of various fuzzy tones of grey instead of distinct forms of buildings and cars. Those poor souls who were forced into the downpours try to make as much haste as they possibly can, beating each other for their shared misery. I turn the final corners, the 20-second corners, so to say, and immediately feel stupid for being amused by my own pun. The door beckons me with promises of warmth. The rainwater dripping from my umbrella makes an interesting, almost artistic pattern on the floor. I'm not wet, apart from my shoes that leaves small puddles in my wake, completing the rainwater's artwork. Namiya is here too, chatting with Sais at the back of the galleries. The Rin is nowhere to be seen though. Maybe she's upstairs. There's no customer though, which figures considering the bucket load of waters dropping on the neck of anyone daring to brave the weather today. Welcome. Hello, sorry to interrupt. Good afternoon, Nakai. Came all the way here for a visit? No, I think it was just impulse. I was around the neighborhood shopping and decided to stop by. My reflexive reaction is the white lie, which surprised myself. Maybe I just don't want to say that I came specifically to see Rin, even though that much must be obvious. Mike, you chose a bad date for shopping. Would you like some tea to warm you up? Thanks, but I'm fine. Really. The weather could be better though. Rain on the first day of vacation is a bit depressing. Well, I'm sure it'll get better. Namiya offers his hearty laughter bordering on abrasive. Rain doesn't get you down, teachers. Well, I do prefer clear weather as well. I was actually leaving just now to meet someone, and I prefer not getting my jacket soaked. It's very expensive. But of course, I'm in a good mood. What did you think about the exhibition? It was wonderful, wasn't it? Yeah, it was very fancy. My unenthusiastic answer only spurred him to carry on, walking around the gallery while blabbering about the opening. He talks more loud and louder when he is moving. It's something I noticed at the club meeting too. We got to talk with many good people and make valuable contacts. One of Tezuka paintings even got sold to a collector from Osaka. I follow his eyes to an empty space in the wall. I can't even remember which painting was hanging on that spot. Well, it's gone now. It was lucky that she was alright despite that this is spell. She got a little quiet though, so I told her to rest well. Then again, she always been pretty shy. However, I just not along with the teachers. The reception was very positive in general. I might be able to get one of my friends to write a little article on the magazine too. Shinichi, you're making Mr. Takahashi wait. Sai's remarks make him stop in his tracks and check his watch. Namiya's frowns in displeasure at the interruption to his tirade. Alright, well, I'll be up then. We'll meet there in September, Nakai. Bye. Wow, teachers really doesn't hold back when it comes to Rin building artist career. I guess it takes a lot to succeed, but I suppose his job would be easier if Rin was more cooperative. She's too indecisive, even though she's doing just fine. Like that, this is spell from the night before. She just got freaked out or something, and I didn't do anything to help her. I sighed. It feels like the gap between me and Rin is only widening. She's going to become something great while I'm still feeling like I'm bogged down, despite promising myself to try and make something of my life. On top of that, we have that fight, and the longer we keep not talking, the harder the wounds becomes to heal. If that even is what we want, I never found out what Rin felt, and now I'm not sure what I feel myself. I wish I could understand her, but Rin is not very often. But Rin is not very open for interpretation. Not that she's hiding anything, she just seems to defy my attempt at making sense of what she is talking about on any given days. Something on your mind? I realize I've been spacing out in the middle of the gallery for who knows how long. Nothing special. I pretend to study the classes painting to distract her. I see it before. The now all too familiar stroke of colors twisting and melting into each other seemingly randomly still manage to feel like there is something happening up and behind the scenes, so to speak. His style is so much like her, abstract, incomprehensible, colorful, mysterious. I wonder if to understand an artist one must understand art. May I have a question? Oh, she looks up from the magazine she was idly leafing through, seeming delighted at my display of unspecified interest. How do you interpret art? What do you mean? Her eyebrows rise high into questioning arcs, as if the questioning was too complicated to even begin to answer without clarification. Sorry if I'm asking something stupid. I don't think I really understand art like the pros do. Oh, there's no trick to it. Sai waves my question away with the question. Very simple but efficient flicked to her way. Sai waves my question away with a simple but efficient flick of her wrist, not her waist. Everyone interprets art as they will, and interpretation is as much in the eye of the beholders as in the intention of the creators. Pros have their own way because there is this thing called art theory. There are patterns in art, just like in everything, and we assume that it's possible to draw some conclusion from observing those patterns. Her voice is like a teacher's lecturing and adding emphasis on random words to keep the listener on their toes. In the end, I suppose it's pretty meaningless. She moves to musing seemingly to herself, muttering loud enough for me to clearly hear. A good piece of art will make you feel something, and that's all there is to it. Feelings change and they affect the art we create and the art we see. But I'll tell you a story. You can have to. The last one was depressing. It's important. Listen. About 100 years ago, a little known painter got news that his friend, a man called Mas, had committed not living. This happened while he was away and hadn't seen his friend for a while. So obviously he must have felt even more conflicted than you normally would after hearing of such a thing. For 4 years after that, our main characters did nothing but monochromatic paintings because he was so deeply affected by the news. Whatever he did, he always kept running. Whatever he did, he always kept returning to that same colors until it let him out in gaps. She takes a little pause to check whether I'm still following. I am to an extent, so I give her a prompt that the storyteller seems to live for. So, it's hard to continue from that, as I can't seem to come up with the questions she wants me to come up with. Like a half-baked Socrates, she thought she laid out all the tools for renovations in front of me. Don't you see the points yet? Only her students proves her to be too dense to get it. She looks discontent at my slowness. Picasso Blue Periods is one of the most lauded in the history of art, but who knows what he felt when he works on those masterpieces. Sadness, longing, regret? Nobody can tell. You now see one of his Blue Period paintings, you probably interpret it differently from before you knew about Picasso French Cossack Mass. Experiencing art is always personal, only interactive by chance or circumstances. There are millions of explanations for any given pieces of art, but it might be that none of them are what the curator intended. No man is an island, you know. Not without understanding what that last remark meant. What she said make sense otherwise, except for one thing. Because communication, like Rin said, but everyone is talking their own secret language, like Sai said. What can anyone ever hope to communicate? It seems so futile and pointless. Art really is not a thing for me. Sai returns to her art magazine and I make a round in the gallery, trying to see what Green can see in her own paintings. A soothing mood takes hold of the gallery, surrounded by the rainstorm, the big windows making the transparent isolation feels more comfortable. I think of the bells disrupt the tranquil mood. Green pushes the door open with her shoulder and steps in. I had almost forgotten that she was the reason why I came to the gallery in the first place. I think I'm ready. She pauses mid-sentence and noticing my presence. The needles dropping silence lasts for exactly 1.5 seconds, not enough for either me or Sally to open our mouths, but enough for Rin to react. I'm going for a walk. Heading back outside with a reckless pace uncharacteristic of herself, Rin seems to forget that it's still raining. Without giving it any real thought, I grab my umbrella and hurry after her. I catch Rin around the corners and open the umbrella and lift it above the two of us while still having to almost run to keep up with her. She doesn't protest me running after her nor me giving her shelter against the rain, even eventually showing her face down so I can match it without an immediate danger of overexerting myself. I relax from the rush, assessing the situation. The last time I held my umbrella to guard both of us against the rain, I didn't think too much about it. But now all the things that happened since the are gathering into a freezing cold ball around my stomach. Being close to her makes me uncomfortable. I feel myself flustering slightly. It's hard to get words out of my mouth, as if I feel suddenly very, very dry. Still, it's not like I can back off. Why do you keep running away? I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. It hurts every time I do. Sometimes it can be helped. I don't want to hurt. Fine, we don't have to talk. What should we do? Let's just keep walking. Just walking. Just walking. Okay. Our footsteps go splish-splash in those shallow puddles forming on the street as we walk through the rainfall. Rin now walking beside me in her unhurried and relaxed manner doesn't seem to be even bit bothered by the fact that she is getting wet even though she didn't needed to. She is partially out of the protective shelter of my umbrellas despite it being more than big enough for the two of us. It's as if she doesn't even notice the rain drenching her shirt. Rin demeanor always evokes a mental image of meditative calms, even when she might be in a turmoil. But I don't think that is meditation. That is just getting soaked in rain. I wish I could be more calm too. I've never become too involved with Rin to retain my usual alertness. It feels like I have become one of those people who put themselves into thinking they are objective, only to find out that they are the worst kind of liars. illusion to fool ourselves. What better ways to make one feel like a good person? It might be better to lose that illusions. I'll be going back home for some time, so I thought I could come to see you before. That. I could have thought of a better conversation openers, but Rin actively refusing to make it hard. That's good. I might have thought that you have been kidnapped otherwise. You can't keep running away from everything, not even from me trying to talk seriously. I'm always serious. Also, I seem to be running very slowly right now. Maybe I should take lesson for Amy. It's futile, like talking to a brick wall that randomly spouts sarcastic nonsense back at you. Think of your exhibition's opening. What if you had run away? Rin doesn't answer to that. She just keep walking or running slowly, escaping from me into her silence. She has a knack for being alone in company, and I have noticed. We head down the street and turn left and 3 times right, then left again. It's like that night there for some time ago. We keep choosing a direction randomly because it doesn't matter where we're going. What that matters is walking and the sound of raindrops drumming against the umbrella. Water flows down from the roof of the buildings and into the storm drains in wide rivers. Even though I try to step over them, my feet are getting wet through my shoes. We keep walking in silence that just begs to be broken again. I'm sure I'm the only one who's feeling like this though. Why did you have the exhibition? He just rocks suddenly and looks in the other direction. I get at this point. It's pointless. What did she want to accomplish? What she said at the night after the opening made me feel that there's something special she wanted. It felt to me that Rin hoped for something unattainable. She set a bar high and inside her own head she felt, no matter how much people like her works. It's understandable to lack realism. Most people do, even if not quite on the extreme levels Rin takes it to. But it's not the reason to live in your pirate world that accept no visitors. You can bend the world to fit your twisted megalomaniac cosmology where everything works just like we want. That's what frustrates me the most in Rin. She wants the world to live by her rules, disregarding everything that conflicts with those as irrelevant or unnecessary. I can't believe how anyone in Yamaku could not have the bare minimum perception to understand that the world can be sometimes be very unfair. I'm sure she's not the only one who wishes something worth difference, but we can at least grasp the facts as they are. I take the sideways glance at Rin, who is looking up at our dome-shaped covers. It is a poor replacement for a real sky in its monochrome bleakness. The rain just keeps falling, just like the cloud today. Rin doesn't really give the feeling of wanting to be watched. She's so clear in unison with the skies that she loves so. I shouldn't have come. Her presence only reminds me of how angry I got because the exact same reason and how those reasons probably can ever change. Even though I want to say I'm sorry, even though I don't want us to break apart, I can't bring myself to say either of those things. If we keep measuring the rain-drenched street one step at a time, often when you walk with someone else, your steps become synchronized as if through some weird subconscious pact. I notice that ours never do. Time passes and the strikes against the drum skin of my umbrella face as the clouds above slowly disperse to reveal a cerulean blues. Eventually, the rain yields enough for me to close the umbrella, shaking the excess waters off before I do. While I wrestle with the mechanism, Rin stopped so abruptly that I take 5 steps before realizing that she's not with me anymore. Stupid umbrella seems to be James. When I turn around, I find her staring at me with an impassive face. I wanted someone to say, "I understand how you feel." Wouldn't that be great? Is that an answer to a question from before? I'm not sure. Yeah, but why is it so important? Because otherwise I don't know if I can bear this. I was still in the middle of folding my umbrella, so that I just answer something to get the conversation going. But what she says now freezes my blood. If someone says a joke and laugh, you laugh with them, right? Because a joy is a joy triples, right? If someone is hurt and sad, and you comfort them and hug them, right? Because that way. She pauses, her mouth is still halfway open, then remembers to close it. A glimpse on her face and simultaneously on my heart. I don't know why the right words never come out. I don't know why I can laugh only when I make myself. I don't know why everything stays only inside me, and even when it feels like I'm going to burst. Her flat expressionless face does not waver even when she says that. Her usual steady voice becomes only slightly quieter than normal. But who will ever want to feel like that? Rin looks at me and I imagine the sun is reflecting from her eyes, whether it really is there or not. I don't want to feel like that. We stay silent for a little while after that. Rin, because she said all she has to say at once, because I have no clue how to process what she just said. I don't understand what Rin is saying, or I do, but I don't want to. For the first time, both of these things happens, and it has to be simultaneously. The irony is not lost on me. I think everyone wants to be understood. That's universal, but that is impossible. Not only for me, but for anyone. Says so too. You affect other people and are affected by them, but in the end, you see everything the way only you do. Or people are alone. We just use each other's to elaborate that loneliness. I wonder why I put it like that. It just felt that what Sai told me rang true, as if I had always thought like that without knowing it. It feels like she's articulated my thoughts in clear, simple words and that stupid story about Picasso. Ring droops her head like withering flowers, letting her bangs fall in front of her eyes so that I can see them. Why did you say that when you make me feel otherwise? It's unfair. The shaky voice that says those words does not belong to Rin. I really thought you could be different, that I wouldn't have to be alone. It's a bitter voice of disappointment spoken through clenched teeth and a quivering chest. I'm sorry. If you are, why did you say something unfair like that? Her demanding tone invokes no particular feeling in me, apart from sadness that has been there since yesterday evening. She doesn't intimidate me at all, not anymore. Rin is not a prodigal art genius, nor an unpredictable idiot, someone who could tear the logic lobes of my brain straight whenever she opened her mouth. She's just a girl that I thought I loved. A loved one who wanted to be my friend, a friend whom I let down. I say that because saying otherwise would feel like lying. Why? Simple questions are the hardest one. I have to close my eyes so I can focus my thought enough to answer her. I'm no artist, I can never be on the same level with you. This world only you can see, and to be part of it, I would have to become you. That's something I can do, no matter how much you wish me to. Rin takes in my explanation without battling an eyelash. I'm not a real artist either. I just paint because I just paint because it makes me feel like I can really feel something. She held her breath for a while before releasing it in a long sigh like flows. That's why I do it. I have decided I do it. Even if his son says that, then that's what I will do. Do what? Then starting a little shows that she had regressed into talking to herself again, but I'm glad I can snap her back even now. Teacher and I have talked with someone who is a very important person. I got a scholarship for a big art school in Tokyo. He said I could transfer there and start after the summer is over if I wanted to. I don't really get why. Hold on, what? Why didn't you tell? I just did. You are the first one I told because I decided it just now. She keeps her cool, looking only mildly surprised at my shocked interjection. It's ridiculous how easily she can say something so life-changing. I can't believe it. After what happened in February, I had enough change for this year. Even if things are going badly right now, I don't want everything to change. But what about Yamako? Don't you want to graduate with everyone? Well, my plea evokes no emotion. Everyone who? Amy, me, and everyone. I feel my pulse rising unnervingly and my breathing becomes fast and shallow. I don't want this to happen. Their life is not mine. You just said that everyone is alone. I didn't mean it like that. You always said that you have to seize the days and start living your life. I have to live my life too. Rin is twisting my words to justify running away again. It makes me angry. Ease, finality, and seriousness in announcing this is unacceptable. As if changing your life is something you can do on a moment's whims. No. How can you say that? Why don't you even try belong? Why don't you even try to belong? The desperate accusation has no effect. It feels like I'm once again out of weapons that I can't reach out to her no matter what I try. Rin is so frustratingly absolute in her own judgment that it might make me hate her if I didn't love her, even though I don't know which way am I feeling anymore. Maybe I'm that kind of person, the kind that belongs only to herself. I won't accept that. Her nonchalant eyes do not seem to care on whether I accept her decision or not. The pause lets me go down to find my sensibilities. While I do, the parting rain clouds reveals a sinking sun that still has time to shine its last few warming rays before calling it a day. A mosaic of lights and shadows spreading on the walls of the building, on the street, and the fence circling a park on the other side of the street. Rin's shadows is long enough to reach my feet. It's like one of those western movies with two cowboys staring each other down, ready to sling their gun at each other. The one who loses his nerve will eat lead. Yeah, the bullets made of lead. I realized I would have the disadvantage because the sun is behind Rin, stinging my eyes. Do you hate me? She draws first and I have no counters. I don't know. Did I lose? Even if I did, what would it matters? A scramble for words was that good salvage this. I find none. You are my friends, I promise you that. I'm not the kind of guy who forgets about promises. I think that is the most important thing. We could try to. Don't say it. Predicting what I was going to say, Rin throws herself into my arms, pressing her body against mine. I feel her rising to her tiptoes to match my height and snuggle closer. The sense of her head is that of rain and pain thinness. Her body feels as cold as always. Her breathing against my neck is as hot as always. It's funny how all of those feel so familiar, even though Rin as a whole does not. I guess Yuki can't hate me. Rin whisper into my ears so close I can feel the movements of her lips against my earlobes. It's teasing, taunting. If this was some other kinds of situation, I'm sure it would tickle tantalizingly, and I would giggle even though I'm a guy. It would be easier if you did. I don't know. It's pretty hot when you are hugging me like that. I wonder if it's because of my solemn voice, but she takes a step back, looking wistfully at her short arms. I wish he hadn't done that. I can't hug anyone, he sounds. I'm a bad person like that. That's why I had to go. She disarmed me completely with three simple sentences, rendering me unable to argue anymore. And since I can, Rin is free to continue as she will, shifting her weight from one foot to the other before she does. I will learn to hug people in my own way. I'm sure I can become a real artist, but if I do, I might not be able to be me anymore. The hint of a smile on her lips is betrayal of one size of self-confidence in a future that even Rin can't foresee. I want to interpret it as a sign of hope, but I know better. Rin just keeps smiling that our forced smile of hers. That's why please forget about me and I will forget about you too. I'm sure that she chokes in the middle of saying something I would never come to hear. I don't think I wanted to hear it anyway. This is not fair. Rin is not joking. Rin is always serious, but I can't accept it. I can't. Forget about you. How could I ever? And that's what I have to say, but I don't know how I would continue. I can't come up with anything good to say, so I have to challenge her. How can you say such a thing? Rin raises her eyes to meet mine. They are serious and deep, a perfect image of the uncharted territory I always thought they were. Even now, I can read her emotion from those unblinking jade irises that never could reflect what they saw. It's easy after all. Am I good at forgetting things? This is easy. Rin is good at forgetting things. Yeah. It's easy after all. I'm good at forgetting things. Her unfairness is choking my throat, but I managed to utter the question burning my mind. So is it? Is it goodbye? Rin kept looking at me gently without answering my question. From her eyes, I could see that she didn't even need to say anything. There were no more words for us. She turns around and walks off without looking back. All around me, the words keep changing little by little, but I was left standing there. The sun dropped below the horizon, casting long and thin shadows across the street. In the wanting In the warning light, Rin distancing back seems to be like from a faraway dreams. The gaps between us grew slowly. The ripples on the puddles she stepped on expanded until they met the limits of their tiny existence and disappeared without chase. Her words stayed frozen deep inside my heart. And yeah, she will go to Tokyo. That is good for her, but for Hisao, he just want a girl. Just like girls want a man and the boys want a woman. But yeah, like, okay, I will play the good endings for Rin's route, and then we'll talk about the neutral and the best endings for Rin's route, because when I try to look for the 18 plus patch on itch.io, and I also trying to look at Reddit and Steam communities to see if I miss anything while playing Katawa Shoujo, the visual novels, without knowing there's a 18 plus patch. And I also see people discussing about Rin's neutral and good endings. And they also explain why Katawa Shoujo, the visual novels, changed their life as well. The storyline's good. It makes people having a discussion about it. It makes people thinking about it. And yeah. Okay, let's go back to the scene, right? Yeah. Alright, so it's also weird that the choice selection keep like switching places. Alright. But if you found someone like that, then what? But if you found someone like that, then what? Do you really think that would be some kind of beyond end of all things, star-crossed lover and happily ever afters? My question is made with the blank stares, the darkness in her eyes faced by the thinly veiled bitterness. No, I don't think that. But at least then I wouldn't have to be alone. She whispered the words to the lights of the town, but I hear them anyways. I shouldn't have done this, not yet. The exhibition? She nods and closes her eyes, breathing calmly out as if to prove that she can, and then continues talking to herself. Why? Wrong consumption of the planet? No, not that. I double checked and I got up with the lab, food and did everything else lab. Right. It's me. I was wrong. She stands straight and stretches before stepping past me and out into the street. Wait, where are you going? She stops on her track and turns around, looking at me quizzically. School, I'm leaving. What? Why? Because I wanted to be me. Oh, I get it now. I'll talk about it later. Rin walks off, leaving me behind, utterly confused. Rin? But something she said really touched me, or maybe it was the way she said it. Maybe it was the fact that she said it. I wanted to say something back to her before I forget this feeling again. As if granting me a wish, Rin stops in her track. She doesn't turn around, just keeps waiting for me to say what I want to, even though I didn't have time to think that. Think what? Rin, listen, I don't believe you have to be alone, even if you never meet anyone like that. I don't know if she heard my word, but either way, she doesn't react in any way. For the final time, she starts walking away from the gallery. So where's Tezuka? I can only shake my head, but as if doesn't seem to be a suspicious answer, I have to say something. She's ran away. What? The horrific realization spreads on his face like a fire. This fiasco. A catastrophe. What is that girl thinking? The most important event of her life, and she just runs off? And you, why didn't you stop her? I'm going to hold you personally responsible. Sai interrupts him, holding her hands up calmingly. It's good she intervened. The teacher was starting to get a few obvious looks from the nearby guests. Now, Shinichi, she's probably just has stage fright. I don't know her as well as you people do, but I did get the image that she's somewhat peculiar. this kind of thing can happen. It'll be fine. I explained that she suddenly became ill. The guests will surely understand. But look around you, everyone seems to be rather happy with their free wine and chit-chat. The guests will be fine, but we are missing an opportunity here. Networking, making contacts and acquaintance. As the adults keep arguing about something that can be helped, Amy tucks up my sleeve to get my attention. She doesn't look very happy either. Come on, where? We are going to find Rin and kick her butts. What? I can't believe it. She's so stupid. That Rin, how can she do this? I'm telling you, she doesn't have a bit of common sense in her head. Amy is seriously angry, only missing steam rising from her ears. I guess I understand Amy. She is that kind of person. Give up has never felt like a part of her vocabulary, and maybe she feels it shouldn't be a part of anyone's vocabulary. It's probably best to leave her alone for tonight. What, are you a Rin expert now? She takes her from stance and puts her hand on her hips confrontationally. It's like she wants to pick a fight with me too. No, I don't think that's even possible in the first place. I just don't think kicking her butt would do any good. My melancholic remarks surprisingly works as Amy sums her shoulders a little and sighs. I know that. You do? The last time I did that, it changed nothing. The ride back to school in an empty late night bus is silence, but I was keep staring at the lights flashing past the windows without saying a word. The nightly grounds are quiet, lit only by the one moon and yellow lamp post. We say organized in front of my dormitory. Amy reflexively clenching her fist compares me to ensure that she won't assault Rin the moment I let her out of my sight. Promise me do not go scold her. She looks up at me, her eyes again flaring with anger that I match with as coming as I can. It's only easy to face an angry woman if you're not the target of her ires. After a minute of the mismatch staring contest, she sighs and shakes her head in defeat. You are too nice, Hisao. Did you know that? His upper smiles are tucking the corners of her mouth as she said that, and she seems a lot more relaxed. What a sudden change of mood. Maybe she wasn't as angry as it seems to begin with. Maybe her mood changed easily. If I was, I would let you have your way. Does that mean you're only nice to Rin? But was hiding our concerns behind empty jokes, but at least it puts me in a good mood. Amy waggles her eyebrows with a half amused smirk, trying to push my button. Not gonna work. No, it just means I'm not nice only to you. Hey, good night, Amy. Yeah, Rins wants to be herself. I mean, sure, the neutral ending, Rins got good scholarship going to go Tokyo, but yeah, it's not her. It's destroying herself. The last day before summer vacation is running slowly since the final exam of the trimester, and then we are free. The collective yearnings for liberty is almost palpable in the classroom, and even though the weather seems tad cloudy, it might rain today. Who knows? I already finished the test because it was pretty easy, so I'm dawdling lazily on the flip side of the paper, waiting for Muto to go time. It was so prevent Misha from trying to covertly look at my answer over my shoulders. She might fool the attentive teachers, but I can tell that she is trying to look. I guess it's her best bet at her passing the test. Doesn't make me feel any mercy though. So I just ignore her and look around me. It's quiet. The only sounds in the classroom are the quiet shuffling of papers and Muto's constant coughing. It makes my awareness of the surroundings slowly drips to the backstage of consciousness, giving room to other things. Vacation, huh? Some people will stay at the school even over the holidays. Some will go back to their families. I don't know what to do. I should go buy a ticket for my trip back home, but I can't bring myself to do it. I bet I'm going to get a call from home again. Mom's going to pester me about when I'm coming back, and I'm not going to know what to answer. This is really lousy. In the current state of things with Rin, it feels like I can just bail out here and pretend we are through. And now she has other problems of her own. I thought the exhibition opening would give her breathers, but I was sorely mistaken. The tango just seemed to thicken. A sharp knock on the door interrupts the quiet but frantic mood of the last 15 minutes of the exam. Come in. The opening doors reveals the art teacher who steps in with his jacket swirling around him as though in a gust of winds. He glances at Mutos, who glances back at him. A frown spread simultaneously on both of their faces as the men measure each others with their gazes. Excuse me, could I borrow Mr. Nakai for a moment? Excuse me, Mr. Nomiya, but we are in the middle of the exam here. A chilly atmosphere suddenly spread in the middle of summer afternoon as the two men trying to stare each other down. It is urgent, and it seems that Nakai has already finished. But man turns to look at me, staring at me like a pair of basilics trying to pacify a tasty snack. It's true that I've been indoors for a good while now, so Nomiya is right, but... Nakai, would you like to check your answer for one more time? Muto speaks with an odd intonation, waiting certain words as if trying to send a message. The pressure from the stairs makes me rapidly shake my head, which is apparently interpreted as an answer of some sort. Very well, Nakai, go with Mr. Nomiya if you please. Take your bag with you and bring your test paper to my desk. You have a nice vacation? Yeah. You too, teachers. The entire world, well, at least the classroom seems to hold its breath just for me, putting the exam on hold until I stand up, collect my stuff, and walk to the door. I can feel the stairs in the back of my neck. My classmates probably thinks I'm in for some detention or something on the last day of the school before summer vacation. I don't know what the teachers want from me, but I can guess it probably is not detention, and also that it probably has something to do with Rin again. Nomiya doesn't take me anywhere, contenting himself with the hallways as it completely abandoned. Do you know where Tezuka is? So she's trying to avoid the teachers for the course probably. I wonder if she realized that she can't avoid dealing with this indefinitely. I have no idea. You have probably asked her in her homeroom next door. Of course I have. I have searched every nook and cranny of this plastic school and the closed door. You're the last one to see her since yesterday, and you are her friend. Work with me here, aren't you worried? I am, but I don't know what I could do. Rin did something incomprehensible yesterday, even for her. She seems really confused. Maybe she just wants some time to think then. I got the feeling that she had a second thought about having that exhibition, or something she really didn't explain that what was wrong. What second thought? I don't know, just got that feeling. I'm being a little dishonest with the teacher, but this is not something I should be meddling with. He came to me, yes, why? Maybe he thinks I'm some kind of confidant of Rin's, but I don't think I can help with the matters. The teacher hops and scratches his head in confusion. What's up with that girl? This is so unlike her. She's always been so coherent, so goal-driven. Those don't really strike me as the words to describe Rin with. To me, she's always felt obsessive at best. I don't mean to be rude, but wasn't it you who pushed Rin to that direction in the first place? How goes my goal? That's a mental job. I guess so. I just don't know if painting can make her happy. That's pretty preposterous of you to say, Nakai. He suddenly sounds pretty irate. Did I say something stupid? You don't understand, do you? It's not a question of happiness. For every gain, there's a sacrifice to be made. For every gain, there's a sacrifice to be made. There's no free lunch, but I let that girl waste away her talent if she has a moment of doubt. Never. Painting is work just like any others. Just Tezuka might make it look like a child place to you, but she works very hard. But she works hard every day to make her art. To become extraordinary, one has to make an extraordinary effort. The more the teachers talk, the more I feel that Rin doesn't think like that, even though I have no idea how she thinks. I can verify or understand why she would sacrifice her summer vacation and make up for the lost classes and exams to get a chance at showing her art. This is a path she has taken, and to go all the way, that's not easy. I know that she's young and things are harder for her to just like for all the kids here in this school, but that's no excuse. He's finished, but do you have anything like what art is to Tezuka? No. That's right, I have only a vague idea of my future, no goals to shoot for, no dreams to blindly reach for. I tried the art clubs in search of something I could be interested in to get inspired by. Did I find something like that? Or I found in the end was Rin. No, I don't have a passion like that. then you can understand. In his flat statement allows no counter argument, but she might not understand even herself. Still, I carry on arguing out of spite if it for nothing else. How could she not? She's been at it so hard for the past few weeks that she put off even coming to school. Not to say anything about attending class. Don't be ridiculous. I don't think I'm being ridiculous, but I have no rebuttal. Nomiya seems to consider this one of his win. At any rate, the opening was quite successful despite Tezuka hardly showing up. Many people were interested in her work, and one piece was even sold for a reasonable price. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Yes, it's fantastic news. I hope that Tezuka would come to her senses when she's heard about this, but he sighs and takes off his glasses, cleaning them against his jacket before putting them on his nose again. At any rate, I should be going. There's this mess to be settled with Saya and everyone. If you see Tezuka, please ask her to come see me. Otherwise, have a nice vacation. Thanks. After he has disappeared around the corner, I wonder where Rin could really be. It feels like she has not one, but at least half a dozen of these secret places. A balance between the desire to solve these tangles and to drop it for good. The disused classroom is just a few feet away. What to do? As I push open the door, only the shadows greet me from the inside. Hey there! She's standing in the middle of the sunlit room, peering through the gaps of the curtains out into the yard. Like so often before, she doesn't start or jump, just calmly waits for me to make the first move, as if she's trying to become permanent part of the furniture. The teacher is looking for you. A blank look over her shoulder is all I get, accompanied by the cryptic non-expression on her face. Are you looking for me too? Now, I already found you, didn't I? Did you? She furrows her brow, looking so puzzled that it makes me wonder if the question was asked in all seriousness. Maybe it was. Are you talking metaphorically now? Do you mean like eels, capes, and dogs and stormy nights? I'm bad at talking like that. The abruptly ends the greeting gives me the chance to close the door behind me and sit down on dust-covered desktop. Rin stays standing, but at least she's turned that around. I soon wish she didn't though, so oppressive is her expectant stares. This is her place and I'm an intruder, although I'm a tolerated one. Despite that, she still waits for me to say something. If I only knew that. The sunlit silence presses me towards decisions. I came here without really thinking what I would do apart from delivering Nomiya's short message in case Rin was here. She was, and now I don't know what else I want to say, what else I should say. I hover between my two options for a moment. Rin being troubles me too. It's a surprising revelation, almost as big as realizing that she really is trouble was. Nothing I can do would probably help, and I might be partially to blame too. Does it mean I should just wash my hands of her? I didn't think so. So what's wrong? Nothing. She starts to turn away again as if trying to physically exit the conversation she doesn't want to leave. She doesn't want to help. Rin, stop trying to dodge me or I leave. Okay, you want me to leave? Are you still angry? It took us, or was it only me, 10 seconds to swam the conversation into this. I wish we could erase the past, or failing that, forget all about it. I wish for that more than once in the last few months. Let's put that aside for the time being, alright? If you say so, I do, so what's wrong? Say Nomiya were not too happy if that you just ran out yesterday. You left them in quite a pinch, and I suppose the teacher wants some kind of explanation. It seems like you just threw out everything you had to work for, and I don't get why. Did I make a mistake? My reprimanding and her flat answer go so much against the usual expectation and presumed interaction that it might just as well be somebody else talking. Neither of us is like we used to be. This stiff and constricting feeling I get every time I look at Rin nowadays seems to be a mirror in her own behaviors. I hate things that got irreparably wrong. Ever since February, I have hated them. What can I say? Her question is trailed by a compelling quizzical stares that makes me sighs and frowns. Conversation nobody wants to have all the worst. I don't know. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it probably was pretty stupid. she responded with a sigh of her own, although her is not nearly as heavy as mine was. I just couldn't do it. But why? What's wrong? A pause of her brow, quiet voice. Maybe, he sound. I don't think I can really explain it in a way that would make sense. Yeah, Rin doesn't want to have this conversation either. That may be for the better. But how rare of her to admit that even if she has some kind of limits. I always thought Rin was so but ignorant of her tendencies to get distracted so much that she inadvertently obfuscates everything she says. You never explain anything in a way that would make sense. Nobody else has ever asked me to. I guess that's how it is, but I always wanted to make sense of you, to find out who you are. I still want to, can you see? I know you can, but I do. Is that why I keep this up? It pains you as much as it pains me. It's unlikely to be of any use to either. We did things and said things that can be undone. It's as if you and me being closer to each other just hurts us both, but we still deliberately keep doing it. Isn't that silly? Even now I can see how you force yourself to respond even though you owe me nothing. Even if it's hard to talk about things like this. Why? Why is that? Why is it that you paint? Because I don't know what else I could do. It's like this feeling that there's no choice. That is the only possibility. Like when there are only watermelon flavor. Like when there are only watermelon flavors popsicle less in the store, but you need to eat the popsicle. Her poor metaphor aside, she didn't really answer anything. If possible, this makes even less sense than not knowing. But if you don't want to paint, not like that. You had to come to this school even though you probably didn't want to have a heart attack. She pauses, fronting as if something in what she said didn't please her. At least I think you wouldn't. Her careful follow-up is her follower in term by another shorter pause with another smaller frown. Would you like to have a heart attack? No, I wouldn't and I didn't want to. But you're doing fine, aren't you? Or are you still sad about it? This question makes me realize that I haven't really thought about my illness for weeks. Aside from choking down my medication every day, that there has no need to concern myself with my broken heart, which I'm only thankful for, really. Getting to know new people, a new school, a new town, a new life, it all has caught me and make the past fade away. No, I guess even I can't dwell on the past indefinitely. See, even watermelon doesn't really taste bad if you have to eat it. Her half-nonsensical closure seems to put an end to the subject in his mind, so I just not in uncertain confirmation. There are two kinds of silence, awkward ones that you want to break and comfortable ones that you don't mind. And the first kind is bad because it makes your thoughts go awry like mine do now. Looking at Rin makes me feel bad. I don't want to feel like this. Looking at Rin makes me feel exhausted. I really tried my best. I really tried my best. She tried to. I have no idea. But we ended up like this, and she ended up screwing up her exhibition opening. It feels like we are at a dead end. There's no direction to continue to. I reached out for her yesterday thinking it would be the last time. She walked away. I want to be me. What the heck does that mean? If anyone, it's most definitely herself. I feel kind of relieved that I'm not the only one. I'm not the one who blamed. But this still grates on my mind. Why did she run away? It didn't make sense yesterday. It doesn't make sense today. The things she said feels like. The things she said feels like they should make sense, but they just don't to me. You know about that thing you just said? Which one of them? Painting said something like that to me before. That a true artist does not paint because she wants to, but because she must. And I've been wondering about what she said. Why do artists have to paint? My question is probably pretty stupid. At least Rin looks at me in a blank way that seems to say so. I don't know, am I an artist? Well, you paint stuff and you have an exhibition too. I say you qualify. I think I still don't know, but okay. The thinking pause that follows seems to last for half an eternity. Like most people, Rin doesn't favor her thinking pauses by body language saying like or anything. I noticed that I might prefer her way. The usual way even annoys me, as if people were so infatuated by the sound of their voice. By the sound of their own voice, they just have to keep making it some noise even when they are just thinking what they could say next. Rin just comes to a full stop while she is thinking. It's disconcerting because reacting to people spacing out is always hard, but she comes up as less obnoxious. I think I want someone to see what's inside me, not the way doctors and serious killers do. The way that doesn't make me feel lonely. This is what you call metaphorical, you see. Please don't lecture me about self-evident things. It's not self-evident that this is self-evident. So you present a painting to someone and expect him to magically see a glimpse of your soul. It's not like that. It's just a little like that, but not really. Don't you understand? I do and I don't. I feel a little bit of despair every time you ask that question. What question? About whether I understand you or not? She seems almost unsurprised at my clarification. Oh, it's not really a question. It's one of those kind of questions that you don't have the answers. Rhetorical. Yeah, that's a word. A question that is not a question is a rhetorical question. How nice. That reminds me, it doesn't really make sense. What kind of question is that? One that isn't a question, a rhetorical one. What kind of answer is an answer that doesn't answer anything? Is that a rhetorical question? You're not funny. Like you don't like it, would you like me to say something else instead? I don't have any good one though. How about your pants are on fire? This can be a secret language. Rin's honest to goodness silliness make twice more ridiculous by the fact that I know she's that serious derails me like it always does. It's like some kind of safely locker to prevent me from becoming too much of a worrywart, dragging even my own thoughts off the grounds where they should be. It makes me smile confusedly, but only on the inside. Even though the corner of my mouth are not drawing into a grin, I'm still impressed about ease of wrecking any attempts at being too serious. Because she will so forget and ignore things that box her, things that bother her. Because she will so be free of whatever's burden being her means. Or am I the only one who feels burdened by being myself? No thanks, but still the times when I feel that I'm on the same page as you are pretty rare. It feels like there is this huge gap and sometimes you just can't go. You just go to the other side and I don't have any way to reach to you from where I am. It's like you are in some completely different place at times, even though you are right here. That's right. There is an insurmountable discontinuity, an imaginary glass wall that blocks incomprehensions from happening. There might be such a gap between any two people, but with Rin it feels more tangible. Rin does not react to my thoughts, not to the one I uttered aloud, not the one I did not. It's even worse way odd. I'm not very good, I admit it. I joined the art club because I thought it could be interesting. And I guess it is. I like your art too, but just like with you, I can't comprehend it. I'm pretty sure nobody can. This seems to worry her slightly. Do you think so? Yeah, I guess the arm is meant to be interpreted, not understood. That's how I put it. That's a sad thought. I guess it might feel like one. Does it make you feel sad for yourself? Rin thinks about this for a while, then she shakes her head surprisingly vehemently. The first thing she focuses her eyes on afterward is me. But these things make me glad and relieved. That's good, isn't it? Anyway, you should go see the teacher and apologize properly. I think he is worried about you. Can you do that? This time she nods her head, only it's not as vehement. The hallway is empty, almost intimidating. Nomiya's office is the art classroom at the other end of the different floor hallways. Our step echoes disturbingly. The atmosphere is unlike on a normal afternoon. It feels like the school knows that nobody will be coming back from month 2. The door is open but not very inviting. I am way outside. Nothing barely noticeably. Rin strides in without stopping and naturally without knocking. Maybe that's why it takes a few seconds before I hear a teacher's voice from inside. There you are. Hello. A conflict arises. Should I stay here or go somewhere else? I'm not sure if I even want to eavesdrop on them. I may not lose to curiosity, and so I stay close enough to listen in. The voices echo in the hallways, but no matters. There is nobody around except for me. Dear girl, what were you thinking, living like that on a big night? I couldn't say anything. Compared to Namiya's scolding tone, Rin sounds awfully quiet and withdrawn. Her words seemed to drown under his. I have to say I am very disappointed in you, Tezuka. It was not good at all. Never mind all the things I did for you. But what about Sai? What about all the guests who wanted to meet you? There was nobody, even Hisao. You have embarrassed us. You have embarrassed us very badly, Tezuka. A reputation is what counts. Surely you know that. It's alright. I don't need it. Don't need? What do you think you know? Replies only seems to agitate the teachers more. His voice rising with every sentence. The part of the artist is the only one. I'll tell you that, honey. You have to see the big pictures. There will be a bad time and good times. Things are like they are. It will be alright even. You might not think that is also wonderful and easy, but how far would you have gotten without me? I won't always be there for you. When you lie on the floor of your minuscule room, you ran 3 weeks late, your mind blank for the 4th week straight. Then you will wish that you had listened to your old Nomiya a bit more. When you keep measuring how the shadow of your chair becomes longer over the spring because that's all your lethargies allow. Maybe that's when you will start caring about your career. That doesn't matter. Your resolve is not enough. I am not a resolve person. You're not a resolve person. Then tell me why? Why? Why did we go through all this trouble if it amounts to a mosquito crap? Oh dear, the teacher's plea of views. Him yelling at Nerins makes me feel bystander guilt. If I had gone with her, maybe he wouldn't have gotten so angry. If I had not let her run away, he wouldn't have gotten angry in the first place. I still could go and save her. I don't think I can. It was the same. I yelled at Rin too, and I'm feeling all the more embarrassed about it now. I felt just justified to vent my anger at her face just because I felt it was her fault that I was so frustrated. I was no more justified than the teachers is. A terrible silence sets upon the hallway. Rin does not have anything to say to Nomiya. Whether she has to run out of answer or she knows that arguing would only make him angrier is anyone's guess. The teacher has nothing more to say either, it seems, or maybe he just ran out of breath. For a moment I imagine the two of them just staring at each other, one full of red hot anger, the other full of yes what? I can tell how Rin feels, not before, not now. Teacher seems to expect Rin to say something too, but since she doesn't he finally continues in a quieter but not less angry voice. What work is there in doing so much work if the outcome is nothing? Still, Rin will not say anything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten so excited. He does not sound sorry at all. Rather, his tone is cold and sharp, like he was spitting the words out of his mouth. It seemed that I was expecting too much. You're not an artist at all. Yeah, not sorry at all. He stomps out the club's room and down the stairs without noticing me. After he's gone, I peek carefully inside the classroom. Rin is left standing there in front of the teacher's desk. I couldn't say I'm sorry. She said it into the humid air of the classroom, not to me. But since the room won't answer her, I will have to. That was unfair of him. He was angry, but still. I can't decide how to end my sentence. Disdaining the teacher feels like disdaining my own behavior from 2 days ago. Stupid but correct in hindsight. Rin was staying page 5 where she stands, so I walk up to her. She stood up for herself in a way I didn't expect that. I can't determine whether it unbecoming or not. But either way she did. Against me, she never did. I sort of wish she had. Maybe I would not feel this bad then. Lately, it really seems that I've been wishing for all kinds of things. Rin? Go away. Why are you saying? You're angry at me too, right? I thought you were my friends. I thought he was too. Her voice is unlike I've ever heard it. It's bitter, sharp like needles, and she keeps staring pointlessly at her toes. I don't think it's about that. I wanted you to be something and you're not, and I take a deep breath and finally catch her eyes in my own, locking our gazes. I'm sorry, I wanted us to be something else too, more than friends. Maybe that's why I couldn't contain myself and become so frustrated, just like the teachers did. What more? There's nothing more to me than me, and that's all I am. I don't understand that. Well, the answer should be obvious, right? I remember myself thinking of the purpose of friendship, to put up with everything and anything, to be there for your friends. Yeah, I felt as a friend, thinking it could be a stepping stone for something else. Maybe because of those thoughts, I didn't manage to put up with things to keep it together. As outrageous as Rin is and was, I shouldn't have let myself get caught into that, especially when I started feeling the way I did toward her. So did I fail? That's what her eyes seems to ask. I'm sorry, Rin. I might not be able to be a friend, but I don't think I could ever be a good friend to you. I say these things because they are true, not because one of us would like to hear them, but they are something that must be said. The finality of my words creates a shaking silence for what could either of us add to that. Why does all this happen? People are doing things I don't ask for. I don't want. People are doing things I don't ask for and don't want, and everyone keeps getting angry at me. I have no idea what is going on anymore, and I can't stop feeling like I want to run away for everything. She shuts her eyes tighter and breathes out deeply, calmly. When the eyelids open, I can see a dark green desperation. I have no idea what's wrong with me. Her frenetic outbursts stupefies me for a moment, and for the heartbeat, we just gaze into each other's face. Seeing her confused eyes desperately looking for answers from mine only makes me sad because I know I have none. I don't know either, but you know, you and yourself says that things are not right or no wrong. Yet they are. They just are. You either accept them, work to change them, or give up. It's not that I hate you or that teachers Namia does. I just think that I'm the kind of person who gives up when he feels he can go on. And even if you hate it, this is how things are. I'm saying pretty cruel things, but I can't stop myself. The words keep rolling off my tongue with the slow, hard suddenly. I can see them hitting Rin almost like physical blows. As the redness gather into the corners of her eyes, they are still white with the shock of rejection. As the tears start rolling down her pale cheeks, she does nothing to stop them. As they fall down on the floor one by one, she stands still, staring at me with a gaze full of hollow disbelief. But reality catches up. Ring slumps forward as if she was deflating and buries her face as deep in my shirt as she can. Rin is heavy and feather-light when I support her weight. She doesn't really sob or bawl, just leans against me, letting her tears burn through my shirt into the skin bit underneath. And I let her, bringing my hands around her shoulders in a clumsy hug that does not no good to comfort her. I can feel Rin's vertebrae against my fingertips, and Jagger reminds her of how messed up things are. Her slim shoulders quivering against my palms is a pitiable sight, and the hopelessness of being part of the cause for Rin's sadness keeps straining my heart. To make her cry is the most despicable things to do. Even Rin, especially Rin, behind that veil is aloofness. Rin is just a human being too. Just as confused, scared, and lost as any of us is. Most of the time, it seems that there is no rhyme or reason for what Rin does and says. But for once, I think I really understand how she feels. But no words can express it, and no words can make it better. So wordless as we stay, quietly waiting for her tears to run out. Time passes agonizingly slowly. Even the lazy specks of dust floating in the air seems to pause into a standstill. The obligatory work clock is taking distractingly from above the door. I decide against counting the seconds because it would make them feel longer. Eventually, Rain stirs a little and still smothering herself against my chest, mutter into my shirt. Let me be here for a while. Please, he sound. Just give me a little while. Assuming the looks spread into my consciousness, the knowledge that while being here for Green is all I can do for her. That's all she wants for now. That's all she wants right now, even after all we gone through. Sure, so she stays there, but I still can't bring myself to draw her closer so I could embrace her properly. It's because doing things would just make me so sad that I don't know if I could bear it. The realization that we might never really be able to become what we want to be for the other crystallizes into my mind as a diamond heart enlightenment. A pang searches through my heart like an electric shock. It's painful. This clarity hurts. What can we be for each other? What meaning is there for us to desperately cling to each other even though it seems so futile? What should I say to Rin? How can I make her feel better? I do not know any of those things, and I fear knowing them would only hurt more. Fortunately, I push all of that out of my mind because I don't want to be thinking of hurtful truths. My thoughts calm down soon enough. The sun is dispersed until all that is left is me and Rin and the tenders feeling of her warmth and softness against my chest. When did I fall in love with her? I can't remember, but I'm certain it was way before the warm touch of her lips on my own on that orange colors afternoon when she was sick with cold and I went to see her because unclear reasons. Her carefree attitude, the air of otherness around her, all the things that makes Rin herself, those things captures me with irresistible force. The way she could take in anything and everything, giving it only the value of she herself plays, weighing all things fairly and without prejudice, seeing the world as she wanted. This is something I could never do, and Rin was probably more of the muse to me than anything ever was to her. She seemed so free to me, surely a free spirit, while I constantly worrying about everything seems so inhibited that it was almost embarrassing. Maybe that's why I latched so tightly onto Rin, trying to get inside her world that was so different from my own bleak life. Before I noticed it, that irresistible force had pulled me dangerously close to her, but it turned out to be way too alien for me, and I had forgotten Newton's of all things. The gravitational force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the objects. So if two people feel something for each other, even though feeling are not governed by the constants of the universe, I can't help thinking that for some times now I've been satellite to Rin's brightly shining planet Rin. The thought makes me almost laugh. She really does seem to be from another planet at times, minus green screen and possibly some tentacles. Perhaps because of my stifled laughter, Rin pulls away and I let her go, feeling the cold when her warmth goes away, and slight embarrassment for letting my thoughts run wild like that. I credit that as Rin being bad influence on me, while being glad at the same time that she can read thoughts for real. Rin's bitter tears have dried up, and she looks a little more like herself again. She locks the lost look in her eyes is still there though. Her gaze wanders around restlessly before stopping at me. What happened just now? Can you tell me? What do you mean? I cried. She says that hesitantly as if not believing it herself. Yes. She keeps staring at me as if pleading guidance just so that she wouldn't have to feel so lost. Why? You were sad. Is that what you want me to say, but isn't that obvious? I don't know, it feels weird to cry. What? I don't believe it. I mean, everyone does that. It's not... I bite my tongue before I finish my argument about normalities. Norms do not apply to the person I'm talking to. It always feels so wrong, different from what is in me, like I couldn't really tell what I felt. So I started thinking that maybe I don't know what I'm feeling. Maybe it's me who is wrong. I thought those kind of things. I thought that painting was enough because it felt that I didn't at least that right. That is inside me could become a picture if I try really hard, and it could. But it doesn't feel like it's enough anymore because if nobody else can see that, I will still be alone. Was it wrong to try? Everyone got really angry at me for that. I really heard Rin say this much at once before. Once she finishes, she simply shuts up, looking so neutral that it's hard to believe she just said what she did. I don't know what to think. Rin was desperate. Rin was desperate for someone to look at her painting and somehow see right to them into her soul to understand her feelings because she felt she could not express them in any other way. How can one say whether that is right or wrong? Could it be that or this time she's been trying to reach out to me like I tried to reach out to her? I sit down on the desk to think and to rest my legs that kept us both staying for a long while. You know, when I read a good book or look at the starry sky or whatever, sometimes I need to feel something profound like a shoot. I don't know how to describe it, but the instant I try to put it into words, I feel that I lose something. It doesn't feel as real, as true as it did inside my head. It feels a bit funny. Dang, even what I just said feels funny. I offer a smile that is meant to be bitten funny and self-deprecating, but Rin doesn't react. Anyways, it might be that nobody can ever express their true feelings so that others understand. Reality has no chance of living up to what someone has inside their head. Nothing can match that, not even your paintings, even except maybe for you. But I suppose you can keep everything inside, you explode for real then. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think it's wrong to express your feeling, or even if you use painting as your conduit. You just can't expect people to understand you any better than they would if you did it any other way. In fact, you can't expect people to understand you at all. It's because everything is so subjective. You can see the world the way you do, but it's different from everyone else. But isn't that terrible? I can see it in a way. She frowns, looking probably as stricken as she can, which is not much, but it's enough for me to understand that Rin is not particularly happy. I think it might make me sad at all. Yeah, I know. I wish I could do something about it. I wish I could do something to help it. I don't think I sound bitter, even though I am a little. This is my problem. I cannot be what Rin wants for her, and for the same reason she can't do the same for me either. She makes a difficult face, carefully trying to pick the words she wants to say, so Rin has time when it's hard to say something too. It can behave, I think, but if you say that, it makes me feel a little better. It's funny how some seemingly irrelevant things are the most significant ones at a time like this. Like how Rin's voice is very very small, barely audible when she says that, and how even her short bangs can cover her eyes when she looks downward, and how they can cover the deep red colors rising on her cheeks and all the way to the tip of her ears. It turns into the very interesting shade of red. Deafening silence follows. It's very awkward, as if I saw something that wasn't meant to be seen, even if it was on purpose. I don't even know what to say. To that, but I keep feeling like I should know. She doesn't either. Still, it feels like there is no momentum to lose, even if we keep silent. We have some weird wireless connection that would hold even so. We keep shipping her weight from one foot to the others restlessly, looking everywhere around the room except at me. She is the one who finally breaks the spell. Can we go? I don't want to stay here. Oh yeah, of course, where? My reply is covering my nervousness as badly as her question is covering hers. You can go wherever you like. I want to sleep. I haven't really slept for a few weeks. It feels like there is a flock of light blue butterfly inside my head. It makes it hard to think properly. The kind that you think is too blue to really exist, like Amy panties this morning. She shakes her head, and I almost expect a couple of ultramarine colors morphos to pop out of her ears. A small smile tucks upwards the corners of her mouth. That reminds me, not blue, not the panties. The words for the flocks of butterflies is a swarm. I look it up. That makes my eyebrow rise into a questioning arc. Why don't you use it then? I like the other words better. Why look it up in the first place then? Then you should use it, right? She nods and for silence, her gaze escaping mine to the side, attracted by the dark orange sunlight refracting from the windows. We stay like that for a little while, me silently looking at her silently, looking out of the windows. Hey, you alright now? She glanced at me from the corner of her eyes, looking wistful again. The sunlight's reflection doesn't betray any more of her inner feelings. I need to think about that. I want to continue this conversation, grasping at those straws that she finally reveals to even exist. And Marine is looking out of the windows so absentmindedly that I know she won't be responsive in any ways that would make sense. It's like some kind of defense mechanism of hers to avoid being sensible. Her mind is like a butterfly in its cell, always fluttering somewhere away whenever it's stirred. Just when I thought I could see behind her veil, she jumps out of my reach again. Maybe that's just how it is. Maybe that's something I should accept to get some peace of mind. Okay, I'll walk you back to the dorm then. Thanks. Really? The empty hallways of the school devoid we students feel very lonely. Less than 1 hour after the summer vacation again, the building seems to be deserted, and all that intrudes on the stillness of the hallways or footsteps. The change is sudden, but it shows how the building is just an empty shell that without its students and teachers. It's as though the school has become a pirate world for only the two of us, a desolate place filled with silence and chalk dust. I think I have to change. She says it out of the blue while we walk down the staircase from the floor, still managing to feel like she is mirroring what I was thinking just before. That was what people must do sometimes. That's the last thing we say to each other that day, even though there would be so much to talk about. Even those words drowned in the all-encompassing silence, disappearing into the stagnant air as if they were never said. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, my throat starts to hurt right now. Reading the visual novels from Act 2 to all the way to the end of the Act 4. Doing bad ending, neutral ending, and now good endings. The first day of summer vacation is a disappointment. I woke up, water came down from the little skies in biblical proportions. I was optimistic at all time. A quicker summer shower, I thought. Torrents of rain for a few minutes, then it's gone. No such luck. Then water is relentlessly pouring down from the blue-gray sky outside, streaming down the glass of my windows in small brooks and rivers and gathering together to form miniatures ponds on the walkway, just like it has done for the past 2.5 hours. So I've been cleaning up in between reading books, packing my stuff on the side when I get bored on the first shoe. The weather drags my spirits breathe down too, making it harder to do anything properly. Something pumping quite loudly against my door rouses me from my apathy. I hope it's not Kenshi and his crazy indoors bowling alley. I hear no more sounds from the corridor until I walk out to the door and open it. Rin. I wish seeing her would evoke some more emotion in me, but for one, I'm too surprised that she came here to see me, and for two, she is soaking wet. Her uniform shows is drenched and she is standing in a cell created puddles. Droplets of rainwater are dripping from her bangs and sliding down her nose until they fall down from the tip, one by one. Hi. How are you feeling? Medium normal. The relative questionabilities of her statement aside, she sure doesn't look too good. You're all wet. It's because I come from the outside. Do you know it? Why you would be outside? It's raining buckets out there. If you haven't noticed, I haven't. It's raining pretty hard though. I was on a walk. Is this what you call wallowing in self-pity? You think I'm pitiful? No, I'm implied that you think you are. I'm not. And the rain is not a sad thing. Don't you ever walk in the rain? I do, but only with proper equipment like an umbrella. You just need to imagine you have a blue umbrella with white stripes. It might be tough when rain is falling on my head. Just imagine horrors. Yes, she definitely is back to normal. Those half sarcastic considerate remarks that really push my button even though she doesn't mean it. The vacant space out there that always expect more than it gives. It's so very much like her. I may need to come in. I need to somehow with this water and clothes I'm wearing. My brain quickly solves this equation and I'm stumbled with my word, a stock display of construct against Rin's easygoing sales invitation. But Amy, Rin shakes her head vehemently, causing water to sprinkle everywhere. She left. Besides, she would just worry and fuss until she could not worry fuss anymore, which always takes a troublesomely long time. It's in fact longer than I want to hear her fussing, and I thought you probably are not in the fussing kind. She slumped down on my desk with a squishy sound. Her soft clothes are making the desk and everything on it wet, but she doesn't care. Okay, fine, I'll help you out. I have a towel somewhere. Do you want need dry clothes? Do you want a dry clothes? Is uniform fine? I'm taller than you, but everything is fine. We are a little searching. I find a fresh uniform and fluffy towels from the depth of my closet. The towel in one hand and the uniform in the others. I turn to face Rin again, uncertain of the next step. There is something wrong with me. A normal guy would stop worrying. It's not a problem. She probably could see right through my hesitant demeanors, as if I was completely transparent to her. I push my anxiety away and concentrate on the 8 button lying on her shirt, just like mine has. Only the first button is an obstacle, and after getting over, I undo the others. Only the first button is an obstacle, and after getting it over, I undo the others with slightly less shaking hands. Okay. Alright. Throwing the sugar aside, I review Rin's pale upper bodies. Oh yeah, she doesn't have arms. Ah. So that's what it looks like. Okay. So that's what it looks like. Throwing the shoulder aside, I reveal Rina Pale's upper body, shrouded only in her light blue bracery, which instantly reminds me of her saying it's her favorite colors. I try not to think too much about stuff, but it's hard not to look at her body with what I can only think of as a mixed feeling. I don't know what to think of this, so I just watch her. Rin looks brittle. She is like a shell of fractured things just barely holding together. Her ribs, each of them visible under her pale skin, are moving up and down in the rhythm of her breath. Rin always struck me as quite thin, but I realize now that the manic creative period before the exhibition opening might have caused her to lose weight. Did she eat properly and enough? Definitely not, and probably not. This ugly yet beautiful bare minimum of the human body that belongs to someone I care about is a contradiction of the aesthetic in itself, only becoming of her. My eyes follow her collarbone to her shoulders and down her arm until the abrupt end. Now it's less than the bare minimum. I think with the passing pang of sadness and some guilt for thinking like that. Her arms degenerated into almost nothing but bones and skins due to lack of use. Look very short now that the long sleeves of her uniform are not covering them. My lack of any negative reaction makes me think that I actually grown pretty accustomed of the various physical abnormalities of my schoolmates. I always wonder why Rin keeps her shirt sleeves long, only tying them in a simple knot at where the elbow would be. It seems a bit practical, but then again, she's not exactly in the pinnacle of practicalities. Maybe she likes it. Maybe it's somehow important to her. Maybe there is no deeper meaning to it. I feel like asking and almost do, but Rin's miserable state requires higher priorities of my attention. She stopped talking too after we ran out of spiky greetings. I guess there's no need for chit-chat then. I pick up the towels from the bed and wrap. I pick up the towels from the bed and wrap it around her neck, wrap it around her head, rumpling it all over her hair until most of the rainwater is hopefully soaked into a fabric. She picks up from below the towels at me, looking up with impassive eyes. It looks like she wants to say something without saying it. It's that kind of look, but I can't read but I can't read what she is thinking about from her face. So I just can keep on fussing with the towel around her shoulder and hair. Now the silence is oppressive, terrifying. Communication between us has suddenly been reduced to the movements of my hand and the towels, and Rin swaying her body swaying her body to and fro. My Chaka breathing and her quiet breaths, trying to find a common rhythm that just is not there. I think I can hear her heartbeats, or maybe they are just mind redoubles. As I brush a rough strand of her hair aside from her ears, Rin suddenly presses her cheeks against the back of my mind. Against the back of my hand, not my mind. The contact is electric, a jolt of current searching through me. Whether she seeks comfort, warmth, or just my touch, I wouldn't know. But I can't help touching her back, caressing her soft cheeks with my hand. And with closed eyes, she kisses me on the fingers, counting the joints with her lips. I am saddened to beyond my expressive capabilities. Here we are, a boy and a girl, both in love or something like that with each other, or maybe not, and yet something is broken. I can feel it in me and in Rin, and in the way our gazes merely brush against each other's, shying away from the contacts. In her close, timid postures, and in my way of touching her like a China dolls, afraid of shattering her delicate forms. And how we are closer than we have ever been. Yeah, I'm not feeling happy. It's like yesterday. When did tenderness and fondness become one of and the same word? Acts of the affection start invoking only longing. How? Why did we end up like this? No, don't answer that. I like to say to myself, but fighting against the omniscience of self-awareness is a lost cause. Still, I am here, and Rin is here, and it feels like she might be able to solve whatever problems she has. And if she can, why couldn't I? Why couldn't we? It feels like taking that step is too much, too difficult, and too uncertain. So for now, all I can do is dry her up so she won't get go again. I pay her head, trying to sort out the hair that refuses to be sorted out even when wet. A pair of dark glazed eyes follows my every movement. Pants too? She nods an answer, leans back and spreads her legs with a grotesquely inviting gestures that makes a nasty feeling grows up and down my spine like bad premonitions. It's not enough to sober me enough as the silence starting to make me feel detached from myself. I move automatically without thinking, even though I should talk to her about this, or at least about something. The silence is a spell, a pact that has bound us to this private world, made of the dull sound of rainfalls and the soft feel of her skin against my fingers. The button of her trouser is fastened tight, but it opens up surprisingly easily. Slipping them up is hard, mostly because she is sitting on them with no intention of standing up to ease my task. I kneel down on comfortably and titillatingly between her legs, so I can quickly dry her bare feet, remembering that they are as important to her as hand or to me. As I walk the towel up from her ankles, Rin brushes her tight against my cheek and nudges the small of my back with her heel to make me come closer. I look up to meet her silent stares that was waiting for me to look up. That assuming expectant stare seems to say that the ball is in my court. I fleetingly brush my hand against her inner thigh. The touch makes her calves shock sharply as if she's trying to hold back breathing. Why if I do this then? The small kiss I place on her thigh is enough to make Rin lose her composure, to shut her eyes, to squeals almost inaudibly. Is that what you want to? Would it be alright now to take this step? What if, maybe if? What are you trying to do? Hisao, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Hazy thoughts float somewhere in the back of my unfocused mind. Somehow this whole situation is making it hard to think, as if my head was full of cotton fluff. But that's alright. It seems thinking is not something we need right now. Yep, it's time for me to edit these videos with black boxes. Oh god, he took her panties off. Yep, I'm not allowing you guys and girls to see that. By the grace of a vastly smaller amount of fabric, slipping off Rin's panties is considerably easier than her trousers. They disappear past my field of vision, sliding somewhere away down her legs. It seems I did a poor job with the towels, since Rin's legs are still wet from the rain. Well, whatever. What the? Okay, you are not allowed to see that. I'm so gonna edit these videos with black boxes. What the actual app, dudes? Actually licking her things, her private part of the bodies. Wow. Guided by instincts more than rationality, I move closer and taste the different kind of wetness. She responds to me to the slow movement of my tongues on her skin, to my kisses on her flesh. Her muscles tense and relax in the rhythm, as if what I am doing was uncomfortable. To hearing trying not to make a sound when I suck on her is unreal. This whole morning has been so unreal, like the surreal intangibility of an awakening dreams. I can't believe I'm doing this to her now, but I'm going with the flow. And beside the point of no return was 1,000 miles ago. I move around trying to do things to her, to find the places where her weakness lies, to tease her, to drive her mad with pleasures, because I want to do this to her. But she doesn't squeal, she doesn't squirm, or maybe I can't make Rin any madder than she already is. Whatever I do, her act, her heavy breathing mixed with unintelligible moan is that of a lunatic, but I do not cause it. I only release that from her. She becomes more and more moist, and I drink from her, feeling a heat of growing inside myself. I try to reach her deepest place to feel all of her I can this way. My reaction is met with a different reaction, but all of those are out. But all of those are out of pure lust. Rin is lost in desires, willing to let anything happen to her if I do it right. Now, she becomes closer and closer to the moment of the release, but the way to that is an uphill slope of madness. Still, she is going that way. The muscle don't relax anymore between the waves of ecstatic spasm. Rin just becomes tenser and tenser, contracting so much that it must be physically painful, but I do not let go. I keep going, and I know that she wants it too. She desperately wants me to do this to her. A leg curls around my shoulders and draws me closer, so close that I think I'm going to choke. I keep going because it's the only possibilities. As I push the button that drives her into gasping for breath, locking her legs into a cramp against my back, losing her mind in the sensation. At that precise moment, I seem to forget all that was meant to be, all that should be. All I know is that she came here, and I think there was a tower at some point too. None of it matters, or the matter is this: what we have now. Her searches through me too, exciting me in a completely new way. It makes me feel anxious, nervous, bothered. As her body relaxes, I try to kiss her down there again, but it startled her, causing her to jump. No, he's sound enough. Come here. I stand up to remove the last piece of clothing Rin's has. She leans against me to catch her breath, tickling me with the warm air exhale into my shirt. Blindly, I reach behind her back to feel my weight below her shoulder blades to find the contraption that fastened her bra. It opens more easily than I thought, falling to the floor somewhere. Her bare skin against me is a sensation so wonderful that I want to have more of it, and I do, embracing her. Rin's hair smells of rain, and I realize that I'm not hearing the sounds of my rain. I'm not hearing the sound of rainfalls anymore. It's a sobering thing. The cushion that envelopes us into a reality of our own is now gone, and I realize more clearly what is happening. You know, this really is not what friends should be doing. I whisper once again, noticing how such a simple matters as talking can be overbearingly difficult at times. We can stop being my friend. That wasn't what I meant, but her serious tones and the layers of connotations behind Rin's questions gives me a pause. Nah. I think it might be alright, even if you did. I hug her and smile into her hair, understanding Rin perfectly for sure. You're wet. The remnants of waters on her skin have drained into my shirt. Somehow even her statement of the obvious makes me glad right now. You're right, I am, but that's your fault. I want to see you. Okay, bro. Are they actually going to do it? I mean, you already do it. You sucking her private body part. But now are they actually doing it? I comply, standing back to open the buttons of my shirt much more quickly than when I undid Rin's buttons. A sudden sense of haste struck me, spurring me to rush forward. Every second I'm not touching Rin is a second wasted, a chance lost. A belt buckle proves an obstacle despite my ability to open it in an eye blinks under normal circumstances. While I fumble with it, I don't notice Rin bringing her foot up between us until she starts tracing my chest with her toe. I look down to see what she's looking at. My heart. I reflexively flinch back, covering the scars tissue in the middle of my chest. The shallow mark that the surgery following my heart attack left on my body has healed already, but well, it's not particularly pretty size, if not overly repulsive either. It's barely noticeable, but she does have an eye for details. Is this why she says she wanted to see me? I had sort of forgotten about this because of all this mess with Rin, but now all the unpleasant things connected to my conditioned surface at once, rushing through my mind like a flash flood. And oh god, all the stories about old guys getting a heart attack when having... what if? He sound. Realizing that I might just have spoiled the mood, I stumbled to explain myself. Sorry, it's just that. Let me touch you. Her eyes are salty, inviting as she sits there bare naked without an inkling of shame. I never thought Rin could look like that. Yeah, I know this is not how it should go. Even though Rin is right here, even though there should be no more question, no obstacle, not this maddening feeling that something is constantly wrong. The same feeling that clutched my heart yesterday makes its appearance. We are together in a way that is difficult to define. It eludes discretion as stubbornly as it evades changes. Will a relationship like this be alright? Could we ever change them to become closer? Even though we would stay together for all of eternity, we might never find our mutual understanding. But there is no such thing as eternity. This may mean that we will not be together forever. If not our differences, then the flow of time will pull us apart with irresistible force. Rin is a creature of the moment, of wind and of impulse. I am nothing of the sort. This is the fact that I can understand very clearly. If for no other reasons, for this reason, I should grasp this moment, even if it's the only moment we will never have. I should not let myself spoil it. Even if I can't escape myself, Rin can't either. I know it now. We both have things we can let go, things we can not. We cannot think negative. With negative is positive, right? Feelings we cannot feel, but she allows herself to want me without any restraint here now. Sorry, it's like you really have to stop worrying. Rina interrupts me before I get further, which is good because I don't know what I could have said. Her voice of its usual spiciness scolded me softly, without an edge. You really have to learn to let go. She scans me calmly, almost calculatingly. I wonder what I look like through her eyes. Dang, they are so green, it almost hurts. I almost was so enchanted by her eyes. Those mysterious, captivating eyes that always were too restless for their own good. But I was also always intimidated by them. Yeah, Rin is intimidating on more than one level, and especially right now. She is frighteningly lucid. The goosebump on her skin is giving away that she is cold or scared too. Either way, I still myself and step back to Rin, embrace her to feel in my arms against and to banish my doubt. The sight of her gentle, loving eyes seems to melt those doubts away like the last snow of winters. There we go. She places her head against my shoulders, seeking a place to rest herself in, leaning against me like I lean against her. Still sensual, by the way. Let's go. Yes. You should forget about stuff like the future and past. It's not like you can change those kinds of things. I wanted to say something to her, but I have lost my voice, so I just mumbled something unintelligible at her. You shouldn't just be with me now. Maybe she understood what I wanted to say, even if I didn't. Come here. I am here. Come closer. My entire body is thinking only in positive now, so I do, hugging her more tightly. Closer. I press my lower body against her. She tenses a little, just a little. closer. Final plate is more like a prayer. There is only one way to be any closer than this. I reach down between us and guide myself, sinking myself into her. Every muscle in Rin's body stiffens at the same time. She doesn't say anything or wince, so I push deeper, even eventually moving out. And again she moves with me. Our movements melt together into one continuous string of back and forth, in and out. Our sensation becomes sharper, amplified tenfold. My brain gave up interpreting all this stimulation age ago, and now I'm left with no choice but to feel all of this with my entire body. It's like that for Rin too. I know it, I can see it, I can feel it. She breathes sharply in and out, losing all composure and grace, breathes warmly against my shoulders. Between those fragile breaths, she sometimes kisses me tenderly, she sometimes kisses me tenderly, gently, as if she was unsure how to do it properly. But there's no hesitation. Desperately clinging to me, drawing me closer so that I can feel all of her. She moves against me, around me, so that it's hard to say where I stop and she begins. We take it slowly, excruciatingly slowly, as if we had all the time in the world, even though we have only this moment and nothing beyond that. That feeling is... Wait, Rin, what's going on? I stop moving, slightly alarmed. Maybe it hurts, or... She looks at me in a way that I can't really begin to interpret. Is it? Is this it? Huh? You said you said I don't have to be alone. Her eyes are full of innocence, fussy-headed confusion that makes me chuckle a little and pat the back of her head. Yeah, this is what I meant. That you have someone you can come to when you get soaked in the rain. It means you're not alone. If there's such a person for you. She answers with a kiss, reminding me that we have stopped moving for no real reason. So we start from the top, almost at the same time, each mirroring the rhythm of the others. I move faster in and out of her, my sweat mixing with her, glistening on our shared skin like diamonds and pearls. She moves faster, grinding herself against me in the throes of our desires. And the intoxicating sense of her lust, the mind-blanking feeling that connects our bodies, the sense of our rational thoughts draining from my mind. All those burn my consciousness, just like the compelling feeling in my body burns my instance. As those feelings grows, Rin makes no sign of stopping. She curls her feet behind my lower back, forcing me to drive myself inside her as deep as physically possible. Each millimeter sending waves through my spine. My mind blacks out as the world erupts into flash of bright white blindness. Present? What? Huh? Wait, this is new? Should I do something with it? Oh. Present is a fleeting and vague concept at best. The moment between the past and the futures. That doesn't really mean anything. Thinking too much about things that don't make sense is a waste of time. That's why living through the present is always the best option. Besides, for us who can foresee the future, who forget the past too easily, present is really the only proof of our existence. Even though existence will go on even if you forget about it for a while. It's good to see that day at least every once in a while. That way you can confirm that you are in fact alive. Or maybe it's not new at all, or maybe I just forget things. I'm pretty sure that the girl who is standing there half naked, staring out of the windows on my room has much better grasp of present than I do. As for me, well, right now I'm somewhat confused by my present state, since I should try to locate my shirt and not stare at Rin's butt. But I just can't stop looking at her. She is so close to the glass that her nose is probably going to leave a mark. At least her breathing does when it condenses on the rain cool window glass before quickly disappearing again. My shuffling around to get dressed doesn't arouse Rin from her contemplation, which is fine really. I don't mind and silence as much as I used to. Only after almost I finish with buttoning up my shirt does Rin say something, still without turning to look at me. Let's go somewhere. Where? I can only assume she is inviting me on and not the windowsill, but it's a fair guess. I know. What? Help me get dressed. I think today's the day. Come on, clothes. What an impatient tones. I crouched down to pick up her bras from the floor where it had fallen, discarded in the haste of undressing and forgotten there. Hanging it from between my fingers and like a dead fish, the same hesitation that grabs me when I was undressing Rin is creeping inside my head again. Is intimacy really something this difficult for me to handle? Come on, you got it up just fine. These are the same. But the other way around. It's like talking backwards. I cannot read that. Perplexed by her sudden and prodigious display of mental process capacity, I forget to attempt reversing her gibberish back. I'm pretty sure I couldn't switch to talking backwards that fluidly, even with some practice. Could you repeat that? Oh, it's reading backwards. Okay, seems hard, but it's easy. Got it, fine. I'll give it a try. Rin was right. The locking mechanism is simple enough, and I get the little plastic hook right on the third attempt. There. Now you have to adjust it. What? Please stop that. I don't speak Backwardese. She shakes her head as if needed to banish the backwards way of thinking with physical gestures. I know a few people who could benefit from that kind of abilities. I got stuck. Now you have to adjust it. Adjust. That's what I said. No, I asked what you mean. So that they are fine. Oh, fine, you say. As I have no idea when her breasts are supposed to be fine, I end up fumbling around her chest for a good while without really getting anywhere. Not that I would complain, but Rin does. Amy is better than you at this. Her impatient tone ticks me off, even though I can really disagree. Rin suddenly seems to be in an awful hurry. Yeah, well, excuse me, could that be because she's a girl and I can actually relate? Wait. Yeah, well, excuse me, could that be because she is a girl and can actually relate? She can actually relate, not me. I don't think so. She had just about as much chest as you do. No comment. With her bra and chest eventually fine as they should, the rest of her clothes are considerably easier to put on. Henry launches toward the door even though her shirt is not even buttoned up all the way yet. Left with the little choice, I run after her. As soon as I realize that we are heading for the side entrance leading to the forest, I think I know where Rin wanted to go, although I couldn't say why she wanted to go there. Then again, I cannot really assume my guess is to be anywhere near correct. when Rin is concerned, not even for a quite generous definition of correct. The forest behind the walls smells of rain, and the last raindrops are still dripping from the wet undergrowth into the earth despite the rain being gone for a while already. We show along with an unhurried pace that Rin sets, giving me time to take in the calming atmosphere. I think I can hear Rin saying hello to at least 3 different trees while she walks past them, but I ignore it, just like the trees do. She leads me to the narrow-sized path leading up to the hilltops as I get. I pick through the canopy trying to find a rainbow, but there doesn't seem to be one. It's perfect weather for rainbows. The sun is shining low, and rain has passed not too long ago. But whatever. I lower my eyes from the treetops to see the gone back of the girl who is climbing up the hill slowly without losing her balance. A few steps ahead of me on the path, but still within my reach. I don't think I ever could reach a rainbow, but reaching rains, it seems less impossible than it used to seem. The clear skies greeting us from above the meadows clearing seems vast and beautiful. A strong wind is hurling the rain clouds away from the town to the other side of the mountains in the distance. The sight is pretty, but a speck of white flies past the edge of my peripheral visions, but when I turn to look, it's already gone. Another follows, then a third. Before I realize it, a dozen of almost invisible small tubs of white are flying all around us. Look, the flowers. I see it now. The sea of dandelions that cover in the hilltops on our last visit has changed over the days. Where there was bright yellow before, there is now fluffy white. Some of the flowers have already set. Some of the flowers have already shed their seed, but the many are still waiting for a suitable gust of wind. Today, those gusts are not in short demand. Every now and then, they shake the grass thoroughly, and suddenly the air is thick with dandelion seeds. One by one, the seeds separate from the flowers' heads and are lifted away. A commonplace event, but one that seems to fascinate Rin for some reason. She's turning her head from side to side, marveling at the change happening all around her as the sea flies away. I watch them too, following the white tubs floating with the winds towards the horizon, and imagine that I can see them even after they disappear from my sight. His sound. What is it? Do you love me? I snap to attention to meet her suddenly very serious face that is not looking only at the flower anymore. A tough question asked just like that out of the blue. Still, her bluntness compels me to answer rapidly. I don't know, maybe I do. Maybe too rapidly. And what does that mean? I don't know. Besides, perhaps unhappy with my wishy-washy answer, I would be too. Me neither. I don't think I know much about love. It's fine, isn't it? How should I know? The shrug of her shoulders seemed to say, hesitating to give firmer answers. She stayed silent for only a second too long, but even that second isn't long enough for me to think ahead. I love you. Those 3 words freezes me in place like a rabbit staring into a headlight, but I'm not a rabbit and I'm just staring into Rin's eyes that seems far too impassive for what she just let out of her mouth. Rin looks pretty serious though, until she sticks out her tongue, frowns a little and confuses me even more than her words did. Why does she look mildly unhappy? Was it a confession of her deepest feeling, a test to see how I would react, a test to see how she would react? It tastes weird. Taste? Yeah, so weird. She laughs, maybe nervously or so I want to think, but stop midway when she noticed how strange it sounds. Like I don't know what, I don't think there's a word for this. Rin keeps on talking as though there was no meaning behind her words, steady and careless words dropping from the same tongues that form the more important ones. A word from accept. It's like she can't find the words. Rin just keeps staring at me, stumbling with her words as if her brain suddenly ground to a halt. She looks so awfully confused, much like how I feel right now as I wait for her to explain. But she doesn't. She just blinks a few times. The flutters of her long lashes catching my fancy because She looks like she is petrified otherwise. Until I realized what they were fighting against. It's those weird tears again, not associated with sadness or happiness, not pitiable sobbing or no laughter or joys, and just tears spontaneously and without a warning, like that one time in her classroom. Ah, just a few of them, not enough to make fuss about. So Rin doesn't make a move to hide them, even after noticing. Rin cries, looking like she has no idea why, and somehow a great uneasiness grows in my chest when I look into her watery eyes that stares right back at me. It petrifies me too, the shock of the incomprehensibility of this situation. I just don't know what is happening anymore. Rin was wrong. She shakes her head in confusion, stumbling to get the words out of her mouth. Sorry, I might be a little afraid of you. The words are muttered slowly with a small voice that is as disbelieving of what is saying as I am. What? Why? I don't know, saying that just make me feel like that. People cry when they are afraid, right? See, I can do it too. She averting her gaze now, deliberatingly, not looking at me. It bewildered me, at least as much as what she is saying. I sometimes with you want to run away so badly, but I can't move. It's like my legs turns into lemon panna cotta pudding, and my heart feels like it's going to explode. And she slumps her shoulders melancholically. Has a thing like this ever happened to you? I remember the leaden sky above the frozen forest and the sound of the limbless branches clacking against each other. It's like a memory from another life. Yeah, once. And my heart hurts a lot back then too. But I thought your thing was not contagious. I shake my head and a tiny, slightly forced smile rises on my lips. The other ailments of my heart could very well be contagious, and I wouldn't care a bit. What are you afraid of? I never thought I was scary. Erin shakes her head desperately, as if knowing that the potentials inside her mind would be undone with just that. You make me feel that I should be someone else than me. It's a scary thing. It happens when you've been nice to me, like yesterday. I never know what to do at time like that. It's hard. Her voice is barely audible, a whisper admissions of something that is too embarrassing to even think, not to mention to say out loud. Rin has never been one to be embarrassed, so she does utter it aloud, only timidly, as if by instinct. But I want to do something, but I don't know if this me can. For a moment, we just stare at each other, as if waiting for the other to say something. You are so stupid. Rin's lips taste salty and scared against mine. As I grasp her into an embrace, I feel my heart thumping in my chest painfully. Even though I'm glad that she can say things like that, they make me sad after all. Rin's spirit, her passion, her strength, all those things that I hold dear are the one I don't want to change. How should I treat them? Where are they headed to? Is that future irrevocably different from mine? That anxiety will never lose its grip on my heart, but I think I could learn to live with it. Slowly the pain in my heart dies out, and it settles into the same rhythms as Rin. We listen to that for some time. After our lips breaks apart, it takes a while for either of us to realize that we can say something now. See? You are a really kind person even when you're not. It's the most scariest thing ever. I think that's all I ever afraid of is your kindness. Is it bad even if you are afraid? She thinks about this for a while, furrowing her brow as though this was some kind of hard math problems. No, I'm alright with it. It's fine if it's you. Like a weight lifted from my chest, her words elated my heart, filling it with, I don't know, happiness? What else could it be? This time my smile is genuine. Rin stepped back, still smiling strangely at me like I do at her. That's why she wipes her face on her shoulder. I pick up the round, plump dandelion clocks and bring it to my pursued lips. And blow it. They spread out into the wind that picks them up to carry them a new home. To think, only a few short weeks ago they were so different. This changed. Hey, so the flowers become what they were meant to become, like you said the last time. What about you? Did you become true artist or did you not because you ran away? She pauses for a while to ponder my question and shrugs her shoulders. It almost makes me laugh. The carefree easiness of her gesture is a lovely thing, a sign of how Rin can truly and really without any restraints whatsoever shed the entire weight of the world from her shoulders should she wish so. She is in every possible and probably a few impossible ways free, and I think I might love her for that. I don't think it matters. Let's just watch the class for today. She takes 5 steps to climb on the large rocks so she can rise as high as is possible here and stands on tiptoes. When you reach for the clouds, every inch counts. Sure, let's watch the clouds. It's good to do something you really want to do every now and then. Yeah, you're probably right. I glance upwards at the blue skies opening high above us. It's a deep cerulean vastness that spread to fill my entire field of vision and beyond. Yet Rin stays on her rock, peering at the distant horizon where the rain clouds are drifting farther away from us. I have decided something. That trimming voice of hers, spoken to the wind that carries it to my ears, is lacking in stops in tones, but is full of it in meaning. It's alright to be me after all. It's alright. Her decision always seems to be pretty far out, where I suppose that is an important realization, coming to terms with oneself, accepting oneself, being fine with what you are. A simple resolution of heart that for some people is overbearingly hard to do, if not possible. I do realize well enough that I might also be one of those people. Rin too. Maybe we are not that different after all. Maybe to accept someone else, you must first accept yourself. Maybe that is a necessary step, which we didn't take until now. Looking at her standing at that rock, I believe that she can find whatever she is looking for. So can I. The wind catches her hair and her clothes, and Rin spreads her short arms into an embrace that is so very tiny, but as wide as she can ever do. For a moment, it looks like she herself might take flight, and I happen to hold myself back to not reach for her shoulders, to not drag her back to me. But this picture is something I can only watch. It is something for me to remember. Rin's lips are flapping freely in the winds, her hair wildly tossed low by it, her skin touched by the setting sun. Her sleek form that I come to adore is quivering in the cool winds that carries the small white specks past her, each a beginning of a new flowers. All that is engraved inside my heart, like those tiny seeds scattered into the wind. I'm sure that Rin too can take her place in this world without the need to create her own inside of it. Maybe she believes it too, and standing as close to heaven as possible, she is giving the world a big hug. To me, it seems like the entire world really could fit there, between those small arms of her, inside of her, or encompassing embrace. His out. She looks at me in the same way she calls my name carelessly over her shoulders, with a strange happiness in her voice and in her eyes. I gaze into those mysterious dark eyes that are curiously twinkling from below her auburn hair. Although I'm too far from her to see it, I'm sure they are reflecting my image. What is it? What's the word for it when it feels inside your heart that everything in the world is alright? Good question. What is that word? Present? Oh my god. Good endings, right? Yes. Good ending. Is there any changing credits? I think it's still the same, except different characters, right? Oh boy. Let's discuss about the neutral ending and the good endings. Like, okay, alright, credits actually show that. Alright. Yeah. Alright, the neutral endings, like, alright, it's good that Rin's go to the university in Tokyo
but it's not herself. She want to be herself. So to reach to the best ending is to leave the galleries and make it to the neutral ending is the go back to the galleries to finish the exhibitions. Alright. Completion is still 48%. Yep, we do have galleries. We do have most of it. Yep, we do have most of it. And my god. Alright, honestly, you guys and girls probably hate me for this, alright? Rins, you really need to tell people about your problems, but you don't, which leads to the choice to either I want to understand or please explain. And I'm not gonna lie, like at that time the reason why I choose please explain is because oh my god, she just keep not telling what her problem is, and that actually pissed me off. And that I mean that also maybe cause all the readers to angry as well. So that's the reason why please explain. They want Rin to speak up. To be honest, like yeah, being aggressive is not good. So like yeah, let's be calm about this and choose I want to understand you. Like Rin, like you need to tell other people's problem, or else like how do other people knows why you feeling down, why you feeling lost. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, yeah, I deserve it. I get bad endings. It's been weeks. I totally forgot the storylines. And I admit I also forget the what to choose as well, and that leads to me not getting the best ending earlier, and instead I get the neutral endings. Honestly, I'm not mad because these videos you guys and girls get to see Rin's route own endings, and you guys and girls really like to discuss about the neutral ending and the best endings. I mean, sure, like in order to get the best endings, get the girls, get on the bed, get on the tables, doing some thing naughty. But like honestly, like let's be real here. Yeah, honestly, it's still good for Rin to like growing up and get into the good university in Tokyo, and then becoming a really good artist and earn something for the livings. But instead, like Rin said that she want to be herself. This is not what she wants. So the art teachers Nomiya got angry and scolded Rins because like yeah sure, like sacrifice has to be made, because sometimes you do whatever you want doesn't mean that it's gonna come with a happy endings. It's gonna be very tough. Art is Rin's talent, but Rin doesn't use that talent for the living, for the life. So the art teachers Nomiya got angry that without recognitions, without going to a good universities, without
having a decent job in the futures, then it's more difficult to earn for a livings. Yeah, I mean, sure, Nomiya, the art teachers, he's right. But at the same time, I totally understand Rin's. Like, it's her life, not others people's life. It's Rin's decisions to make. But at the same time, like, it's very tough. It is very tough. Like, what do you think? Leave the comments down below. What your opinions about it, because I really like to read your opinions, because I seen on Reddit or on Steam communities a lot of people are discussing about Rin's neutral ending and Rin's best endings. Let's talk about the censorship. Yes, I will censor with black boxes, but there's going to be some scene that I have to use text history. I have to screenshot it and cover the what are they doing at the background on the decks, you know? But it's still possible to censor with a black screen on top, because their private part of the body is not behind the dialogue box. So yeah, I know it pains me to do this, but this is YouTube, alright? I am an anti-censorship. I totally respect what For Lip Studios did so far. The soundtracks, awesome, phenomenal. The background art, rotoscoping is absolutely crazy in a good way. But yeah, honestly, I really want to read these visual novels with 18 plus patch, because people on Reddit, people on Steam communities are very angry that the censorship policy on Steam affected Katawa Shoujo, the visual novels, because their storyline, alright, their storyline, and I would be so angry that I keep reading Katawa Shoujo, the visual novels, without knowing about the 18 plus patch. Alright, because in the next episode, I'm definitely going to start the whole games over again, and also to find out what happened if I follow Shizune's route, what happened if I follow Lily's route, what happened if I follow Hanako's route. And yeah, people on the internet that, oh my god, the censorship ruins everything. Their storylines. I mean, yeah. Anyway, guys, I had absolutely fun playing Amy's and Rin's route again, but this time with 18 plus patch. So leave the comments down below, what do you think about this visual novel so far. And if you enjoy these videos, give these videos likes, and if you're new to these channels, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. And I will see you in the next video. Bye! Yeah, I know this video is twice longer than the previous episode.